Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law. I'm not going to yawn. Not going to do it. A small law firm in central Minnesota. Whoo. Sweet. Oh, man, I'm tired. Like I've been hollered at by a giant piggy. Okay, how's it going, guys? We have a guest for the show tonight, but he is not here yet. He said he'd be out to buy cigarettes and then he'd be right back. I'm guessing he will come on in just a minute. Oh, damn it. I'm really trying not to yawn. I am so tired. My sleep schedule is still all backwards. But yes, we are. Joe Neerman, Good Lawgic, will be joining us today, but he just finished up his stream, so I assume he'll be on in just a minute. Just a minute. Oh yeah, in the background there, I got it today. There's that 3090 Ti, which is going to get installed. I wanted to show people how big the fucking box was. It's insane. Look at that. I mean, it's crazy town. West is saying, breaking now, SWAT team raids Tim Pool podcast for the 8th time this year after receiving another false report. Now, you know, I'm getting a little bit annoyed with this because they keep raiding the Tim Pool podcast and people are going to start thinking that swattings aren't a big deal. You know, Tim Pool's still alive. I mean, he's been swatted 58 times and nothing's ever gone wrong with him. So are swattings even a big deal? I don't think so.
Thank you, swing.
I mean, they're just fine. They're just fine, apparently. So, it's a little crazy with the, whew. Wait, Uncivil got his hands on the transcripts from the decision? Where'd he do it? I wonder how he got them. I wonder if they finally released the record. Let's be honest, Nick, you just wanted to show it off. You know, show off your Honda Civic money. It was a Nissan Sentra. And that was just me making fun of Ralph. Speaking of making fun, we have the fun maker here, ready to join us.
That was a nice little diversion from like attacking me to like complimenting me. I like the way you did a very quick like, because yeah, it was good.
But I wasn't attacking you at all.
I'm not defensive. You said you were attacking Ralph, like making fun. You said, speaking of making fun, so like that.
Oh yeah.
You did it like a left turn. That's
cool. I did that because he's dumb, but you, my friend, are not. How you doing, man?
I am awesome. How are you doing tonight?
That's what you said when I messaged you earlier. What the hell's going on? Why are you so great?
I can't tell how often I've been asked that question.
You're like, I'm awesome. Like, wow. It's very enthusiastic.
Yeah, no. Thank God.
Emphatically positive.
Thank God. No, my show has been like really, I feel like my show has been taking like a form. Like I've actually I've named my show.
Oh, would you name it?
Well, I have my weekend shows and then I have my weekday shows. So on the weekend, I'm a little bit more off the cuff and a little more likely to like say things that'll be interpreted as like a hot take that will offend people. So that I call viewers discretion. So that's on Saturday and Sundays. And during the week, I call my show the following program, because every time you see a viewer's discretion message, it tends to start with the following program includes blah 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 blah.
Right.
And every show I'll create a brand new introduction. Like each night I have a new introduction of like the following program is blah blah blah. And like so like yeah, I've been having a lot of fun like doing that like in a sort of to make my show feel like professional. And now I feel like I have purpose. Like I am like the creator of these two shows, and yeah, I'm doing good.
Well, it's about time you finally have purpose
I have purpose
on this
Yes.
planet.
It took like 5 decades, and finally here
Thank
I am.
God.
My God. Yeah, people were starting. The wife had long since given up hope. She's like, he's got no purpose. He's got no function
Yeah.
at all.
It's really, it's like, she tells all her friends, it's really terrible.
It's so
Really
sad.
terrible.
It's
Yeah.
so sad. He had such potential. It's been wasted. Yeah, no, thank God.
Oh.
Really good.
No, well, I'm glad things are going very well for you. That's very encouraging when I send someone a thing, how you doing? And they're like, awesome. Wow. That's great.
Yeah. And you came back from your trip just the other day, right? Yesterday was your first day back.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
Yesterday was
the way I keep tabs on you is my audience basically lets me know when you're out of town, when you're going to sleep. Because like I as those of the handful of you who don't know, my show, I do a nightly live stream that ends when Nick starts. So and it's really genuinely out of deference to him, only because I recognize my audience first started coming into me by finding me through Nick. So when I started live streaming, so I actually decided I was going to work around that. And yeah, so I stream starting 2 hours before him. And so some nights when you're not around, so I
you
might
go long.
I might go a little longer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so that's based. So they'll always tell me, because my audience that basically wants me to run longer. They'll have me there like sleeping with my mouth open. They're happy. I don't know why, but for one reason or another, a handful of people feel like that. So I'll get like a bunch of DMs or messages in my chat saying like, you know, Nick is gay and taking the night off, or
Yeah.
Nick is being gay in Texas, or you're always being gay somewhere. And
Usually, yeah.
I'm like, wow, this dude has so many lovers all over the country. He's in Texas, he's being gay in Texas, gay in California, he's gay everywhere. So they always keep me apprised of when you're not around. And
Yeah, and I am on the go a lot lately, but I am back in town, so cut your damn show short now, Joe.
And you what was the whole Texas trip about? Was that just purely pleasure, or was that like a business thing? Is that for public consumption? Like what?
It was a mix. It was a mix. So it was a twofold purpose. Originally, I was invited on to the You Are Here podcast for April 1st, but I wasn't 100% sure I would get to go because I was like, well, I don't know if I can make it or not. And then my uncle calls me out of the blue and says that this place that they like to support financially, I guess, is the Cowan Center for the Arts at the University of Texas in Tyler. They do, they bring all sorts of performing artists, musicians, personalities, plays, whatever. They bring performance art shows, right? It's a stage, it's a theater. And they said that they had tickets to an event where Kevin Costner was going to be speaking at the anniversary gala, and that Lady Rackets and I could come join them and get a chance to meet Kevin Costner, have a nice dinner and all that stuff. And that was the next day after that podcast, and the podcast is in Dallas and they're in Tyler. So I said yes to both. I said yes to both dresses. I am that bridezilla.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So was Kevin everything you hoped he would be?
I mean, he was fine.
Did you actually how intimate a setting was this? Is you and like 50 people?
No, it was probably the dinner's probably like 200 people. or whatever, and he just stopped into the dinner to say hi to everybody, and then he did like a one-man speech. I guess it was a two-man. His agent interviewed him. It was a moderated discussion with himself, which is kind of, I thought was a little weird, but it's almost like it's awkward for someone to put on a one-man show, so you have someone fire questions and topics at you, so and then you interact with the audience rather than the person. That's what he did. So it's like he was being interviewed, but the guy like didn't, the guy knows him really well, doesn't really need the answer to these questions. It's for the audience. So that was all fine. There were a lot more people for that filled up the theater. And then we had purchased an item from the auction that was signed by him. And so he signed it, and spoke to us very briefly, like 4 or 5 minutes. It was, but it was pretty short. I don't know. I think there's a level of disconnect with upper tier celebrities and everybody else.
Right.
And he was just kind of seemed like he wanted to leave the entire time.
Of course. But, I think it's funny that you, of all people, would make a comment about how awkward it is to have a one-man show when that's basically where you made your career.
No. But it's not awkward for me. Like, I will sit down and do a one-man show. Like if you put me at a convention or whatever,
you're totally fine with that. You're totally
and you're like, here's your panel, talk about whatever. Like, I'll do that. But for some people, they like don't do that well, so they
need that back and forth.
Yeah, it's like an organizational assist rather than putting together a speech. You just have someone fire a topic at you and then you go. But his speaking was very extemporaneous, and he didn't even stick to the topics that were asked. He's a storyteller, and he told stories. He told them very well. It was a good talk. It was kind of an interesting style and format. When I heard it's like Kevin Costner with a moderated discussion, we're sitting there and they announced that, and I looked my wife, I said, what the hell's a moderated discussion with yourself? What does that even look like? I don't even know what that is.
Right.
But found out there was a moderator for him. So it was weird. But it was, like I said, his speech was good. Meeting him was fine. He was nice and polite, but you could tell he was done. He wanted to be out of there. He was not a big fan of the personal interactions so much. But,
it's probably one of those things he either is like donating his time and like there's like a tax write-off or something like that, or he's actually being compensated. He's like, okay.
He was paid. He was paid
minimum.
Handsomely.
What's the minimum I can like fulfill my requirement and bust on out of here? So,
yeah. Oh no. Yeah. He was definitely compensated well for it.
Did you end up with Elijah Schaefer in Dallas also? So
that was first. I went to his podcast on April 1st. And then the Kevin Costner thing was on the 2nd. And that the April 1st show went really well. Ethan Ralph trying to get onto the show after canceling the show.
Really?
Yeah, that was exciting.
That would have been awesome. That would have been great viewership watching you and Ethan together.
Well, that was the plan, but he canceled, and then he tried to get back on the show, but the executive level at the Blaze said no. And then they also They also told us we couldn't talk about him.
Whoa! But they were afraid of having some sort of legal backlash.
Don't know what the reasoning was. Could only speculate. But Elijah's going to be coming on my show soon, and we'll hopefully get some more details about it. But he was a little torqued about that, because he wanted to talk about it.
Right.
But yeah, there was Ralph was not going to be let in the building, and then we were not allowed to discuss him directly. So of course,
so his facility is owned and run by Blaze, or he has his own facility, and that's
the You Are Here show is a Blaze production specifically. His podcast, Slightly Offensive, is his show, and he records it in a different part of Blaze, in his office at Blaze Studios, but that is his show. He has full creative control. But the You Are Here is a Blaze show that he is the host of. So a little bit different structure. So they can tell you what to do on that one. So because it's theirs. But it was frustrating. But we threw in a little inside jokery and stuff, and they told us we could not directly mention him or mention him by name. So it was fun.
So how do you indirectly refer to Ethan Ralph?
Well, you call him the Rage Pig.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, people kept asking about Rage Pigs and all that stuff. So
nice.
it was good though. The show was good. Otherwise, it was a fun time. Sydney is nice. Elijah is great, and Jorge Ventura was on as well. He's from Daily Wire, and and we just had a good time. Good show.
Yeah.
So
would you ever accept a gig on like Daily Wire or Blaze like that if you were offered one?
Depends on the money. Depends on the money and the restrictions.
Right. Because I definitely would think that you would be someone that they would be scoping out as a potential time slot person. You're sufficiently established as far as your size, your audience.
He's from Daily Caller, not Daily Wire. My bad. I apologize.
I get them confused all the time also. So I'm saying you're sufficiently established that you have your own base that would definitely follow you over. So they know they're going to have like a certain built-in base there. Your politics are very neatly aligned with what Blaze TV normal fare. And
right.
And I honestly, I'm
loving this pitch. Keep telling them.
I would struggle to come up with a name of someone else. What makes you any less than what's that the guy Matt? What's his face with the beard?
Walsh.
Yeah, Matt Walsh. Like, what makes you any different from him, or the bald dude?
Well, I can tell you what makes me different from Matt Walsh. When he's incorrect, I am correct.
Right. What I'm saying is. What I'm saying is, I don't see what you would be bringing that would be any less than these other characters. So yeah, if anyone there is if anyone's watching from Blaze or from Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's little thing, or Daily Caller, I definitely think that I foresee for you that within the next 2 years you're going to actually be corporate syndicated type of somewhere. That's what I'm foreseeing.
We'll see. I mean, I would. If that were to happen, I'd have to they'd have to be like no restriction type thing, or I'd have to be able to keep my own show and like do something
like do this
similar to what Elijah does, right? Where he has his show, but then he also does a hosting gig with the Blaze, right? Like
I know you well enough to know that you would never sell out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, and so no one here in the audience is sitting there saying like, Joe, shut up or whatever. Don't like try to ship him off to like, and I'm sure, I'm not looking at the audience, but I'm sure some of them are getting mad at the idea of me like suggesting this to you, but I'm sure it must have gone through your head at one point or another before I brought it up tonight. But what I'm saying is, I know that you would still be you in that setting. You're not going to like say, because you don't need the money. Like even if they would offer you more money than what you're currently making, you don't need the money that you would like. I think that you would actually, you have no incentive to go for the shekel and sell out your values as far as limiting your perspectives on things.
Right.
So,
no. And that'd be the big thing. Like you'd be buying me, not buying the face with your idea of what I should say. So,
right.
But I'd certainly consider it, but I don't, I haven't heard, no one's beating down the door just yet. But we'll see. Who knows? Right now I'm just happy to get to take a couple days with the wife and go jet set down to Texas and have some barbecue and good times.
Yeah, that's great. That's wonderful.
Okay, so we've got people are telling me that Kurt has sent me the transcripts to Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Wesley Hawkins.
and her sentencing, in Hawkins, but I don't have them. Like, I don't know where he quote unquote sent them to me. I'm glad that other people know that I got them before I do.
I don't. He didn't send them to me either. So maybe
unless he emailed them, maybe I could check my email.
Well, how did he get them?
Well, I don't know, because they were sealed. However, they were, entered into the record for the Senate confirmation hearing. And when they did that with Barrett, all that stuff was eventually available. But yeah, I'm not actually seeing it. I didn't get anything from Kurt on it, so I have no idea where he got it. I'm looking at look at all these damn
because
emails.
I'm sure that might be something that would be a good live reading, like a dramatic presentation of Ketanji Brown issuing her statements to Hawkins.
Yeah.
It would probably be helpful to do that with two people. You could have one guy sitting there as Hawkins, just sort of winking and nodding at her.
Well, I was thinking if he had actually sent them to me somewhere, I would we could read them today, because I think we'll have some time in aside from what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the main theme
killing
of the
babies.
show.
It's killing babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't want to talk about killing babies? Let's
killing babies. And then we're also going to talk about not killing babies, because we have a difference between what is going on in Oklahoma, where they have, I guess, completely banned abortions.
Yep.
And then we have California, which is potentially going to make them
legalize infanticide. Yeah,
right.
Let's kill the newborns. Let's just wipe out all the newborns. Just erase them.
Uncivil law. Hey, he's in the chat. He says, "What up, you fucking ass, lol." How does YouTube let him send that super chat? Because the super chats, I could never get 2 profane words through a super chat. I get kicked out of the app all the time. Like I can't say anything.
Yeah.
And here he comes. He comes in with the spicy. How's it going, man? Oh, he might be Matt. He called me the other day.
I know better than to call you.
I was driving.
Yeah, no, this is one you taught me without even realizing it. You taught me social etiquette in 2021. No, you did. Text. Yeah, it's just it was almost like it was one time I called you up on the phone and the whole tone was like, "Why the F are you on the phone with me, Joe?" And I was like, "Dude, we're friends. What? There's something wrong." And you're like, it was almost like, "How dare you?" But instead, actually saying those words, you're like, "Yeah, I gotta call you back," or whatever. I gotta go. And it was just and then 4 hours later at your leisure, you were basically texting me, and I was like, all right, I guess that's not cool anymore to call people. Is that something? So I basically took a cue from that. From then on. This happened 9 months ago. From then on, anytime it's someone who I don't have established that you're someone I call on the phone, I basically just text them, because I'm I don't ever want to be feeling like that ever again.
Well, I'm glad to have completely broken you. I didn't mean to.
No, you totally did. I was just wow, I didn't know that's what 2021 was all about. So yeah, I was just I learned my lesson. I also learned how to super chat from Uncivil Law, which is basically you got to bust on in there with the expletives.
Yeah, and he says, "I called you to let you know the transcript was available. I was trying to be a bro. You ignored me. You didn't call me back."
You see,
that is true. I didn't ignore you. But I didn't call you back, and it wasn't me trying to be rude.
He big timed you, Kurt. That's what he did. He big timed you. I've been big timed by Jeremy Hambley. Literally, he's when I'd be texting him, I'd be like, "Dude, so are you able to come on tonight?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll come to the show." And then I can't get him in text anymore. He's like, "Yeah, we'll do next Wednesday," and it'll be Wednesday, 20 minutes showtime. I'm like, "Dude, are you really coming? Are you whatever?" And then be like, "Yeah, probably gonna be a little late. Maybe I guess probably sometime tonight I'll show up." And meanwhile, I got like my thumbnail is like a big picture of his freaking fat face. And everyone in the chat is like, "Where's Jeremy? You totally lied to us. Where's Jeremy? Where's Jeremy?" And I'm like, "He's coming. He says he's coming." So like whatever. And then he came in and he said, "I apologize for big timing you." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine." So now that's you're doing it to your friends.
I
Here.
wasn't big timing Kurt. I was traveling with my wife.
Oh, yeah,
and
I was busy talking to Elijah Schaefer and Blaze. I was in Blaze.
No, I was
TV
done
Studios.
talking when Kurt called. I was long done with them.
I'm telling you, I'm screwing with you.
I know. No, I meant to call him back. I'm so you know how I'm so.
Yeah, you're someone
bad.
you don't call on the phone. Everyone knows that.
Well, I'm bad at phone calls, at emails, and texts, and everything.
Otherwise, you're just a breeze to get in touch with.
Yeah.
Aside from that,
you happen to be walking.
The one time I made a fire in my front
to
yard, and I was like doing the blankets, and the smoke was coming up. He was great. He got right back to me. But
yeah, the easiest way to get in contact with me is walk past me in the grocery store.
Yeah,
that's the easiest way. Really, frankly, that's it.
Yeah, I was thinking about like swatting you just to like drop a message to you.
And as you arrest that piece of shit, killed his girlfriend. Make sure
tell him get back to me about
call Joe.
Tell him to get back to me about that thing that I texted him about like a week and a half ago, which was like a life and death situation, which you still haven't said anything to me about at all. So
oh my gosh, Kurt is the consummate bro. He super chatted the damn link. Or it's a virus that I'm about to get.
That would be justice right there.
That'd be hilarious. No, it's the actual transcript. He did it.
Wow, that's pretty cool of him.
He could have really pulled one over there.
That would have been brilliant. If it was like, it could have been like midget porn or something.
Oh my gosh. But yeah. Why isn't it midget porn? Now I've been big timed or whatever.
How many pages is it? 59 pages.
Well, it's a transcript. Of course, it's these things they go on forever.
To find like the right part.
Well, we can do that in a minute. I've got it pulled up. Kurt, you're a consummate gentleman, especially when you open up with fucking ass, which is awesome, and I fully approve of it. And I do feel bad that I didn't call you back. I meant to, genuinely. It's like when I tell my kids for Christmas, I meant to get you a present. I did.
Santa meant to come, but he only went to all your friends, not here.
We never did Santa for the kids.
Oh, you never did?
No, we thought that was like lying to them. I mean, it is lying to them, but we were like, we don't want to lie to them. Plus, like the presents that they get just come from us. Fuck Santa.
Yeah, why are we giving credit to some
weird
guy?
Fat pedophile cramming himself down our chimney at night? No, thank you. This is nightmare fuel. No.
So do they ever ask you like, what's with the white dude in the red suit? If you never like tell them.
No, they know. They know the Santa mythos or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We just have to tell them, don't tell other kids it's fake, because their parents lie to them because they don't love them.
Right.
That's what we say.
Nice.
Kurt, do you want? Should we? Does Kurt want on? I mean, I'll send him the thing. I'll send you an invite, Kurt, if you want to talk about this. Uncivil. I'm sending it on.
I think Kurt
Twitter,
assumed you never told him about. I'm assuming that Kurt figured you never told him about Santa because you're actually secretly Jewish. So that's why we don't do those Santa.
Uncivil is drunk enough to be speaking in the third person.
Nice.
Uncivil says Kurt is a bit loaded. Lol. Up to you. Well, it's now up to you, Kurt, because I have sent you the text or the DM on the Twitter. So if you want to come in for a few minutes or longer, you can. We're happy with drunk people around here. We're very accepting, just
We're
like
very tolerant. We're very tolerant. So,
oh my gosh, I'm chugging down tea. I am so thirsty. I gave up soda forever. Not forever, but I'm done with soda
for Lent.
again. No,
Okay.
for longer than that.
Uh-huh.
So you probably don't know because you're very important. But I told this story the other day. I had stopped drinking soda for years
Really?
until Drexel comes along
Mhm.
and exposes me to diabetes culture. He's like, here, my people drink grape soda, and he gives me grape soda. And then
Really?
suddenly I'm sucking down every fucking soda on the planet
How did you get
because I'm
away
like,
from menthol cigarettes? How'd you get away from that? Because grape soda.
I can't. I know if I follow the path of Drexel's people, if I leave to get menthol cigarettes, I'll just never come back, and my kids would be alone. So I don't do that. But the soda was like it was there, and it's the purple drink. I can't. And like he came over for one show. The first time he's like, "Yeah, I brought these, grape crush because of course." And so I drank one. I'm like, "Fuck, God, these are so good. Soda's so good." And
I
my
have a serious
parents,
question for you about
yeah,
Drex. I have a serious
what's up?
question. Not to cut you off on this, but I'm gonna
No,
forget
go ahead.
otherwise. Because I'm old and the mind is not as fertile as it once was. So I'm gonna forget. Okay. Whenever he's on my show, people notice that he's like, but Joe, 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 but Joe, Joe, but Joe, 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 but Joe. And
Yeah,
like over and over again, he'll say my name, like to get my attention. Right.
yeah,
The only other person I know in real life who like actually does that sort of thing, whenever they say, but Joe, but Joe, but Joe, but Joe, they'll grab my arm. Like
sure,
always, like grab my arm, but Joe, get my attention. Joe, Joe, like whatever. Always grabbing the arm. So much this guy did it so much so, like he would grab like forcefully, like my arm, not Drex. I would say I never met Drex. But he would,
right.
hey Kurt, how you doing? Whoa,
So
dude, you're tanked up.
He
You're looking
said,
good. Yeah, you're looking good. Let me just finish this real quick story because I'm in the middle and if I'll lose because my mind's not as fertile.
The guy. So you got a man grabbing you, and you love
Yeah,
it.
man,
Got it.
man grab my arm all the time. So in order to get him to stop doing that, I literally started doing it back to him. And so let's just say his name is Jeff. I'd be like, Jeff, Jeff, Jeff. And I'd be grabbing his arm back at him. And the two of us would be grabbing each other's arms while we're having a conversation, just that I would point out to him on a subtle, subconscious way that this is kind of annoying, that you're always grabbing my arm, like in like far too aggressive a way. You don't need to do that. You got my attention. You got my focus. You don't need to grab my arm. So my question for you is Drex an arm grabber or not?
No,
He's not.
no, he's not an arm grabber.
Okay. All right. That's what I
No,
just
that's
want.
just his. That's just his thing. He'll
His speaking
he-
top. I say this. I love Drex. He's
Yeah.
welcome to my show every day. This dude, he's phenomenal.
He's just very intentional about using names when he's talking with people. I don't know. Like, yeah, it's persuasive and engaging, and I think it works really well for him. So that's what he does.
He is easily one of the top 3 guests I have. Way better than you. He's phenomenal. So
yeah,
I'm just kidding.
No, everybody's been the worst guest ever. How's it going, man? How's it going, Kurt? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good.
So you were reading through these transcripts then?
I did the entire thing.
Oh my God.
Read it word for word.
Did you drink every time you got mad?
A little bit. Yeah.
What were you drinking?
Wild Turkey 101.
Ooh, okay. So
that's a rough one.
You were getting in there.
Yeah.
Not playing around with it.
That is not playing around alcohol.
No.
That's like, dude, I need pain. This is like giving yourself a punch in the face.
I wanted it to make sense, and it didn't.
Well, yeah, because we had discussed that, and it was like, well, maybe there's something in the transcript, right? Something that explains why she's like this, and you're telling me there's that's not really there. I'm
gonna drop a little bit of a hot take here.
Oh, a hot take. Okay,
Yeah.
well, those are very unwelcome on the show, but I'll let you do it this once.
If just this once, if you allow me, just like step outside the norm speaking thing, which is I've heard every person, every senator, both sides of the aisle, whenever they talk about KBJ, even when they disagree with her, they refer to her as being a legal scholar. I have not read these 59 pages. I am telling you now, she is not any kind of legal scholar by any yardstick.
I'd also like to comment, the moment I joined, without even saying one word, Joe's already disparaging me.
I'm not talking, I didn't say Kurt's not a legal scholar. I said KBJ's not a legal scholar.
that wasn't what I was saying. I just wanted.
I think you are a legal scholar.
The very moment I joined,
Nick
without
and
even
I
saying
both
word, you
would
say
agree.
I'm tanked.
Nick and
You say
Nick
some
and I both would
bullshit
agree.
about me.
And I'll speak for Nick. We both agree.
Says
you
the
are
blue
far
fucking
deeper,
genie about being tanked. I guess you would know.
Far
Yeah.
deeper legal
Fuck.
scholar
Yeah.
than either of us. You
Rub
are
the lamp.
You are
Rub the
genuinely
lamp.
a legal scholar. You're someone who actually has like legal insights.
I
and
try.
things that we don't even understand why any human would know these things that you happen to know.
I try.
So
That's what I aim for.
So yeah. So if I'm going to comment about you looking like you're drunk out of your mind, I'm setting myself up that even with you being drunk out of your mind, you're still going to be citing these cases like out of your ass, which would just be like whoosh, 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 just yanking him down.
Because I read, Joe.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe don't be such a smarty pants all the time with your big fancy words and your reading and stuff like that.
That's just the fucking practice of law distilled. It's just reading.
Yeah. Okay.
Words.
All right. So fine. You want to make it all about like now we're talking about practice of law. Ooh, look at you.
No,
I'm
the
so
rest
smart.
of us are
practice-
practicing. Kurt,
Yes.
you've achieved mastery.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's
So
go
what
back.
I'm saying is you should take that as the ultimate compliment that I sit
I do.
here.
I do.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
All right. So stop
Okay.
hating. Stop hating, my brother. Gosh.
Respect.
All right.
I'm gonna try and get to tanked. So I want Joe to insult me next. So
Am I supposed to get drunk also? Is that part of this whole
It's
whole
up
thing?
to you. I mean,
No, I saw your stream, and I'm not sure I can outdo you, nor do I want to. So I think you've got the crown.
oh yeah, that genie stream.
No.
The genie stream.
Look, no, I don't. I might be able to if I want to, but I don't think I want to. I think it's just no. That's all right. You can win.
I
That's fine.
accidentally stumbled on the concept of bringing myself into a stream more than on multiple me's, and I was like, I'm definitely going to
You
drop
were
that at some
very
point
split.
intentionally.
Yeah,
You were in stereo. It was amazing.
That was wild.
And then you somehow killed your entire audio feed, so you had no idea.
Couldn't hear you at all. Couldn't
was
hear you
bad.
at all. Yeah, that was
It was
funny.
bad.
It was good. Time.
Oh shit.
You
There
know
was,
what's disturbing about the whole KBJ thing with the child pornography thing is that it's apparently not that abnormal. 70% of the time nationwide and 80% of the time in DC was below guidelines. So she was 100% below, but it's not actually that abnormal. And
Right.
so when she's defending herself kind of like she's in the norm, I'm like, she's kind of right, to be honest.
So
She is a little bit.
I'll tell you this much.
I'm not sure about the sentencing in the Hawkins case, which I covered, because the guidelines started at 97 months and she sentenced to 3. That's a 96% reduction. 96% reduction. That's a lot of reduction, Nick.
Kurt, I got a question for you. If you were judge, you're a DC Circuit Court judge, right? And you look at this and you've got the case. You've got the case and you look and you're like, well, all these other judges are, doing these reduced sentences. What do you do? Do you go look, in the interests of justice, in the interests of consistency among sentencing, I sentence you to this reduced thing?
No.
Or do you go, nope, guess what? Every other judge might sentence you for less, but you're gross. So you're going to get the guideline sentence or worse or whatever. What do you do?
I mean, I would obviously obey any binding precedent, but I'm not particularly concerned about being reversed by the Court of Appeals because I'm already appointed for life. So fuck you. I don't care.
Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, for me, when I'm looking at this and these atrocities, this guy has 16 images, 17 videos. They involved 8, 10, 12-year-olds involved in rape.
Yeah.
And the Judge Jackson, or soon to be Justice Jackson, said that the 8-year-olds was his peer of the 18-year-old.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't quite get that. So the Department of Justice recommended 24 months, and they are feeling merciful that day, I guess. And so I felt that was as reasonable a place as any. But 3 months, and this is, no, that's okay. I'm good.
Well, he got he got a second shot, right? Like he got another 6-month stint in a halfway house because they were concerned about him. He didn't, but he's
Well,
very
they gave him
clear.
6 months after the 6 months, for the release. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they know that he in 2019 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They were worried because he actually violated his probation. I don't know if
Mhm.
you know this.
How did
But
he
he's
violate?
Well,
He's
he
very
was
clear
searching.
that
He
he
was searching
didn't-
for clothed images. They said,
right, yeah,
of minors.
What are clothed?
Clothed.
Clothed.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
he was searching for minors to jerk off to, but they were clothed, so it was okay, according to him.
Yeah,
So he didn't reoffend.
and he's a
he
fucking
was-
IT director or some bullshit.
Yeah.
How do you get that job?
A government job, a government contractor
Still,
job.
how do you get that job? Still,
But yeah, no, that was the best part because his whole defense or part of his whole defense was that he wasn't actually a pedophile, right? He wasn't actually looking at these
the
kids.
judge said that explicitly. He wasn't a pedophile.
Right.
He wasn't
And
a
then
threat to the public.
His not reoffending was to then, I was in a dark place, so I started looking at pictures of minors, but they had their clothes on, so it was fine. It's like, nope. Why don't we just machete your fingers off at this point? Like what? All 11 of them.
Yes, I was going to say fingers, every appendage sticking out of that man. Oh my gosh! Here's, I actually
When I was reading, I'm sorry.
No.
I was just gonna say when I was reading that 55 pages, I never agreed with you more about let's just build some walls and then put the maps on the walls. Because I was doing some very unsponsored ad reads during my thing just for the lulz of it, because I just started with an ExpressVPN would like to tell you about how you could bypass being monitored by the government and all kinds of shit, and then just doing ad reads on top of that by everyone on site. And it was good times.
Kurt, the people's cartographer, putting maps on walls.
So then I did the ad for the all new product wall. You've been subject to the elements. You're out there in the world and it's scary because the elements are befalling you. Let me introduce you to the all new product wall.
Someone literally sent me a map to hang on a wall.
Yeah,
today.
I've got this collection of maps. I don't know what to do with it. I all new product wall. It helps you solve that problem.
There you go.
Yeah. I tried telling jokes to deal with the humor. It was
you got
hit or
to
miss.
Alcohol.
You got
works
to
better.
because it's so fucking dark. No,
I tried telling some really dark jokes because like one of the things they were talking about, how this guy has a future at college, like because he's doing so well in school. And I'm like, so I said to my chat, I'm like, well, I have 3 college degrees. I graduated twice from undergrad, once from law school. So I'm like, how much child pornography can I download? Do I have like some sort of allotment that I can already work against?
You do.
So
It's
like
0.
I can download 20 child pornography images, and I've already worked against that, so it's all okay. What's the amount of child pornography I'm allowed?
0.
Well, that's apparently not the right answer, because this guy with the 16 images and the 17 videos, with the prospect of college,
you have to realize also, it's not like it's easy to find this stuff. It's not like you can just like Google and find this stuff. Like, how does someone even get his hands on that many images? But I'm sorry. Go
No, I was just going to briefly say the 16 and the 17. That's just what's in the record before the court, because the FBI had originally said he possessed well over 500.
And
images.
Also the one distribution that he had didn't count because he did distribute, but it was to an undercover cop, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't really count. So it doesn't it's not really distribution when it's to an undercover cop. That's okay.
What were you saying, Joe? I cut you off.
2 nights ago, I was raging about how sick our society is, because this is what I want to point out to you. When DeSantis writes a bill saying that we're not going to try and sexualize anyone who's like under 8 by letting you talk to them about sexual orientation between K through 3, and the idiots on the left start interpreting that as a "don't say gay" bill and start trying to rebel against it by going gay, 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 and that's what we have with respect to one sickness of our society. So there's a desperation by the left to prime these kids to normalize topics of sex. with them.
Right.
We want to prime them as young as possible when they're even this. Trust me,
Otherwise
if it was
known as
just
grooming.
if it was just kindergarten, they would still be screaming just as loud with the whole gay because they don't care if the kid is 4 years old. They want to be able to start preparing this kid to thinking about what type of different body parts he can stick inside his own body. And that's basically what they want to groom these kids to make it as normal and as natural for them as possible. And on the other hand, the people who actually want to take advantage of these kids, we want to give them no punishment at all. So we want to prepare on one end of the world, the left wants to basically prepare these kids to be as abusable as possible, as easily as abused as possible. And the other hand, when someone takes advantage of the fact that they've been primed for that, we want to make sure that we don't give them any sort of punishment at all. And we give them a tiny little 3-month thing. We're going to sit there and say, we're so sorry. We know how difficult this has been for you and your family. Oh, I feel so bad for you. It is the most disgusting thing in the world that we're pushing and pulling in both ways to try and make sure that kids are ready to be abused sexually, physically, every possible way, to be tortured and turned out in most disgusting ways possible. And then when someone actually takes advantage of them, then we're going to say, oh, yeah, it's really not that bad. Let's give them, we know that the minimum sentence is actually 10 years, but we feel like 4 months here is more than sufficient. That's way too much. That's how sick the left is. It's so aggravating. It's so aggravating. There's zero accountability. It's basically we don't like any laws which stop us from sticking our genitalia into any person, any gender, any age, any family relation, anything. We basically want to be able to stick our genitalia wherever we want, or do whatever we want with other people's genitalia. We want to rip genitalia off of children, give them hormone blockers before they even know what the hell being a boy is. And just tell them like, oh, you probably think you're a girl even though you have a penis, because plenty of girls have a penis, and just start ripping off their genitalia or slapping genitalia on boys. It's the most disgusting thing in the world. I can't even tell you how nauseated I am every time I think about this, just because there's so little regard whatsoever for the purest innocent resource that exists on the globe, and that of these innocent children who have done nothing wrong to anyone, whose basically lives are going to be destroyed by these crazy leftists. And then after their lives are destroyed, they'll be like, oh my God, we never realized this would happen. Who could have possibly foreseen that so many kids would be screwed up by this?
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. And it's amazing because the thing that gets me about that bill is, so they passed the bill. It says you cannot talk to kids at all about sexual orientation, in secret, and when it's not age appropriate. And they're like, what? That says don't say gay. It's like, whoa. I mean, that's
no, that's not what it says at all.
that's not what it says. And why do you go straight to the gay thing?
Yeah, why would you assume gay people want to talk to little kids? That's sex. That's homophobic.
Well, that's homophobic. And the other problem is because it's not that gay people want to talk to kids. It's that there are a bunch of people who want to talk to kids about gay people, right? Like that's the actual thing. And it's the education industrial complex that is doing it. But no, it's a mess. But I gotta say, I love DeSantis, because now Ohio says we're going to one up you. You can't talk to these kids about being gay or none of that shit. And you can't talk to them about being black. So now it's the don't say black or gay bill in Ohio, which is great. Like, and what are they like? What's the argument going to be? Well, what happens when a black kid comes into school and another kid says, well, why is he darker than me? Well, what's the teacher supposed to do then? And it's like, what do you think the teacher's supposed to do? Like, say he's darker than you because he's better than you. That's what they should say. That's the answer they should give. Well, God left him in the oven a little longer. Like, what answer do you want the teacher to give to why is Jimmy blacker than me? Like, why? What publicly?
That's Mendel's Punnett square. We'll explain it to you when you get to biology in 9th grade. There you go.
No, here you go.
Recessive genes.
All right, children, we're going to talk about phrenology. Let's do that one. Here's a lesson on bell curves.
Isn't it interesting, by the way, that as recently as 2016, that both Florida and Ohio were deemed like really contested purple states, and now that they're like, And in 2020 election, they were so deeply red, and now they're passing. These two states of all the states are passing these laws. It's really interesting. I understand that it's the governors who are controlling things, but still, I think it's astonishing when you consider how purple Florida was as recently as 6 years ago, and now how deeply red they were. I mean, 2020, what the left assumed was going to be a contested state was something that they got obliterated in the election, and
Yeah.
now they can't stand it because it's so deeply red.
It's great. It's great.
Yeah, thank God.
Well, they're trying to. It was like the movie Mean Girls, right? Where the one girl kept saying "fetch," and the other girl eventually says, "Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen." That's what the left's been doing to Texas and Florida. They're like, oh yeah, Texas and Florida, they're in contention this year. They're definitely going to be. And then it's like a 10-point spread. It's like, well, I mean, they're in, I guess, the realm of possibility if everybody was convicted for pedophilia the day before the election, maybe. I mean, come on. And
Let's face it, that would only hurt the left that much more. All the pedophiles were locked up. They were all on the left.
Oh man. Okay, so we've got we have these two bills that I want to talk about because they're so vastly different.
You okay there,
but,
Kurt? Kurt, you okay there?
Yeah,
I'm good.
He's reading something.
Okay.
I think. But I know. So someone told me this California bill is like, oh yeah, it makes abortion legal up to 7 days after birth. And I was like, that can't be true. But I just went and I Googled California abortion bill. And the top results are all fact checks saying, no, it doesn't actually allow. So now I know it is true.
Right. The fact checks are what tell you it's true. Well, oh, you okay there? I guess. All right.
He said he'd be right back.
Yeah, it's Bill 2223, right? Is what it is?
I've got it pulled up. Should I guess we can.
You should share it. Yeah,
we should share this. I also have a bunch of super chats. One I have to really quickly grab from Legal Mindset. He said this is a formal cease and desist for your bigotry against purple drank and diabetes. I will not cease nor desist, Legal Mindset. And then we have a huge one from Xanaximus. Thank you. He says, "Hail, Nick. I was hoping I could make a toast. A somewhat mutual friend of ours lost her dog, Smokey, today. He's been her best friend of over 12 years. It's painful seeing someone you care about in grief over the loss of someone so precious to them. I'd appreciate it." Wait, it says a somewhat mutual friend of ours. So like me and you, we have a somewhat mutual friend.
That's what that's how I read it.
Okay.
You don't know anyone who has a dog named Smokey?
I mean, look, Joe, I'm bad with people names.
That's true. Who am I talking to here?
And it's a weakness. I know it is. But my dad described it best. He said, and he was talking about himself, but it applies to me. He says, when people introduce me, I only hear my own name, that's how I am too. It's like, they're like, hey, Nick, I want to introduce you to so-and-so. So-and-so, this is Nick, and Nick, this is so-and-so. And I always just hear me. And I'm like, God, I got to. So that's one thing when you were talking about Drex earlier, and he's very intentional about using names.
Yeah.
Like he's great with names. He remembers people's birthdays and stuff.
Really?
Yeah. And it's like, how the hell do you do that? I'm bad. I'm terrible at that.
I got to tell you, that's a real shortness on your side, because the one thing that I always knew, Rick, is that only people who are very self-absorbed.
You can just jump off of a cliff right now. Bastard. You bastard. Okay, so real quick, to Smokey. Here, let me do this. To Smokey. Well, not me. All of us. Here we go. To Smokey. A dog, a pet, a companion lost by someone that I may know. Or even if I don't, though. If there's someone who's familiar with me, who's a fan of the show, or if they're just a friend of a fan of the show. It always sucks losing a companion, whether they are a skinned companion or a furred companion, because companionship and camaraderie is something we always look for and long for in this world. And when it's taken away from us, it is always taken too soon. So to Smokey and Smokey's owner, may you find peace in the relationship that you had, and may you look for the next one. Cheers.
Amen.
Okay. To that, and there's a bunch of other ones, and I will get to them in just a second. But let's take a quick peek at this bill. Actually, let's take a look at the fact check article, and then we'll look at the bill, because the fact check is really, this is all you really need. So a newspaper article suggesting a proposed California reproductive health bill would legalize the maternal killing of newborn babies. A claim that quickly spread on social media, where users claimed the bill would legalize infanticide, misinterpreted the bill, experts told Reuters. The California Assembly member who introduced the bill filed amendments to further clarify the language used. So let's be real clear on something here. A whole bunch of experts told Reuters that Florida bill didn't say "don't say gay," and everybody else, and they never fact checked that shit. None of them fact checked that. They're all fine with taking the misinterpretation of those bills.
Right.
But
fact checkers find that to be like mostly true.
Yeah.
While technically it doesn't say that, everyone obviously knows that means you can't say the word gay or something stupid like that. So now this, I'm sure, is going to be like almost completely false, even meaning that it's 100% true. So the online Miami Standard story ran with the headline, California introduces new bill that would allow mothers to kill their babies up to 7 days after birth. All right.
Yeah, it refers to the bill as an infanticide bill that would legalize the murder of children up to 9 months gestation and in the weeks after birth. A Twitter post sharing a screenshot of the article has over 6,000 reactions and reads, "A tsunami of evil sweeping the West. I can't even begin to comprehend the depths of this depravity." Another wrote, "I can't wrap my head around this. Is this for real or some sick joke or fake news?" Let me stop real quick here and get to a crucial point. If you believe, and many people do, and if you do, this is your belief. I'm not here to attack it. If you believe, I disagree with it, but I'm not here to attack it. If you believe that a mother should be able to kill her baby up to the day of birth, how could you not agree with the proposition that she could kill the baby up to a week after birth? Because birth is an arbitrary measure of a baby's life. Because some babies are born, like, for example, the Rage Pig's baby was born 4 weeks early. So if you believe that baby, if it was still in the vagina, would be able to be killed, or in the uterus, would be able to be killed up until 40 weeks, but is born at 36, why wouldn't you still have that 4-week buffer? Right? Like, what is the actual difference there? What has changed?
Even though I think that these people are monstrous, the people who call for allowing post-viability abortion to be legalized, I believe that those people are terribly evil, monstrous murderers. If I wanted to Iron Man an argument as far as the distinction about birth, as the most obvious distinction is that a kid who has been born is breathing air, and in the womb they're not. So that's basically makes them completely human versus, I guess, completely, living like any other human, as like you or me, as opposed to while they're 10 minutes before they come out of the womb.
Yeah, but that distinction doesn't make any difference. Like,
I'm not saying that's the best I can give you.
Yeah.
They're monstrous and they're evil. I'm just telling you that's what they would. That's what I imagine they would probably say.
Yeah, because they're biologically, there's no difference. Like, the cervix isn't magical. When you pass it, you don't suddenly become a person. Like, there's nothing happens. Not everybody even passes the cervix. I mean, everybody born by cesarean is some sort of horrific, unnatural mutant, of course. But like, there's nothing inherently different in a baby that's inside the womb versus out. I mean, one is breathing air, the other's lungs are processing a fluid that is going ahead and oxygenating their blood instead. Right? Like, that's how it goes. So it's fucking weird.
By the way, just for your own perspective, because I see some people talking about Jewish law. Jewish law is very against abortion. Unfortunately, many Jews are very against Jewish law. But Jewish law is actually.
You have to help me out on this one. Does Jewish law deal with quickening?
No. No,
Because I know Islamic law deals with that a little bit.
I know. No.
Our,
Although we
our
basically
abortion
say,
decisions are based on quickening.
Yeah. I mean, even old school, English law is based on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, Roe versus Wade, remembering that Roe versus Wade was decided when ultrasounds were still literally only in a laboratory. And so the quickening, the ensoulment, the time when the baby starts moving is this recognized time in the pregnancy. And for Roe versus Wade, that's one of the reasons they picked that the first 2 trimesters were important. The quickening, it's 27 weeks, right? Is the quickening?
Right.
Well, yeah. For those of you who are struggling with the concept, the way I like to introduce people to the concept is from the movie The Quick and the Dead, because quick is another term for living. That's where the title comes from.
Oh, is it?
Right.
Yeah. It's what quick means, is living. So quickening is the point in which a fetus is deemed to be a life. In Islamic law, I believe it's 40 days as a term. In old school English law, it was when the fetus first moved, which is roughly around the same time period as I understand it. But this is some old school common law shit. We're going back a couple hundred years.
Roe v. Wade went all the way back, I think, to like Greek times, as far as trying to figure out what's proper morality. To answer your question, Jewish law basically fixates that we put primary concern on the life of the mother, and if the liberating of this baby is for one reason or another going to more create a great risk of the mother dying, in that case you can find a basis to get permission to abort the baby, but otherwise, no, that baby, you can't interrupt that natural cycle.
Yeah, I this is a very unpopular opinion. I think the idea of viability as a benchmark, although maybe it has some practical problems, is ideologically sound. It's perhaps a unique opinion, but I think the Supreme Court, looking for a more uniform standard, might set it at like something like 20 weeks or 16 weeks or whatever the number is. But I think pushing it all the way back to conception, I can't quite get there from a logical standpoint.
Well, ideally, the viability standard would be a necessarily decreasing time, right? As medical technology improves, theoretically, viability
one would imagine at some point in the future there will be artificial wombs which will be able to deal with it from any point of conception.
Right, and so viability would be literally at that point.
So you have to try to account for that in trying to devise a standard, because you have to deal with the eventual.
Right, and my problem with the viability standard is that it should move. The needle should move, and viability is definitely earlier now than it was in 1992 with Planned Parenthood versus Casey, but the actual viability timeline has not moved along with medical technology. That's where I.
You mean the legal viability timeline?
Yeah, legal viability is still set at 24 weeks or whatever.
Right.
But now we are delivering babies in the 20th and 21st week. And
I don't know about the 20th, but 21st, I believe, is true.
Well, it depends on how you call it, but 20 weeks, 5 days is technically, I guess, the 21st week. So, but yeah, there's a Minnesota baby born at 20 weeks and 3 days, I think, or something like that, and is now over a year old and appears to be otherwise healthy.
I thought it was 21 and 3, but you might be right.
No, it's definitely under 21 has been delivered.
Fair enough.
It's still a very, very risky, right? And very, very rare. But that should necessarily, as things improve, it should go further and further. But my problem is that the legal standard.
My position on this issue has definitely moved since I was younger. When I was an undergrad, or I would have agreed from the moment of conception. But I think that for myself, it seems a bit difficult to get to that point. I think those who are arguing for the moment before birth, which seems to be New York State at this point, are insane. It doesn't make any sense. Like the moment
Washington,
before,
D.C. too.
yeah, it's like the moment before birth. It's like, how can that possibly be right? Nothing's really different. And so then the question becomes, where do you draw the line? And trying to draw a line that makes sense is difficult, but viability, at least conceptually, at least in my own head, makes sense. And I've tried to explain this. And if I'd be more sober, I could explain it more coherently.
What about the concept of when they feel pain?
I don't know that. I don't like the pain thing, the pain standard personally, because I don't think that the ability to feel pain is an appropriate moral barometer or legal barometer, because there are people who don't feel pain, right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't speak to it super intelligently, but I imagine that things that we would not consider to be worth moral value feel pain.
Okay, so what makes viability an appropriate thing? You're saying viability.
I'm not sober enough.
No,
to
but
do this in detail.
If you're talking,
I have to walk through an entire fucking analysis. You're asking for a complicated question, man.
If you're asking, you're saying morality is based on viability. I mean, I can give you a lot.
I didn't think he said morality was. I think he said legality. It's a workable standard. Viability is a workable legal standard.
True. Yeah, you were the one who actually, when I said pain, you said that's not a moral standard that you actually endorse.
Yeah, because there are people with a brain defect that prevents them from feeling pain. I don't think that should be the determinant factor of whether or not we can kill them.
No, that doesn't mean we can kill them. But if someone is feeling pain, then you can't kill them. That's the point.
But if someone isn't feeling pain, you can't kill them either.
I understand that, but it's not that there are other. No, there are a number of bases to prohibit killing something. One of those bases is that they have brain function. Another is that they can feel pain. You don't need to. It's not like once we lose one of those, now you can go ahead and kill them. It's that if they have any of them, you cannot kill them. So, but if you're using the pain standard, but let me ask you about this theory. What about when we conceptualize something as being a fetus versus being a zygote or whatever it is?
Embryo.
An embryo. Yeah.
Zygote's earlier than embryo.
All right, so from embryo to fetus, once it crosses from embryo to fetus, because I think it's a fetus once it has, it becomes a fetus once it has its organs, right? Is that when it's?
I honestly don't know the distinction.
I'm not a biologist.
Yeah, I'm not a biologist either.
Once it's got those little nubs and a vestigial tail, you can't.
Another thing people use is the heartbeat test. Is that they say once it has a heartbeat, that's basically what Texas was basically using, is they created the heartbeat law, right? Is that they said once it's got a heartbeat, now you can no longer no longer have an abortion. It's an interest. Let me ask you this before we get to Oklahoma. I guess we can get to Oklahoma. I'll ask the question once we start covering that.
Let me
California. Let
me clarify something. I think abortion should entirely be a state by state issue, as in I think there should be no federal abortion protection or limitation or anything like that. I just think
basing that on a purely constitutional framework?
On the 10th Amendment?
I'm just curious, because I think you can get there if you're trying to argue that from a constitutional perspective. I think you can get there.
Yeah, I just don't see how abortion is a federal right protected by the Constitution. I mean, even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said Roe versus Wade is trash, and it is trash. I mean, it's a completely trash opinion. It doesn't make any fucking logical sense. There's nothing to base it on. It doesn't make anything from first principles. Right. So if you're dealing with this from a constitutional perspective, then I think it would be, because healthcare is traditionally a state by state issue. It's classically. Yeah.
And so
in my state, I would prefer that there be no abortion at all. That would be my preference.
It all comes down to police power, because as Jacobson said, healthcare is police power. Police power is uniquely the state. Yes. That's why this is all uniquely the state. Jacobson is the one case that basically decides everything that governs in 2022. It governs COVID laws. It governs abortion.
Jacobson has its limits, but the fundamental principle is right, that healthcare is a principle of the state level authority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry, I cut you off, Nick. You go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say that someone said you're a libertarian, so do you support laws against abortion? Yeah, I think the quintessential and fundamental function of the state is protecting the life of the citizenry, and I see a baby being born as a citizen that deserves protection, in the same way that I would see a 1 or 2 year old under the care of a parent as someone in need of occasional protection. I don't see how that suddenly shifts because they're not born yet. That's my personal perspective. So what I'm saying is, if I had my way, abortion would be entirely a state issue, and the state, I would lobby in my state for no abortion rights or whatever at all, that it would be entirely a right to life state. I think that is the function of the state government, is to provide that environment for a child and a future citizen to live. And I think I can also support the idea that a potential life or a future life or whatever.
I think that might make sense. It might be difficult to find anything in the federal constitution that would prohibit abortion at the moment of birth, because like if a state allowed for that, like New York.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure where you could go to in the federal constitution to prohibit that concept.
I'm not sure where you
unless you want to go to quickening, unless you want to go some old school shit and try to get there under that theory.
I don't know where you could go in the Constitution to prevent legalized murder in general. Like, I don't know, like 30-year-old abortion. What is there
on
to
the federal
actually
level?
From the federal Constitution? I don't see anything, because life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is in the preamble.
You might be right.
It's not in any operative.
Well, I mean,
text.
at this point, we're just undoing Wickard v. Filbert, and I'm a happy clam. You know how I go, how I roll.
These shittiest decisions.
I mean, we might disagree on Marbury versus Madison, but we don't disagree on Wickard.
Anybody who does disagree with Wickard, with me on Wickard, cannot be my friend.
No, we don't disagree about Wickard. Wickard's fucking bullshit.
But no, so like that's where I am. But here, let's take a peek at this. So the part of the bill that is generating the most concern is Section 7A, which reads, quote, "Notwithstanding any other law, a person shall not be subject to civil or criminal liability or penalty, or otherwise deprived of their rights based on their actions or omissions with respect to their pregnancy or actual, potential, or alleged pregnancy outcome, including miscarriage, stillbirth, abortion, or perinatal death." Perinatal being after birth death. So this is apparently the part that is drawing concern, is it basically says a person shall not be subject to civil or criminal liability or penalty for perinatal death.
What does perinatal actually technically mean? Just anything after birth?
7 days.
I believe so.
7 days.
No, I mean, that's why I'm asking technically, because if I kill you, is that perinatal?
The WHO defines perinatal as the
perinatal.
Fuck the WHO. What the fuck do I care about the WHO thing?
Well, I think
the dictionary definition is relating to the time, usually a number of weeks immediately before and after birth. Medical definition of perinatal is pertaining to the period immediately before and after birth. Perinatal period is defined in diverse ways. I don't know if there's a legal definition in the bill.
So it might be more than a week. You're saying it might be 3 weeks after. As baby's a screamer, he obviously
the 7 days comes from the 7 day thing comes from the original news story, I believe.
Right.
I have other problems with this.
I think the original news story cited the WHO or CDC.
If I'm a criminal defense attorney, I'll say it means 4 years. Fuck you.
Exactly. So the worry for several readers and commentators online is language around perinatal death, which some fear exempts parents from prosecution for murder. One Twitter user quoting the section, here's the worrying part. A representative for Wix quoted her as saying about the online claims, quote, "Anti-abortion activists are peddling an absurd and disingenuous argument that this bill is about killing newborns, when ironically the part of the bill they're pointing to is about protecting and supporting parents experiencing the grief of pregnancy loss." Now, this is something from the bill. They go through, they have their thing at the beginning here, and then they have a bunch of findings. This one gets me. So this finding here, across the country, people have been criminally prosecuted for having miscarriages or stillbirths or for self-managing an abortion. That means they shoved the coat hanger into their uterus.
When did that happen?
That's what I want to know. When and where? Who and how many people are actually
Across the country.
And
California
why
has-
is California's concerned about what happens across the country
What?
more than what happens in Siam? What they
It
should
says
care about is what's happening in California.
California has not been exempt, despite
Okay.
clear
Really?
law that
When does that
ending a-
happen in California? Provide some instances, please.
It says police have investigated and prosecutors have charged people with
Bullshit.
homicide for pregnancy losses.
Right. When?
Which I want to know when. I
Yeah.
want to know. I want
Yeah.
some data on this.
Give me
I wanna
the
know how
name. I
many.
want to know the name of the defendant. Give me the name of the defendant.
Yeah. Oh, but let's start at this because this whole section is great. So these are the legislature's finding of facts, right? They're find and declare the following. Look at number 1, 1A. Holy crap. I'll make it bigger. Or I made it bigger so we can look at this. Reproductive justice is a framework created by Black women in 1994 to address the intersectional and multifactored issues that women of color and their families face in society.
What the
This
hell?
is 1A of the findings of the legislature in this bill. This is enough to say that this bill's a bunch of bullshit.
Yep. What the hell is? Well, first of all, what is reproductive justice? I mean, what does that even?
Joe,
what does that
it's a
even really
framework created by Black women in 1994 to address the intersectional and multifactored
mean?
issues.
Who were these Black women in 1994? What? And it's like, did they do it only for Black people? Were they doing it for everyone? It was to address the intersectional and multifactored issues. What are intersectional issues?
Oh,
that
I
have to do
can't.
with
If you don't
reproductive
know what an
justice?
intersectional
is-
issue is, I can't even have you on this show anymore, you bigot.
I'm. I don't even understand this. This is such a freaking word salad. I'm a lawyer. I'm supposed to be able to read stuff like this and explain it to people, and this is just freaking word salad. Reproductive justice, intersectional, multifactored issues, women of color and family. What does that mean?
Here we go. Reproductive justice, so this is B, is the human right to control our bodies, sexuality, gender, work, and reproduction. Work doesn't. One of these things is not like the other. That right can only be achieved when all people, particularly women and girls, have the complete economic, social, and political power and resources to make healthy decisions about their bodies, families, and communities in all areas of their lives. At the core of reproductive justice is that so just all people, but really just women and girls.
Yeah,
Have
no.
all
What
of
this,
the
and
power.
by the way, but what this really means is that we should pay women to get pregnant if they get pregnant. That women who get pregnant should automatically get money because they have to be able to make their complete economic, healthy decisions. So we should give them each thousands of dollars every time a woman gets pregnant. So this way,
Well,
we
they
can make sure they have reproductive justice.
notice the first one they pick is economic.
That's why
because
I picked it. Yeah.
because this is the one of the go-tos of the abortion is the health of the woman is her economic health is included. So they say that women need to have unfettered access to abortion because of their economic well-being, because the child will be a financial drain and therefore they have to look out for their economic well-being.
That
which
applies
is-
to 3-year-old kids also. It doesn't just apply to pregnant women.
Yeah. Wow. It applies even more as they get older. I mean, what the hell, when you got to buy them a car or whatever, it's even worse.
I can kill them now.
At the
That's
core of
reproductive justice.
At the core of reproductive justice is the belief in the right to bodily autonomy, except for a jab, the right to have children, the right to not have children, which everybody has
And the right,
these two rights.
And the right to get rid of your children. That's basically
and
it.
the right to parent the children we have with dignity and respect in safe and sustainable communities. What this means, they don't, this is code language for letting your kid be gay and pick their gender. I mean, that's what this means.
Yeah.
Right here. Parenting the children with dignity and respect. But this gets way worse. By the way, this gets more and more offensive as we go. Especially D. A critical part of realizing reproductive justice for people in California is clarifying that there should be no civil and criminal penalties for people's actual potential or alleged pregnancy outcomes. And then finally,
before we get to D, let me just cut my light here because I feel bad. Lady Lawgic's trying to sleep.
Oh, sure. Is she in the room with you?
Yeah, I moved my studio down here, and
you broadcast from the room where your wife is sleeping.
technically she's sleeping in my studio. If you really want to know.
Wow.
She should beat
Wow.
This was her idea.
Here we go. Here we
Right.
go. This is my favorite. Across the country, people have been criminally prosecuted for having miscarriages or stillbirths, or for self-managing an abortion. California has not been exempt.
When?
Despite this one is amazing. The self-managing. This comes back up in a second. But yeah, despite clear law that ending or losing a pregnancy is not a crime, police have investigated and prosecutors have charged people with homicide for pregnancy losses.
When in California?
Someone in the chat said that they found 2 cases. Both of them were drug addicts who had miscarriages. So I guess it's possible.
That whole self-managing abortion reminds me of Stephen Lynch. Do you remember? Are you old enough to remember Stephen Lynch?
No.
I remember the name, but I worked with a guy named Steve Lynch that was not spelled the same way. So I always think of him fondly, but I don't.
Stephen Lynch was a musical comedian who wrote some really.
I like his work.
Yeah, he's pretty funny. He's got a few great songs like Big Fat Friend, and yeah, and he has one song. He has one song which he says, "This one's for the ladies." And and then basically it's this man singing this sweet little sonnet to his girlfriend as he slowly slides the hanger up the inside of her thigh.
Oh my god. Okay, so here we go.
All right, I'm gonna sign off for now, guys.
Good
all
night,
right,
my
later,
friend.
buddy. Thanks for popping
Later.
on. Thanks
Bye.
for sending me that transcript. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Okay, here we go.
Special Fred is really good also.
Also across the country, pregnant people are under threat of civil penalties for their actual potential or alleged pregnancy outcomes. And civil penalties have been threatened against people who aid or assist pregnant people in exercising their rights. This is the Texas bill. That's all this is. This is the Texas bill.
We hate Texas.
Pregnancy can end in a range of outcomes. Nationwide.
So wait, are they declaring themselves as the haven for out-of-state people who want to get an abortion?
I guess.
In other words, is part of the point to this that we want to be the place that people can come to if they're a Texan woman and you want to get an abortion, that you can come here and you'll be free from prosecution. I believe that's.
Did you say woman? What about uterine bound men?
Yes, women or you
fucking bigot.
That anyone with double X chromosomes can basically come into California and pop their kid not pop their kid out, but basically get rid of that pregnancy and not have to fear repercussions from the state of Texas or Ohio or Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide G. G's the rage inducer. But here we go. Pregnancies can end in a range of outcomes nationwide. As many as 1 in 5 known pregnancies end in miscarriage. In California, as many as 2,365 pregnancies per year end in stillbirth, meaning perinatal loss after 20 weeks gestation. Many pregnancy losses have no known explanation. Many of them, but many of them also do.
Many of them have a very well-known explanation.
For example, one of my relatives had a stillbirth. It was awful. It was right after my 5th child was born. And my wife was actually unable to attend the stillborn baby's funeral because she was still in the hospital. It was that close, right?
By the way, speaking of stillborns, you heard about the woman who had the anti-abortion woman who had 5 fetuses in her basement? You covered that?
Yeah, I haven't covered it, but yeah, I heard about it. And there's some interesting stuff going on with those. It kind of they're now saying it looks like maybe those were evidence that those were potentially failed abortions,
right?
That were killed after birth.
Right. That's what they, in fact, when I first heard this story, I was horrified by it. I had a whole humanities section, which, I like addressing ethics on my show as a frequent part of the segment. And I actually had a whole thing as to whether or not it would be ethically correct to, keep a fetus for the purpose of scaring women, shocking women out of getting an abortion. Because you just talked about having a funeral for a stillborn, and And you can ask, people ask, what happens to this fetus? What do they do with the fetus after they get rid of it? And many people bury them, or others will, they'll cremate. And
Yeah, and this one was this baby that was stillborn was like 30 weeks along. I
Mhm.
mean, the stillborn baby was small, but it was a baby. It did not look like a fetus. It wasn't misshapen, and it was a complete fluke. They knew exactly what happened. The baby was healthy in the morning, and then something happened, and the umbilical cord kinked, and blood flow stopped to the baby. That's it.
Wow.
It's just complete, like, baby was otherwise healthy. There were no defects. Everything was moving along. And literally it was that morning they were fine. And then the baby stopped moving. So mom went back in, and
That's
doctor had to deliver the bad news. It was awful. But
That's terrible.
many
I'll tell you,
times,
my second kid was born. My wife was had been in labor for like, I don't know, 16 hours or so. And we were just, waiting for, the right time for him to come out. And all of a sudden the doctor comes in and says, yeah, so the baby's not dropping, and we were able to see that he's not getting enough oxygen and that he has 20 minutes to live. So we're going to be doing a C-section right now.
yeah,
And like, that is like the freaky, and like the one thing, my wife was terrified about getting a C-section, and she was like, no. And like the doctor like looked at me, and he's like, we need your approval to do this. Otherwise, and I just like looked at her, and I looked at him. He's like, if you don't say yes, your son is going to die.
yeah,
So I just sort of looked at her, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry. And she was screaming, no. It was really traumatic. She's screaming
right.
like, no. She did not want to get cut. And yeah, it was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. And it was awful, because here it is. I'm like basically overriding her about what they're going to do to her. But I was, when the doctor says to you, your son has 20 minutes to live, you have to make a decision right now.
Yep.
You sort of say, all right, she's not in her right state. This is what she would want me to do if she was. So it was hard.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
and that's what you got to do. Unfortunately, like, that's how it goes. And
Yeah.
they have those times where it's like, nope, minutes matter here.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how fast they can get a baby out.
Oh yeah.
Like 2 minutes. I mean, they're like, baby's out.
Well,
Like,
there was
holy hell.
it was even more traumatic, because they didn't get her under, and she's screaming that she can feel him cutting her, and I was
Ooh, shit.
they threw me, and I was like, what the hell is going on? They threw me out of there, and like,
Yeah. They
Yeah.
my third was born by emergency cesarean, because she was let's see, she was head down, and then my wife went to get in the bathtub to relax, in the hospital, and then the baby switched. It flipped back. She flipped back to transverse,
Right.
so she's laying across the stomach, and then the doctor's like, okay, we gotta try and do a version. That's where they stick their hands in the belly, and they try and force the baby to turn
Right.
inside.
Right.
And
They try
so
to manipulate the baby.
right. And when he did that, the water broke,
Mhm.
and the baby's arms started coming out.
Wow.
And so the doctor's like trying to shove the arm back in,
Mhm.
because if he delivered the baby vaginally with the arm out, it would break the
Right, the
shoulder
arm.
or the arm. And then
Right.
he's like, can't do that. And the baby was holding on to his to his hand.
Right.
And
It's
so
freaky.
he's like, okay, well, we got to cesarean this baby, and we got to do it now. So then they wheeled her out. And I mean, before I could even be scrubbed up, they had the baby out. I mean, it was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, they actually told me afterwards that the umbilical cord had been wrapped around his neck, which is why he wasn't dropping.
Yeah.
So
It's
anyhow.
guys, I have 5 individual birth stories, and all of them are fucking terrible. But they all turned out okay.
Thank God.
Doctors are very good at what they do.
Amazing. They are
When you're
amazing.
sitting there watching, you're like, oh my God, how does anybody even come into this world? It's
Yeah.
phenomenal. Okay, so here we go. This is the section. After I read G, I'm gonna read some super chats, because this one
Okay.
pisses me off a lot.
Okay.
Here we go. People also need to end pregnancies by abortion. including self-managed abortion, which means ending one's own
Why?
pregnancy outside of the medical system.
Why do people need that? Why is that like a necessary thing that we have to allow that? Why is that something that like we must legalize the right to stick your fingers or instruments inside a woman and kill a baby inside there? Why is that a need that must happen?
And-
That's
and-
the finding. Like what
and-
sort of analysis do they do to reach that
Joe,
finding?
self-managed abortion. You know that all that bullshit where we have to have legal abortion, otherwise women will do back alley abortions or whatever
Yeah.
outside. This is the back alley abortion.
Yep.
And they're saying, no, they need that too. They need to have that. That is required. They have to be able to do that whole safe, legal, and rare. Like, oh, that's what we want abortions to be. That's
Mm.
complete. California's blowing that up, saying, nope, we actually literally don't give a shit. Shove a coat hanger in there, scramble up the eggs, and spit out an omelet. Because we don't actually care if you go in. We don't care what drugs you put in your body. We don't care how you do it. They don't care about women. They literally put abortion on a pedestal above women, above the children, above everything else. Abortion is their fucking god.
It's awful. It's evil. It's pure, unadulterated evil. It really is.
It's so frustrating because like we're gonna go back to that in a minute, but this whole argument is always predicated in falsehood. And one of my dear friends is very pro-choice, very far to the left, but I still like him because he's honest about it. He's honest about what it is. And we used to have these long abortion debates till like 3 and 4 in the morning on Facebook Messenger while I was in law school and stuff. He's an old high school friend. And he like one time we were both drunk. I'm yelling at him and I'm like, it's a baby. You're murdering a baby. He's like, yes, I'm killing a baby. And I'm okay with that. I'm saying that I am fine with it. It's like, well, okay. Like, at least we're not trying to pussyfoot around. Well, it's a fetus. It's a potential life. He's like, no, it's fine. I'm okay with saying that at some point, you get the right to kill a baby. So,
who was it that who was it like that wrote the who was the author of Gulliver's Travels? What was his name?
Shit, I don't remember. I can look it up here.
Because he wrote this whole
Jonathan Swift.
Yeah, Jonathan Swift. Yeah, I thought it was Swift. So he wrote that whole thing.
Yeah, me
about
too.
Common...
That's what I thought.
Shut up. So no, he wrote this thing. He wrote a famous thing which was basically rooted in sarcasm about the cure for the potato famine being for people to eat babies, and it was rooted in sarcasm. But the whole point was that, like, hey, look, if you have a problem, so like this is how we can solve the problem, and think of all you're saving mouths, and it's like, 2 birds with 1 stone, 1 less mouth, more food for the rest of the family, sure. And basic, and I forgot what it was called. Yeah, Modest Proposal. Someone said that was right. He wrote a Modest Proposal, and that's basically what California. That's what your friend is basically arguing. This is what's benefiting society in the long run, and who's here and who we care about, and we don't really care about babies. They can't really fight too hard. Can't really stop you. So, yeah, that's essentially California is actually living out the parody that Jonathan Swift was creating in A Modest Proposal. It's just they're horrifying people. I mean, they're soulless. They're demons.
I just like, to me, it just pisses me off the dishonesty, because the dishonesty is marketing, right? Yeah. And in this particular thing, the marketing is always, well, if we don't have abortion laws that are robust and protect women, then we'll have women in back alleys having abortions with coat hangers, and these unlicensed doctors, and it'll be very unsafe and very unfair. And California is now saying, no, they get to do, we want that anyway. We want that for women too, because they need that. That's what they need to do. And it's exposed, it's out there, and it pisses me off.
How, if you think about it, how is that any different from saying babies are really tasty? There's no other food that tastes like babies, so we should allow people to eat babies. That's a need we have. If you're saying that basically we're going to disregard this person's rights because of the fact that, look, we're allowed to kill babies because this is what people need. So you can establish need rooted in anything. So
Right.
now
Oh,
you
yeah.
make it economics. You can make it about like, look, they're particularly tasty. So
Well, that's why I have problems with like the pain thing, or when people say, well, it's brain function, or it's uh, consciousness or whatever. It's like, wait, so there are a bunch of people who, or it's, you know, the ability to survive on their own. It's like, well, what does that mean? Because, you know, if you leave a baby alone for a little while at all, it's going to die, right? Like they're not very self-sufficient. We as mammals take care of our young, and we have much higher success rates with infant mortality than other species do. But the thing is, they have long gestations, and then they have long development periods where they need tons of help and they need an attentive parent. That's sort of a mammalian.
that's the whole mammal thing. Yeah, that's one of the
Right,
hangups about
practice.
being a mammal is they need a mama.
Right. Otherwise, like our women would just ovulate all over the place, and we just come by and jerk off, and a bunch of little us's would run around and kill each other, and like 3 would live, and we'd be like, oh, good. That's a great turnout. Like, could you imagine what a mess that would be? All over the floor. Okay. Let me read some of these super chats because I'm way behind on them.
Do it.
Mexican Flash says, Nick, I just did my taxes. I'm going to get back over $1,000 from the feds. Too bad I had to pay over $400 to California for not having health insurance, and I'm fixing to holler. Well, sorry to hear that, brother. But that's not bad. You're still netting $600 back. That's cool.
You must be doing well if you're paying 40%. Right?
I'm not getting a damn thing back. I'm paying in a shitload of money.
Oh yeah.
Ed Gain says, Nick, can I get a toast for my friend Tom B? He got into an altercation with janitorial staff and was shot by security. F's in chat for a fallen hero. Wait, what?
You know, one way to get around that, by the way, is if you increase your expenses in your overhead.
You know, I've done that
by compensating like your guests. Especially
but then they'd have to pay taxes. So that
people who are frequent guests. See, so like that's a way around the problem a little bit.
Then they would have to pay taxes on that income, and I just cannot countenance.
I'm just saying,
putting them through that. I mean, could you imagine having to have another?
I'm like basically, it's like basically the opposite of Susan. My relationship with you, if you think about it, because when you have Susan, every dollar that comes to Susan, she takes 30 cents. But with you, every dollar you give me only costs you 50 cents. It's not just me. Just throwing ideas.
This has to be a meme.
I'm throwing ideas out there at you.
What is this Tom B thing? This has got to be some meme.
What?
Right. This Tom B got into an altercation with janitorial staff and was shot by security. F's in chats for a fallen hero. That's gotta be some meme I don't get.
I don't know.
I don't buy it. Well, to Tom B, to whatever meme this is, to the fallen hero, Tom B, probably someone horrible. I'm guessing or toasting. But
to Satan. God bless Satan.
but cheers to you, sir. May you pass on in the afterlife. Hopefully it's not in hell where you belong. Okay, Davisar says, Nick, can I get a toast for my buddy Liquid Indigo? It's been 3 years and he's still typing. I think he's dead and collapsed on his keyboard. To Liquid Indigo.
To Liquid Indigo.
One day he shall rise, and the sentence will just be hi. That'll be it. 3 years.
And you'll know
little
he's
dots will be there, and it's just gonna be hi. You're gonna be like, dude, bro, dude. Dieter says, Nick, please damn it. Eduardo and Thomas, who passed during while slipping on lube in their last gangbang, they will be missed. Yes, cheers to them. Cheers to Eduardo and Thomas. Slipping on lube. Did you notice? Did you see the story of the Utah woman hiking in the Grand Canyon who fell 20 feet and died?
Really?
Yeah,
So she's the original eggshell skull case.
I guess. But I thought about it and I'm like, 20 feet is a long fucking way when you really get down to it. I mean, that's the roof of your house.
You would think it would be like
If you have a two-story.
broken legs, if like unless they like really.
What if you landed on your teeth?
Yeah.
Some
I'll tell
bad
you this
planning
much.
on that landing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would have to like if your hands were like tied behind your back, then I could see like, and your legs were sort of like, it probably is not a quick death.
Look, the
probably not
chat's like 20 feet is far. 20 feet. I know, but like when you're in the Grand Canyon, right? Like 20
Right, you would
feet
think it's like
isn't far.
300 feet. That's what you
and
picture.
We all know from Joe that gravity is actually relative to the depth of the canyon. So like if you were in a normal place, 20 feet would kill you, but the Grand Canyon is like 1,200 feet deep. And so relative to the Grand Canyon only falling 20 feet, that's like barely even that's barely over a percentage.
Yeah, that's tiny. That sounds like
that's
she got
fine.
robbed. No, but
Yeah.
here's the thing, like you could sort of feel bad for her. Is like if she had fallen 300 feet, she probably would have died like on impact and never felt it.
Yeah.
But like 20 feet, she must have been laying there for like hours dying.
I think what happened is she fell 20 feet, twisted her ankle, and was bitching about it so much that they put a pillow over her face. Shut up.
Shut up, woman.
God, you whiner.
So sick of that woman. Man, your fractured femurs. Ooh, boo-hoo, you. Shut up.
Tom Bombathrill says, Nick, can we have a toast for my buddy Trent Idio? He stopped a nuclear meltdown at his power plant, saving thousands, but now he literally glows. To all the glow in the darks out there.
Nice. So the glow.
May you always be struck in the night by SUVs piloted by the late Terry Davis's ghost. I see you, you CIA glowies. Wolfgang, it says, if you marry a woman and you find out in the sack that it was a man, did you really marry them? Just asking for contingency. Yes, after Obergefell, actually, that was in the decision by the Supreme Court justices, was to clarify that, yeah, if you do marry someone and then you pull their pants down, there's a big penis there, that you did still marry them and you're legally bound to them.
Is that really true?
Also, look at me. I'm the vagina now. Jack Riley says, hey, Nick, mind toasting to my mom. Don't worry, she's still alive. She helped me get out of a dark place. Car was months overdue, and I had all but given up. She dragged me out of the dirt the moment she learned about my troubles. Oh, my goodness. That's a real chat. That's a real toast.
There you go.
I think we can actually do that one. I spent a bunch of liquor on fake toast, and now I'm going to be more trashed than I intended. It'll be perfect.
Then
okay,
I'll be the captain of this boat.
To Jack Riley's mom, doing what moms do, right? Looking out for us always.
Amen.
Even well into our venerable years, when moms find out there's trouble and they have a solution for it, they don't hesitate. They jump in. It's not always the same solution. It's not the same for every mom, and they don't always have the same resources. But we know that moms always put forth the maximum effort that they're able to do, because that's what makes them moms.
Yep.
And there are women out there who have birthed children who don't do that, and that's why they're not moms.
Right.
We know
just
that
mothers
as well.
who effed.
So, to Jack Riley's mom, one of the good ones. Cheers.
Amen.
Potentially criminal says dueling abortions, aka the Kingpin Invitational. Oh, no, come on. Don't do Ralph. Yeah, do Ralph 30 like that. Cole Roberts says, are law school clinics worth enrolling in for the experience, or is it better to clerk and work summer jobs? I have zero plans on working big law. I have no idea. I didn't do either of those things. I had no time.
What is a law school clinic?
Clinic is like,
I would assume it's basically this that we're doing now is a law school clinic.
No, that's not it. Some law schools will have like they'll have a thing where they actually have law students providing free legal services and legal advice to people under supervision of a professor and a licensed attorney. So it's almost like working as an intern for a firm, but instead of a firm, it's a specific law school program, usually with a particular justice aim, like the Innocence Project, for example, right? Like the Innocence Project, I think started, if it's not still, with a bunch of law students under the direction of one professor saying, there are a bunch of people on death row that we think might be there, incorrectly. And so we're going to look into these cases and try and find people and provide the documentation or representation that they can't afford or have given up on. So I know in Minnesota, there was, at my law school, there was like a family law clinic that you could do where you would be assisted in providing people legal aid style services through the law school. But I didn't do any of that shit because I didn't have any time. Like I had kids and a wife, and I wanted to go back to them. I didn't want to spend any more time at that school than I needed to.
You know, they have the Innocence Project, but no, they don't have the Guilty Project. That's what they really do need. Because sometimes, like yesterday, I was actually covering a story. I don't know if you heard the story about Melissa Lucio. Do you know who she is?
Mm-mm.
She's a Latino Texan woman who had, I don't know, somewhere between 9 and 13 children. And one of them was a 2-year-old who died. Well, no, we can say killed because she was found guilty of murdering in 2007, 2-year-old who she said fell downstairs. And basically, when they looked at the body, they said this is the worst form of child abuse they had ever seen in their lives. That she had a broken arm from weeks earlier. There was parts of her hair that had been ripped out by the root. That she confessed to this killing after hours of being detained. That there were bite marks, and that the mother admitted that she bit the kid from time to time. Like awful, terrible. Like two different doctors said it was easily the worst case of child abuse they had seen in decades of medical work. And the Innocence Project is fighting like crazy to keep her from being executed after 16 years of sitting on death row and numerous appeals. So they're trying to keep, because there was a documentary that came out 2 years ago, basically saying that, like, well, we're not so sure that confession that she gave was, so perfect or whatever, because she was.
By the way, let me give legal advice to everybody on death row. Have somebody make a fucking documentary about you.
Oh my God. Kim Kardashian is going to bat for her. Everyone, because anyone who saw the documentary is now like.
And you can take any death row case, by the way, and you can make a documentary about how they were wronged by the system. They've done it, and everything was bad. Is their life and situation? You can get some Will Smith wannabe out there. You can get some dumb fucking celebrity to come and buy your story, and all of them will. And oh my God, I just watched the Netflix special on Jeffrey Dahmer. He was really just a man out looking for love and finding it in his refrigerator. Come on. Anybody can have a documentary made to make them look not terrible. But these people, many of them, most of them, the majority of them are monsters.
When paramedics came to the house, this 2-year-old was laying on the floor out of arm's reach from the mother. Like the mother was like on the other side of the kitchen and just just leaving her. Like she was like basically lifeless on the floor. And she's like, oh yeah, there she is. It's like, that's how heartless this woman is. Even if she had fallen down the stairs, I mean, the paramedics were in shock. They actually said they were noting this because it's so unusual to see a mother so disregarding their own kid. Like if a kid falls down the stairs, you're cradling them, you're trying to comfort them. She's letting this 2-year-old lay on the floor lifeless, and she's like, oh yeah, she's over there. It's like, wow. Just for neglect alone, she should get the chair. I mean,
how are you on crucifixions, Joe? Are you okay with those?
It's not like on principle. It's not like my thing. It's not my preferred. I am big. Like if it's on the wall, look, you happen to have a crucifix on the wall, I'm good. Then fine. Do it.
So you watched Reacher then?
No.
Oh, that was how the evil gang murdered people. They would nail them to the wall They crucify them on the wall with big like fucking spikes in their wrists and feet or whatever. Then they chop off their testicles and feed them to them.
Oh,
Yeah, that show was awesome, by the way.
Actual crucifixion, they used to, and they didn't actually use nails. You know, they used
No. That was
they
they
would
just
bind
tied
them.
them up there.
Yeah, they're fine. Leave them there for like days, so they starved to death.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Like the nails sound bad, but they were also like it was just the hanging would eventually kill you, like that too. Like something about your muscles and ligaments start tearing, and the pain will put your body into shock, and you'll eventually die if you don't get into a recovery. That's why they would break their knees, because they'd have them standing on a platform for a while. But if they would come up and they'd bust their knees or whatever, so they couldn't stand anymore, and that hanging motion would actually would cause a lot of upper body trauma.
But I heard it would induce many to sing, "Always look on the bright side of life."
I wish I was better at whistling, so I could do
Me
that.
too.
Yeah. No, that's God, what a great scene. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. Red Mage 13 says apparently the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial is going to be held in my home turf county of Fairfax in Northern Virginia. Confused as to why here specifically. There's no anti-slap in Virginia. That's the main reason. Either way, looking forward to your coverage of it. Yes, I will be covering the Johnny Depp trial. I know Legal Bites will also be covering the Johnny Depp trial, and I encourage people to go watch her channel if they want to have her commentary and insight onto it. She is a civil litigation person, so that is like right in her wheelhouse. You come here for memes and jokes. That's how it's gonna go. That's how it's gonna go. But I'm fully encouraging people to check it out on her channel as well. I'm not out here to like be a dick, but I've got a bunch of people who have asked me to cover it, and I'm definitely going to cover man potentially successfully suing woman for false accusations. That's gonna get covered on the channel. Also, it's Hollywood, baby. Unin Stealth.
Can you imagine the witnesses who are going to be popping in for that? It's going to be
it's gonna be great.
It's going to be, it's like these A-list witnesses coming in there and testifying. This is supposed to be,
and someone said get Tug. That umbrella guy, Tug, will be on this channel on Friday. We'll be doing a prep for it because the trial streaming coverage will start likely on Tuesday, on the 12th. Trial officially starts on the 11th, but they've got some stuff to work on before the cameras probably go live. 12th is when the cameras are expected to go live. So Tug will be on Friday. He's been covering this thing for the past like 2 years. And so he knows all of the shit about this. He's been named in the documents by Amber Heard. She's very pissed off that he exists. And so Tug will be on. We'll be talking about everything on Friday night here. So if you want to get kind of caught up on the case, because I need to. Tug has been following it. I have not, because it was a big mess, and there are multiple suits. Like there's the one over in England against the Daily Sun or whatever, and then there's the one, or the Independent. I don't remember which one, but then there's the one here that's been going on. So we're gonna get all of the updates done, ready for next week when the trial starts, and then Tug will of course be invited on.
She's always come across to me to be your classic white liberal bitch.
I can't believe you would say that about Legal Bites. God, that was rude. Just kidding, of course. He's talking about Amber Heard.
Yes, Amber Heard. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be on Legal Bites tomorrow. I haven't told
Good.
you yet.
Yeah. And she's doing a big stream. Is she still doing the one on the 11th, or did she push it to the 12th?
I think she's starting on the 12th also.
Okay.
Because the 11th, no one's expecting there to be like any trial or like anything. It's just jury.
I was kind of hoping she was going to do the 11th so I could pop onto her show for like a pregame thing, but we'll see. We'll see. If there's like I said, I'm encouraging people to go check it out on her channel, because I think the analysis will be very good. I know a lot of people are going to be, a lot of the law panel or whatever are going to be over there.
I think LawTube is going to be bouncing between your two channels, basically.
I haven't invited anyone to my show yet.
Yeah, you will. You're not
Probably.
stupid. You're not stupid. You will.
But I'm also trying to not be like,
You're
again,
not trying to crush her. You're scared of
No.
crushing her.
I'm
And at the
not
same time,
crushing her. I don't want people to come over here if she like, because this is the thing that, you know, she wants to do this thing. And like, I want to cover it too, but I'm not trying to take away resources from her, you know?
right?
That-
No, I understand.
and
It's a dilemma. It's a genuine dilemma, and I don't
Yeah.
know this. I don't know if there's a real proper answer.
no,
So-
and there isn't. So my answer is I'm being unobtrusive about it, and I'm encouraging people to check out her show, and I will be doing my thing over here. So that's the best I can do.
Hmm.
Union Stealthfoot says Kurt is covering Jackson's sentencing of Wesley Hawkins. The Pie Baker says, "Hey Nick, other than court TV and Wine and Cry, where else can I find court footage? Looking for footage of a local trial that the guy admitted to gently stabbing his mom 17 times in his own testimony. By the way, retrial in June." Trial footage, you got to just search for it online. Sometimes the courts themselves have these things. They're not great at keeping the archives of them public, but like in Wisconsin, a lot of the courts, the individual courtrooms have their own YouTube channel. Jeffrey Middleton over in Michigan, I think, is famous, you know, for having a YouTube channel and having all of his stuff broadcast. That's a federal court, I believe. Maybe not. It might be just Michigan District Court. It doesn't matter. But you just got to search for it by name and check and look for the footage. Otherwise, you can always contact the court. If they have the footage and it's publicly available, they probably have some means by which to get it to you. Matt Field says, one intoxicated, fats, mad, unbreaded rant, and they'd can you. Then there's the Drex cosplay pictures. Clean your room, Rach Piggy. Sweet. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Well, you know, the Drex picture, the Drex cosplay is out there. So anybody hiring me would they'd be on prior notice of that. And then the unbreaded stuff. I mean, if they don't want the unbreaded on their show, they just tell me, and that'd be a thing. But the unbreaded thing, I only do it on nighttime shows here. It's not like when I do a daytime show, I don't do unbreaded. So it's not like there's some requirement that it would be part of every show. Slosher says the argument that someone is not a map but a collector is insane. Everyone has a type of legal porn they are disgusted by. If cuck porn isn't your thing, why would you decide to collect it? Look, I don't actually watch cuck porn. I just really like seeing this guy humiliated because reasons. The Squid says if the maps must be allowed, like Joe, would you, not that you would ever watch pornography at all, but would you particularly watch, like, let's say you have the option to watch censored pornography for the plot, right? Like, so it's like, you're just going to watch the story. Would you, you have all of the censored pornography in the world. Would you watch cuck porn? Would you even watch it?
This is like, I'm feeling deja vu from when you asked me balls, no balls. Like
This is not
the first
same.
time.
I am offended.
Yeah.
Like it's some guy holding his girlfriend's hand and she's like, oh God. And he's like, I support you, sweetums, or whatever.
Oh gosh. No.
While
No.
she's just getting destroyed by someone else.
I mean,
some guy whose nickname is the cement mixer or whatever.
I understand there's a common there's a common fetish of like the whole the concept of having a trophy woman, right? Is, if you think about it, it's like every
you
guy,
got to like some
you
like
want
George
to
Soros,
put on display.
right?
You want to put on display that you have this, that you're taking this woman, right? So I guess in that sense, like the conquest element to it, the public display of your conquest of this trophy that everyone else wants. So I can sort of see that sort of thing, like overlap, I guess. I don't know.
So like you're saying, for example, here, I'm trying to get a good, here we go. So like we pull up this picture of George Soros. Like you're talking about like, this is a trophy girlfriend, right? Like a trophy wife. Like
Right.
obviously,
So in other words, right. So I can
George Soros is 260 years old, and this chick is 38.
and this chick is a billionaire. So or
Right.
looking to
But
looking to become a billionaire.
She's had
So
$1 billion wrinkly penis dollars shoved inside of her as payment for it. Like she earned that.
right. She's a
Yeah.
world class hoe, essentially. So but you can understand the
No,
concept,
it's love, Joe.
you can understand conceptually how it is that someone would like whatchamacallit would sort of get off on the concept of being watched while they take this trophy girl. So
While someone else takes the trophy girl.
yeah, that doesn't really work for me. That I don't really
Because like
understand that.
George Soros would be watching someone else plow his girl.
Yeah, but here's what you have to realize, that a lot that leftists, that's basically their whole mindset is like that. That's their whole
Yeah.
mindset is that they don't feel worthy, or they feel deep insecurities. They don't feel worthy of anything that they have, and accordingly, when they accordingly, there's almost like a sort of harmonious feeling within them that like, I don't deserve this girl. She is above me. Everyone else is greater than I am. So that's basically what I assume the fetish is about. But I guess that's the inverse of what I was describing with the whole trophyism. It
Yeah.
depends on who's actually doing the plowing, really, ultimately.
Yeah, it's someone else.
Yeah.
And then there's like the person who's involved with the girl is sitting there like holding her hand and comforting her while she's being ravaged. And she's very happy about it, but he's like, look, you're doing great. And she's like, you have a small dick or whatever. Like, I think I would watch censored cuck porn because it'd be funny.
Right. Right. That actually could be pretty funny.
Yeah. So I read an article about this a long time ago. There's a guy who, he and his wife are pornographers, and he always he is not actually a cuck. I think he is by definition a cuck because his wife is also a pornographer, but his role in the movies, never with his wife. This is the agreement that they have. But his role in movies is that he's always the cuck in the movie. And so he's always with some other porn star while she's getting drilled out, and he's he's acting as her husband or boyfriend. But again, it's because like the relationship of the cuck and the woman has to insult the cuck or whatever. So like he and his wife don't do that because it might get like too personal, her insults towards him. But so he's supposed to always be the guy that they're literally making fun of while some giant penis monster is destroying them. Like that's his entire job. And so what that literally means is he's cast to look pathetic.
Yeah.
Like your life is being pathetic. He's this like kind of pudgy redheaded guy. And
how is it that any woman could actually respect someone like that? That's the same thing like getting pegged. That literally is getting pegged. Like that's getting pegged. And the same way you've correctly pointed out that once a man is ever pegged, he can never be viewed the same by a woman. So too, if he's cucked, that is what the problem with pegging is, that you're cucked.
Yeah,
so
you're done. Game over. You've lost the power dynamic. Women are attracted to men who are like at least in some areas of the relationship, they are in charge of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're attracted to that. It's wired into them.
And
not all women or whatever.
A lesbian, but
yeah, well, lesbians are just a product of college and alcohol,
or inability to get a dude.
Yeah, I guess.
Like there's a certain anger.
Look, I don't recognize the plaid wearing like actual lesbians. I only recognize Showtime lesbians. So they're a product of college and alcohol. Yeah, the rest of them I don't care. You're not a lesbian. You're just a guy.
Yeah.
It's fine. I like women too. The Squid says, if the maps must be allowed to live and not be on the wall, can we at least give them an 11th finger reduction to well below the average of the smallest country, and also cut the rest off? I think cut all 11 fingers. As Asp says, after that rant, I now need to add good logic to my daily listening schedule. Beck,
awesome.
Steve Dace, Barnes, Tim Pool, Nose, and now Joe. Hell of a rant. The alphabet groomers need to be gone.
Amen.
The Squid says, if you want to look into the depraved way humanity is going with the abortion argument, look into the book series called Unwind. Basically, abortion is illegal, but between 13 and 18, they can be surgically dismantled.
Well, by the way, speaking of my rants, that rant that I gave you was almost like a very condensed version of a similar rant that I made 2 days ago on my own channel, which I actually have already clipped out and I'm planning on posting on my channel tomorrow. So if you guys want to see the extended version of that rant, you really should make sure you sub to my channel.
But when you get banned or temporarily you get a strike for that, you can come on the show and talk about it. Yeah, and by the way, guys, Good Logic, if you're not already if you're not already subscribed to him, one, I don't know what the hell you're doing with your life, but two, in the description there's a little gray highlighted name that says Good Logic. If you click on it, it'll take you right to his channel. You click that subscribe button, you get spicy rants every night. I've now advertised for your channel. Don't make it false.
God bless.
Lost Bullet says
virtually every night, not every night, but more often.
Now you're bound.
More often than not.
Sorry for your religious beliefs, but Fridays are back on the menu, boys. You're welcome.
I will tell you that if you're going to watch my show, the first like 45 seconds, I have a brand new intro, which will probably make you laugh most nights. They're pretty funny, actually. My new intros that I have every night. So it's a different joke every day. So that I'm starting my show with. That's sort of like part of my branding now. So there you go. Go.
Lost Bullet says, I start my first law school course in property law in May. Just call me Lost Bullets Esquire. Property law in Canada is simple. The government owns you and you have no rights. Shut up and pay your taxes. There you go. Congrats, buddy, on getting in. Two of my Discord compadres have now been accepted to law schools. So very, very cool. We're making the world a worse place.
Yes, indeed. I tell everyone who mentions law school or going to law school to me, like, why? Don't do it. Don't do it. It's such a terrible, whatever you think is your reason for going to law school or you're expecting to happen as a result of going to law school is almost certainly false about how your life will ultimately play out.
Only go to law school if you're Kurt and you love the law and you want to study it and you want to know it and you want to like enmesh yourself in the knowledge of law.
Even Kurt hates hates his current job. The job, he's even Kurt. It's just not what people think it is.
Well, the grind of it can get to anybody, right? I think if Kurt was in a different setting, he could find that because he loves like learning and exploring the law. And I think I'm not here to talk about where he works or whatever, but I think if he were in private practice in a place where he was a research attorney, problem solving through that, he could do very well and probably be very fulfilled. Well, but it's not an easy gig to find.
Okay, so this is what people ask me why it is that all lawyers seem to burn out, and what I point out to them is if you're in litigation, so you're working in a big firm, everyone in the world becomes your enemy. Every person, you're basically always fighting with someone. It's either your boss, it's your adversary, it's a judge, it's your own client to pay you or to bill you or to whatever. You're fighting with your peers because you're trying to climb up the ranks of your system there. You spend your entire day after day, fighting. And it wears on you. Even if you come out, look, when you're young and you're college age, you got all that pep in you and you feel like you got tons of fight and you can't wait to go out there and prove that you're the strongest litigator out there. And it just wears you down until you just, I'm tired of fighting. And if you're not doing that, if you're transactional, which is what really Kurt has been doing, he's bored by it. He's like, I know this thing, I know this gig. I'm just tired of doing the same thing. It's like working in a post office every day. You sort the mail this way, so he knows, okay, I create a patent this way, and he's like, it's just boring.
And some people are really good at repetitive work. Like they're able to just kind of tune it out. But when you go into law school, like you are, and this is not a tout, by the way. I will be the first person to say that the first day of law school is the biggest letdown on the planet because you were excited that you were cool enough to get accepted into this thing, and then you meet everybody else who got accepted, and you're like, oh God, no, I'm just retarded. Shit. So, like, that's what happens. But no, you are at you're on upper level thinking. That doesn't mean smart. It just means that you're in a place where you're like high-minded problem solving. You're employing logic, you're employing reason. That's what the LSAT tests on. That's what those are the factors that help you succeed in law school. So to get out and then do repetitive work is it's antithetical to the type of mind that they're looking for to be in law school. Again, it doesn't mean you're smart. I'm believe the last person to say that law students or lawyers are smart is me. I think they're all terrible universally. You know, you included, me included, Kurt included.
No
Bless our hearts.
We're terrible people.
We're all awful. But no, you're right. The fighting thing, that's what got me. Billing people.
Yeah, fighting your client is like a real thing.
It's the worst because like you're struck between I can help you, but you don't have any money.
Yeah.
But you need help. I need to do something. Can you give me a little money?
Right. And I need to pay. Yeah, I have a mortgage. I literally need to pay my mortgage. When you have your own firm, oh my God, it's like terrifying. There's no steady income. It's just there's so many. There's every possible avenue. There's just potential terrible downside. If you're going to go into politics, then you end up being like, you know, a bootlicker and literally spend like subservient to like these federal judges. If you do really well in law school, go to a great law school, and you spend years and years trying to elbow the right people and grease the right palms and make favorable impressions and pray that these arrogant pricks like you. It's just awful. Everything.
Yeah. What you really should do is if you go to law school, become a YouTuber.
This is really the dream. This is living the dream.
Son of a Glitch says the abortion debate rests on moral, not legal arguments. If it's wrong to take a life against the will of the life taken, murder, then it's wrong no matter the location or viability of the life. Legally, you can argue all ends. You know, in a lot of ways, I agree. And that's the hard thing is distinguishing between legality and morality in many things, right? Like I think heroin use is immoral. I think it's damaging to the person, their family, their life. But at the same time, I'm really, really tired of the government policing drugs in general. Like I don't, it leads to bad outcomes. It leads to bad encounters. It leads to lots of prison time. It leads to lots of expended resources. And I really think we might be better just letting people die of heroin overdoses. Some ways,
I've become far more libertarian about drug use over the last like 5 to 10 years. So where I'm like, I'm tired of trying to stop people from doing this. Maybe it was watching Breaking Bad. I don't know, but I'm just tired.
You're like, no, every meth user is actually a chemistry professor with cancer. Mullen Labe says regarding viability in artificial women, I believe there was a case of fetal transplant between a lesbian couple. Don't talk about Dave Rubin like that. God, that's really rude. That's a joke. I'm joking. Cars in depth. I love you, Dave. So many people are mad about the Dave thing. Do you have an opinion on the Dave Rubin thing?
And Dave Rubin?
Yeah, he and his husband have babies with surrogate mothers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They've implanted their own fertilized embryos into surrogate mothers or whatever.
You know that on this similar topic, Anderson Cooper wrote a book.
Anderson Pooper, please.
Okay. He wrote a book, Parental Guidance. And I was just like, this is like How to Be a Man by Leah Thomas. I'm like, you're providing parental guidance. Really?
Yes.
Okay. I guess Leah Thomas is about to come out with a book like, you know, The Manliest of Men. Oh my God. It's astonishing.
I turned on the You Are Here show today for just a few minutes. I was on my way to pick up my kids, so I couldn't listen once the kids were in the car. But while I was there, Elisha Schaefer said that he was learning how to be a man from Leah Thomas. So I'm learning about masculinity from Leah Thomas. It was very funny. He was talking with Eric July about how like Leah Thomas is a man. Like it's not like an effeminate little like flimsy man, right? Leah Thomas is a big muscular dude.
So I don't understand. Just walk me through this. So they're gonna impregnate these women, and then what's gonna happen with the kids?
Who?
Dave Rubin and his
He and his husband are going to raise the children.
So what happens? So they're paying a woman to basically birth these kids?
Surrogacy.
And who's gonna? This is what bothers me is that people.
Are you asking which one is going to breastfeed the children?
No. I assume they're going to use formula and all that other stuff. But it's just like people lose sight of the fact that a tiny little kid, they need a mom, and it's a dad is not the same thing. And even if it's a dude,
what about two dads?
No,
it's not the same as a mom.
It's
what if there were three dads? Is that the same?
Here's the thing. I have a whole thing where I was explaining about why women can't argue and about finding the pickles. Okay. Where our brains are different. People don't appreciate how significantly the male brain is from a female brain in ways that are complementary and are really important as far as raising a tiny infant and making them a productive member, growing in a healthy way to become a productive member of society where they themselves can live a rich, happy, rewarding life, which is ultimately what the goal of every parent is. And it's like just so many different ways biologically and emotionally, and as far as how our minds develop, which is different depending on whether or not you have a Y chromosome and for example, peripheral vision. Women have far superior peripheral vision to men. They just naturally they're able to.
Are you worried that the babies will always be at a 90-degree angle? Like, so the baby's always over there, so they can't see him?
No.
Like Dave Rubin's like, where's the baby? I can't find him. The baby's just perpetually hanging out.
The same way I can't
degrees.
find the pickles in the fridge, so they won't be able to find the baby. Like, I don't know where he is. He was here like a minute ago. This is crazy. I'm just saying, like,
looking in the opposite direction. Like, I don't know, because the baby's still at 90 degrees.
Mothers are custom. I'm saying, I'm trying to highlight one out of countless ways that women's brains incorporate and interpret and understand things in such a different way than you and I can possibly do, and it's a blessing. It's a tremendous blessing to have two parents, one male, one naturally male, one naturally female, simply because that's what you need in order to be raised in a way that you can be confident is going to be healthy. I think it's a disservice to a child. I really do. I think it's a disservice to a child to raise him in an environment where he's not going to have that natural maternal instinct looking over him. And no, I don't see how anyone with a Y chromosome can try to mimic that and think that that's the same thing. It's just not. And it's very. I think it's a form of cruelty. I think it's a form of cruelty to this kid.
Yeah, it's a very hot button topic right now. I'm me being a libertarian. I'm like, well, I guess. I would.
But you also worry about the interest of the child.
Yeah,
as a libertarian.
I do, but like, I hope they raise the child to be safe and healthy, right? Like, I hope that happens.
And I'm not assuming that they're going to raise the kid to be gay or whatever. I'm not assuming that they're going to try.
No, I don't think anybody's doing.
I'm not taking that assumption. I'm purely talking about the concept of having both a man and a woman raise.
Yeah, no. I get you, because when you say 2-parent household, what people mean usually is actually a man-woman parent household, right?
Yeah.
Because men and women are complementary. I agree with you fully. By the way, on these points, I'm just saying, like, it's not my place to tell other people how to live their lives typically, but I am like, I mean, I guess if that's what you want to do, but
I'm saying is best interest of the child.
I think mom and dad is the preferable way to go for, like, I'm a firm proponent of the nuclear family plus 2.7 or whatever.
So here's a concept. Here's a concept to try and play devil's advocate to what I just said.
Oh, why?
uh, I'm trying to think this through in a fairly intellectual way. So not
Okay.
try to have bias.
I
I'm
think
trying-
think through in an unfairly intellectual way, but you
Okay.
go ahead and do your game.
This isn't it. So you could say, well, if we say no to allowing them to do this, let's say society as a whole would say this is wrong and we're not going to allow it because every person no one should be cheated of the opportunity to have both a mom and a dad from before they're conceived. So if we walk out with that perception, so in that case, this kid's not going to be born. So is it better to not be born at all than to give them a chance to be born and be born in a way that they're not going to have the idyllic foundation of having both a man and woman raise them? So,
No,
and
I always
that's
think
I'm
it's
just trying to look
preferable
at
for a
devil's
kid to be
advocate.
born. Yeah.
So in that sense, I can understand saying, look, if this is the only way the kid can make it into the world is by being raised by two dads instead of being raised by a mom and a dad. So I can understand someone intellectually making that argument to say that you should allow them to do it. My gut still says no. My gut still says I don't like starting kids off with a foot in the hole and saying we're going to intentionally create a situation where the kid's foot in the hole. Obviously, unfortunately, many people are born in that situation either because parents aren't married or dad dies or mom
Well,
dies.
their parents listen to Lady Gaga. I mean, that's
Right,
a problem.
or they have they live in California. So whatever it is, they have a simp dad, a cuck dad, whatever it is. There's a lot of reasons why people might have
Cuck dad. They grow up and see videos of their dad holding their mom's hand while Tyrone is doing work, and the mom's like, "You have a small penis, and I'll never respect you." And the dad's like, "I know, honey, you're so great."
While Tyrone is treating his mom like she's a plantation, and just going to town.
Wait, so Tyrone is plowing the fields of the plantation. Is that where you're going?
Well,
Is that
you
where you're
said
going?
plowing. You said
Jesus. Joe, oh my gosh, with the Kunta Kinte jokes. We are
oh my
after
gosh,
2
I
hours.
wasn't even thinking of that. Wow, I can't believe you went there. Huh. Wow.
Roots,
So,
Joe, maybe you've heard of it. Cars in Depth says, does Joe know the story of Dr. Gisela Pearl OB, who aborted babies in Auschwitz to save mothers from Mengele's experiments? She survived and delivered thousands of live babies. Before each delivery, she told God he owed her.
so this was me talking about the whole Jewish law and abortion thing. I'm going to say this, and you were talking about the early
Do you
days
know
of
who
law
that
school.
is, though? Like, I've
I
never
don't know.
heard of that.
I don't know who that
Okay.
is. However, what I would say is, in law school, so we took legal process the first week of law school, and a class with like 100 students, all eager to show how clever they are, raising their hands anytime any sort of ethical questions were being thrown out at us. And I couldn't get called on until they brought up a Holocaust ethical question, and they were talking about. And then as soon as I raised my hand, it's like, oh, you in the back. And, it's like, that's how I'm sitting in the space, raising my hand. Now I'm in the back row.
Joe raises his hand. The teacher pulls out his staff and parts the sea
Jew,
of students.
Tell us your perspective about the Holocaust. And
yes, you done in the back.
Yeah. And I said the same thing then, which I'm going to say now, which is I don't think that anyone can ethically judge anything that people did in the Holocaust with respect to the Holocaust, because there's no way for us to conceptualize what that universe was like at all. So whatever people did to survive, or what they felt was best interest of humanity or people, I'm not saying the Nazis, but I'm saying anyone who's
well,
trying
but like
to
the low
survive,
level Nazis, right? Like some of I mean, that's the whole Nuremberg thing, right? Is some people just did terrible things because that was the orders they were given, deference to authority. Like we all hope that we don't do that, but when the option is a bullet in your head, I mean, some people do bad things.
So what I'm just gonna go with my general thing here of
but I proposed a challenging question, right?
You're asking me whether I blame low-level Nazis?
Yeah, well, like, is there? I'm not saying do you blame them? I mean, you do. You
I think they should be held accountable?
You obviously hold people accountable for their actions, but is there redemption for that? Like, right? Like there's got to be some.
I'm not the one who has to redeem them. It's not my call as far as
right,
like
there's some kraut walking around who probably feels bad about what, or well, there was who probably felt bad about what he was doing, right?
There probably were a few.
Yeah.
Probably were, you imagine. So
There'd have to be, like, statistically, at
I
least
think
like
I
one.
think a lot of them had their
His name was
brains.
Lewis. He was actually from Hungary. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, go on.
I think that I think there was a lot of propagandizing in order to utterly dehumanize Jews, in order to
Yeah.
prep the Germans to do what the hierarchy intended to do.
Well,
So
the people for sure, right? Like, because there were stories where, and I don't know if this is true, because you never know what is propagandized and hyperbolized, but there were stories of when they would be taking a Jewish family, right, like out of their home, if a non-Jewish family was there, if they were told they had to get away from the windows, they could not watch. But if they were caught like looking out at what was happening in the street, that they would be pulled out, or at least they were meant to believe that this would happen, whether it happened or not, right? So
Okay.
it built complicity in the
Right.
populace, like away from the Nazi party, just in the general populace. Like, so like you're saying, dehumanize these people.
Okay, so let's talk about George Soros. Let's talk about George. Okay, so he was a capo. He basically was a Jew who basically was a turncoat, and he was like helping the Nazis like raid Jewish families. And I think that he's the worst form of evil imaginable. Even if he didn't grow up to become the worst form of of humanity that's imaginable with what he does today. But I'm saying is this guy
No, I mean,
literally.
I think he is. I think he's
No,
actually
he
like,
is.
George
He is.
Soros
He's
is
utter
literally
evil.
grilling babies.
Yeah, he's terrible. He's a terrible, terrible, terrible human being. But I'm saying is, even if he had died in 1950 and didn't do everything he did after the war and through today, I'm saying is he was a terrible, terrible person during the war, in that he actually, helped Nazis round up Jews, stole their money, took their money for themselves, and basically was the most self-interest, selfish, evil a-hole imaginable. And he should have been burning in hell for that. So you could say, oh, well, what choice did he have? Otherwise, he himself is going to die. No, I'm sorry. That's wrong. That's wrong. I'm not giving that guy a pass.
Yeah, me either. A smash or pass on. Well, no, I would give George Soros a
Okay,
pass.
shut up.
I thought about it. I was like, wait, smash or pass on Soros? I'm passing every time.
Okay.
That guy's creepy looking. Nicholas Cruiser says Perry all around natal birth. Thank you. Perinatal birth. He was just defining that for us. A resident scientist, apparently, maybe even a biologist. Lost Bullet says, Nick, can I get a toast for me? I self-deleted an hour ago. Hopefully I get better. To Lost Bullets, whose life was lost to his own bullets. May he rest in peace, but rise again like the Canadian phoenix that he is.
Amen.
Cheers, buddy. Try harder next time. Dark Luge G says, to add to the super chats by Ryan McCoy, while I agree with the sentiment. Oh, wait, I guess I have to read the Ryan McCoy super chat. He says, when it comes to methods of execution for true monsters, I'm partial to the public Viking blood eagle combined with crucifixion. And then Dark Luge G says, to add to the super chat by Ryan McCoy, while I agree with the sentiment, we are capitalists at heart. Monetize that and make it Death Row, Gladiator, Death Race, Lethal Urban Brawl, better TV than whatever we have now. Look, I encourage everybody to listen to a wonderful podcast by Dan Carlin called Painfotainment on Hardcore History with Dan Carlin. Now, listen, I need to tell you about a time when executions were not only public, but they were public entertainment. And people would go and they'd prep for these things. They were the whole day's entertainment. It was like the theater.
Stone him.
Yeah,
Are there
Dan
women here? Oh, sorry.
Painfotainment's a great episode. They absolutely monetized everybody monetized public executions. And he also talks about why public executions stop being effective. And really it's the Christians' fault, and they should all be punished for that.
Why did they stop being effective?
Well, because the crowd, so public executions were to deter these acts. But the Christians turned basically the pain of the public execution into a cleansing and forgiveness thing. And the crowd would often be on the side of the executed. And there were accounts of like the people being tortured and killed in front of the crowd, leading hymns, right? Like leading worship songs that everybody knew.
wow.
And they would tell the executioner, like between things, they would say, now we're going to go to this hymn that they would know. We're going to start on verse 2. And then they would start singing between screaming, and the crowd would be with them, and they felt sympathy for the executed. And once that happened, it no longer became deterrent. It was redemptive. And so it wasn't having the effect that they wanted. And that's basically when public execution stopped, according to Painfotainment. Great episode by Dan Carlin. I'm not an expert in this field, of course, but the episode's great, and people should definitely listen to it. It's fascinating to hear about public executions and the most, the latest public executions and all that. You can actually watch the last public beheading, the last public guillotine. It's on YouTube. It's from like the 1920s. You can't see much of anything, but all right. A couple more chats and then we can get back to the subject. Mandy Karavichus says the Dallas Cowboys have upset so many would-be mothers with their last playoff game that they got abortions before they could birth future players. It got so bad that the state of Texas had to put an end to it with the law. So Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Do you know that 2 Dallas Cowboys are in a car? Who's driving, Joe? Do you know the answer to this?
Tell me.
The police. Jiffy the Magic Elf says mostly this donation is to tell Nick how much I appreciate how he respects the work of Legal Bites. I do. I really do. Also, I'm drunk and subbing to Joe partially because I want his kosher pastrami. God forgive me for spending my money this way. Thank you, Jiffy the Magic Elf. I wish you all of the best, but I think Lady Lawgic might have some different ideas than you. All right. Back to this bill. Do you know we were talking about abortion today? Because I forgot.
I totally did also.
Every Californian should have the right to feel secure that they can seek medical assistance during pregnancy without fear of civil or criminal liability. Threat of criminal prosecution of pregnancy outcomes is partly traceable to out-of-date provisions that give coroners a duty to investigate certain abortions and pregnancy losses. Based on these provisions, healthcare providers and institutions report people to law enforcement for pregnancy losses, leading to harmful investigations and even unlawful prosecutions. Civil and criminal penalties imposed on pregnant people is a critical issue for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color who experience adverse pregnancy outcomes as a result of systemic racial iniquities and are more likely to be under scrutiny of state systems than like child welfare or immigration. So there you go. This is, this is California, y'all. So it's always white people trying to save Black, Indigenous, and other people of color because they have more pregnancy losses due to systemic racial inequities.
Naturally. It's always racial inequities. Look, let's face it. It's always, we're forever, you and I are always forever going to be paying for that stain. And it was a horrible stain. But
I'm only, let's see, third generation American here.
Okay. So your forebears got here like 50 years after.
Like 50
years after slavery had ended, basically.
My Polish great-grandfather didn't own shit. He didn't own slaves. He didn't own anybody.
Right.
Actually, I think most of the Ricada origins in the U.S. are actually in Detroit, and they went down to Texas later. So I believe they were even in a northern state. Like, I don't know. I didn't own anybody.
My ancestors lived in the north, and they were abolitionists. So you basically can thank me for being here and being free. So
or blame you for my clothes costing more.
I'm expecting reparations. Because if there's reparations that are coming to Black people, they owe me. There's a tax that should be paid to those of us white people who saved you. So
wait a minute. What's up? Elijah Schaefer's in the chat.
Elijah
How you doing, buddy?
Schaefer. That guy. Hello, Elijah.
He's here. Welcome to the chat, buddy.
Yeah.
Send the link to Elijah. I mean, I can. I don't know if he's up for popping on a show. No pressure, man. But if you want to pop in and talk about how great abortion is, you're welcome to do so.
It's an exciting thing. We're talking about killing, but it's not really abortion. It's not really abortion if like the kid is like 3 weeks old, right? That's not. Can we still call it? We still call it abortion when the kid's 3 weeks old?
Yeah.
Can we just call it like a snuff film
This
or
does.
something?
By the way, if you show up tonight, this does not absolve you of the full show we're going to do.
I know,
You're
seriously.
contractually obligated to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Because we have much Ralph to talk about.
Nick is wise to
Good
this
sir.
because he tried absolving a contractual obligation to me by popping my perm stream for like 15 minutes, and it's like, oh, boom.
I came on that stream to save your life.
That's true. I was really close to death.
People were messaging me like,
Were they?
you need to keep Joe from dying. So anyway.
Everyone was so afraid that I was going to say something to get myself yeeted or whatever. But
Elijah, I did DM you the link. If you have the ability to come on and the desire, you're welcome to. So it's in your Twitter DMs.
All right.
Okay, so anyway, this is still their findings. Let's go to the troubling section, right? It's section 7 of this bill.
I was wondering if we were ever going to get to the main part of this thing.
We're not,
because we got to get to Oklahoma also.
Here's the Oklahoma's going to be simple.
No
this shit's
abortion.
Illegal.
You're all sick murderers.
So here we go. Section 1234667, which is almost a meme section, is added to the Health and Safety Code to read, notwithstanding any other law, a person shall not be subject to civil or criminal liability or penalty or otherwise deprived of their rights under this article based on their actions or omissions with respect to their pregnancy or actual, potential, or alleged pregnancy outcome, including miscarriage, stillbirth, or abortion, or perinatal death due to pregnancy-related cause. So this is an amendment. This is an amendment.
After the news article, or was that there?
Yes,
at the time?
After the news article. It originally said perinatal death. Now they have death due to a pregnancy-related cause.
So are you sure that this was a change that came after the article basically attacked them?
Yes.
So that article, so the fact checkers, let's just be clear to those of you who just joined, the fact checkers who basically were saying, no, it was never true. No, it was true. And maybe now it's slightly modified to be less open for interpretation, because without those last 6 words there, how many words? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 words. Without those last 6 words added in, you really could have just killed a 5-day-old baby and no one will be allowed to investigate. So now, I guess, in theory, a DA could investigate whether or not that was related to pregnancy, whether or not
what does a pregnancy-related cause mean?
I guess that there was some sort of issue with the baby before it came out, during, as opposed to fully normal pregnancy.
I guess I have no idea. I have no idea what it actually means, right? Like due to a pregnancy related cause. Lots of things are pregnancy related that don't necessarily mean, like, if you have an abortion, is the pregnancy related cause a baby being born that you don't want? Like, is that,
or let me ask you this, would this statute open up a defense if a woman was prosecuted for killing her newborn baby, right? Would she be able to say, well, look, when he was coming out, the forceps clamped on him and left a scar on his face that I think is kind of gross, and that's why I killed him?
Damn it. Go ahead.
That's all right. So he said, and basically that's a pregnancy-related cause, that there was a change in the baby as a result of the pregnancy or the delivery, and as a result of which, now I have an impenetrable defense of death for a pregnancy-related cause. I killed the kid because he wasn't delivered properly, in my opinion, because he's ugly now because he has a little forceps mark on his face when he was pulled out. and now I therefore am able. You can't prosecute me for killing my 5-day-old baby.
I mean, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what this ends up meaning. Let me see if related is anywhere else in this bill. A pregnancy related cause. So we go deaths related to. When a person fears state action being taken against them related to their pregnancy, related to accident or injury, either old or recent. Deaths due to drowning. That's the coroner's job. And then pregnancy related cause. This is the only instance of it. So who knows what this even
No one knows what it
means.
means. It's subject to court interpretation ultimately. But I'm sure that California is going to interpret this very strictly. They're not going to let California courts are going to interpret this very, very strictly. You can be confident in that.
Well,
that's the one thing we know.
The one thing that so ignoring the subject matter of this bill, right, which is horrifying, but you want criminal statutes that provide this type of protection, because this type of protection, what it tells a prosecutor is don't bother.
Yeah.
Right. Like that. And oh, by the way, let me do my victory dance lap. Gloating. Kyle Kareth, not charged, not indicted by the grand jury in Lubbock, Texas for the shooting death of Chad Reed. Right.
I saw, I don't understand this. Oh, gosh.
What don't you understand about this? Is the correct outcome. It's the Joe, believe in the truth. That is me.
Let me point this out to you. Nobody debated the fact that in Texas he was not going to be charged.
I did.
No, I knew he wasn't going to be charged because it was Texas. That doesn't mean that a proper reading of the way the law is written justifies not charging him. It's just, it's Texas, so he's not going to be charged.
No, I disagree. I think that a proper reading of the Texas law indicated why he wouldn't be charged, because he had like 5 different avenues for defense.
But that's not what's established by him not being charged. That's my point. You're gloating, and there's no reason to gloat more today than there would have been a month ago, because we all knew he wasn't going to be charged. The question is whether or not that's the proper reading. You're saying, well, he wasn't charged, so I win. I'm like, we all knew that he wasn't going to be charged. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think he wasn't charged because he had about 5 viable defenses. And a grand jury goes, there's no fucking way. Because when you think of the closing argument from the defense attorney, right? Like, think of the closing argument. Well, I guess if you want to allow someone to come on your porch, grab your gun, tell you he's going to kill you, and you don't have a right to shoot that sumbitch. Well, I guess if we want to be California, you can go ahead and find my client guilty. But I thought this is Texas. I thought this is America, and fuck all that. Right? That's your that's your whole closing argument. I just got this man out of all prison terms forever. In fact, like he can kill someone else now after that.
He can walk, right? Yeah, he can walk out of there and just totally. Yeah, why are you looking at my gun?
He banked an extra killing with that closing argument. That's No, you're right. Of course, we all talked about the very likely reality that he was not going to be charged, but I do think that he had valid legal defenses, and that's a big part, because look, an indictment is easy to secure in a grand jury. We know this. So one of two things happens: either the grand jury is so Texas that they're like, yeah, right, I'd shoot him twice, or you've got the prosecutor going, I'd shoot him twice. And so he's not gonna push the grand jury hard enough to secure the indictment. I mean, one of those two things had to happen. There's no way that prosecutor gave it their all and Texas jury like discerned through it and was like, you know what? But anyway, I'm still taking the W on this one.
Look, if you need it that bad.
I don't need it. I don't need it, but I'll take
apparently
it.
You do. Apparently
I'm
you
going to
do.
put it on Dusty. See all these books,
Well
Joe?
done. Well done.
I'm gonna
I
I'm gonna put the W
I
right there,
Oh,
right
very
on the
impressed.
shelf next
Oh
to a
my
bunch
gosh.
of books that I'll
what
never
wisdom.
read.
What insight. I feel like I'm talking to Kurt here. Oh my God. This guy, such a legal scholar.
Thank
Oh,
you.
wow. Wow.
Thank you. Everybody's out here debating me. I'm the lone guy. I'm sitting here with my
Yeah, you're the only one.
my weeb
You're
sword, and I'm
you're the
chopping
only one.
chopping motherfuckers down. I'm like, no, this
I
guy's
was the
not
one
getting
sticking,
charged.
I was
He's
the only
innocent.
one. I was the only one saying that this guy technically under the technical reading should go to jail. But
No, Branca said the same thing
oh,
as
did he?
you.
Oh,
Yeah, he was on your side. Did he? Wasn't it on your show that I come on there?
Oh, that's
and
right.
You, Branca, Kurt, and then little old me, little humble me, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, no, actually,
Kurt was on your
guys,
side. Nate was on your side. I really felt like Bronco was the only one on my side.
I don't think Kurt. I didn't think Nate was on my side.
I think Barnes might have come on my side also. I'm not sure. But
I was alone, frankly. I've never even heard of another lawyer in my life. I was the only lawyer at all who ever thought about this. I was the only guy. I'm the only correct person.
We're very impressed. Your mom and I are very proud of you.
I bucked I bucked all the trends and thoughts. Some random Jew sent a super chat. He says, "Hey Nick, hope you had a good trip and glad to have you back. Joe, hope you have a good Passover." And then he sent some Jewish runes that I don't understand.
Chag Pesach v'Sameach.
What?
Chag Pesach Sameach. Means have a happy holiday. Happy
Joe,
Passover.
there's only 8 letters there.
Chag?
And you just said 35 syllables.
Well, there's no vowels. So basically, it's
How do you
Chag.
live without vowels? How do you
sort
have
of-
Wheel of Fortune in Israel?
You can't. There are vowels, but words that are commonly used, they obliterate the vowels.
Whole F Fortune. That's how it is. There's
Pretty
no
much.
vowels in it. It's like, I want to buy a vowel.
Apparently,
sorry.
you're one of those rare lawyers who thinks W is a vowel. So, yeah, that would be wheel fortune. Yeah, there's no vowels in. There are vowels, but they're little symbols, and frequently people write Hebrew without vowels because if they're words that are commonly used.
You guys keep telling me to let Elijah in.
As if like we're keeping Elijah out. No, Nick, don't let Elijah in here. This is my time. This is my show. How dare you let Elijah in here? That'd be so terribly wrong. Oh my God.
Tell Elijah needs to check his Twitter DMs. He is very drunk.
No.
I've told him.
Elijah's
I
totally
told him on the
big-timing
show,
us.
and I told him in chat.
He's big timing us. He actually called him on the phone while I was talking to you guys, and he's like, "Elijah, look, please, just make a 5-minute appearance so we can appease my chat." You guys missed it.
I should check and see if he texted me real quick.
Free Elijah.
Free Elijah. Let him in. He's ready to holler. He's ready to holler. He's doing some hollering.
Poor Elijah. We're always cutting him out of the loop. Poor Elijah.
Here we go. Eddie Oliver.
You.
He's gonna BTFO you,
Oh,
Joe. He says, Joe, I live in Texas. You cannot by law go up to a man's house and act a fool like that. This is not New York, Joe. This is not New York.
It's true, by the way. In New York, the guy would be serving 20 years in jail for sure.
He also says this was a Lubbock grand jury. They would shoot the bailiff just to watch him die. Also, Austin is not legally part of Texas. It's more like a California reservation. Assaulting someone on their porch is burglary in Texas. You hear that? That's an audible chest thump. That's right. Get burgled.
That's not what the statute says, but okay.
It is what the statute says. Literally what the statute says, but that's okay. That's okay.
I still got to ask you, if he held him like a rag doll.
Yeah.
If he held him like a rag doll, let's assume that the shooter was like 30 pounds lighter. And instead of going 10 feet away, okay, he was 20 feet away. Would he still have a right to just shoot him there at that point in your mind? At what
if he
point
threw him 30 feet instead of 20 feet?
Instead of throwing 10 feet away like he was.
Yeah.
But he's like a full 20 feet away.
Yeah, shoot him twice.
I have a right to shoot him.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Okay.
Joe, someone, like, there's people in that house, right? This guy's unhinged. He has no reason or right to be there. We've learned this now, right? Like, this is another thing. When we were first discussing this, we didn't know, but that kid, that was not the pickup point for the kid.
No, I didn't know this.
See, this was part of the deception from the left that came at the beginning. Is they're all like, because a bunch of people still bitch about this. He was there to pick up his child. He was not there to pick up his fucking kid. His kid that was not the agreed pickup spot. That is where he went to raise trouble when he couldn't pick up his kid. The pickup spot was somewhere else. I don't know where, but it wasn't there. And that was a workplace. It's Kyle Carrot's residence, but it's also a workplace with other employees than the mom present. So when he goes onto that porch and throws him off, he's now invading the workplace, invading the domicile, putting other people at risk. He's causing all sorts of trouble. And oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, man?
Wow, I got in here with two amazing studly men. I'm very happy to be here. What's up, guys?
How's it going, buddy?
And now the Jews outnumber them 2-1. There you go. It's a takeover. It's a Jewish takeover.
Wait, you two are the Jew? I thought I was a Jew.
No, you just look more Jewish than any of us, but yeah.
Okay, I feel like I got scammed because I paid 12 shekels to Netanyahu's nephew to get in this chat. So I feel like I got scammed. Who took my shekels?
I did.
That's great.
I did actually. I worked it out with Israel. I got a very good deal. They swear to me it's a very good deal.
It's the best deal. It's the best deal.
So you
I
get
got
12
a deal
shekels.
for you.
I get 2 shekels out of the 12. It's a wonderful deal. Perfect deal.
I swear. The crazy thing is,
I gotta tell you something, Elijah.
But I actually took a portion of my foreskin off, and I sent it actually to Tel Aviv. And I put it in a DHL, by the way, is big on the Ukraine stuff. So I figured if you're with neo-Nazis, you're probably big on the Zionist stuff too. So I just went, okay, let's go full on Nazi DHL stuff. And so I just got my foreskin, put it in a box, shipped it off. DHL was like, yo, we support Nazis and the Jews. Let's go. And so I was like, hey, it's 2022. Being Nazi is cool if you're fighting for Ukraine. So I just was like, I pay tribute. We're good.
Yeah, this is great. DHL's like a foreskin. I did not see that's coming.
I gotta tell you, you didn't negotiate that 12 shekel down to 9. So I'm kind of thinking about revoking your Jew card.
Well, it was the Nazi they did not see, like you said, see it coming. And so the key thing was I was like, the world is such bullshit and it's so crazy that I just went, well, let me just share this with them. So I said, what's the problem with a third circumcision? They say the spiritual circumcision, which is a Christianity like reverberation. So I just went ahead and went back and I sent it in. And by the way, I'll tell you this. Hunter Biden told me it tasted delicious. So we're back.
No, that's good. I'm very glad that it got to the right place. See, before my foreskin powered the life force of Ruth Bader Ginsburg for several years. And so I'm glad that yours went to a noble cause because mine ruined the Supreme Court for a very long time.
You're humble because a foreskin only lasts about 72 hours. So it's yours plus the babies, plus the live action, the murdered children that happened on the whole other live stream. That's part of the whole act. And so, you're giving yourself a little too much. Nick, I know people judge you. They say that you're like, a little too cocky and stuff. When you say cocky, cocky, or as in little cocky, as in foreskin from the cocky, you have been a little bit too advantageous in saying, yes, look, there is gut-like, pig-like behavior that might rage and get mad about your existence, but at the same time, the Muslims, all the Jews are mad about pork. But at least you have to realize at least that little tiny cocky flavor was sacrificed to the global elite. And just it's injected in some Hollywood actress's face. And so they look young because you sacrificed. So at least feel good.
Look, I also sent Ginsburg an emulsifier so that she could blend up the aborted fetuses and bathe in them easier. Cause you need the hand emulsifier, right? Like you can't put them into it. You've already got them in a bucket and you need to just that thing up. You cannot be transferring them into a blender, because then you got to wash the blender. That's a big mess.
I gotta
So-
tell you, this would have made a lot more sense to me if you were describing Nancy Pelosi, because Ruth Bader, I never thought of her as someone who was sufficiently vain to be Botoxing foreskin into her.
Joe,
into her-
she's 76,000 years old when
Yeah.
she died.
Actually, so it was crazy. I was in biology, and I remember I failed the test. We said, "How old is Nancy Pelosi?" And there was a difference between like 84,000 and 2.6 million years. And I was like, and the trick question was, it wasn't either. It was somewhere in between. So it was like one of those like trick questions. Like she's between 76,000 and 8.2 million years old. So I just guessed, and I don't know. But I gotta say, I had some eyebrow problems this year too. So I'm not talking shit. But I will just say, long story short, Nancy Pelosi is okay. Can I say this on the stream? Because I don't want to.
You can say
It's
we're
more than
past
2
2
hours
hours.
in.
You
Yeah.
can almost say whatever you want.
So
Here
I was
comes
in
the COVID.
DC the other week, and obviously there's COVID.
Are you
law.
going to talk about Nancy Pelosi's tits?
Yes, this is there's clearly laws in place. I ran Nancy Pelosi at 3:20 a.m. right there on Pennsylvania Avenue, and I don't want to go to jail, but I shunted her elbow. I literally stuck a straw under her elbow. There was no more drink, so I took one shot minimum from her biofluid. Just in the
Yeah.
it's very, very. This is a true story. Just very, very simple.
Right.
Service done around. Dude, I was drunk for 4 days. I was intoxicated. I took one shot of biofluid. And I'll tell you this. I'll vote every year for Russian vodka to be illegal if I can get a shot of her biofluid. That shit was good. I'm drunk. 2 months later, I'm still drunk. I'm drunk from her. It's so good. It's so good. She literally is 98% vodka. So think about that. It's like 5,000, 30% proof. It's pretty good.
Did you feel an uncontrollable need to virtue signal for like the next couple of days also? Like was there like a need to like drop to a knee every time the national anthem was played? Or wear an African flag shawl?
On high end ice cream is very weird.
Oh yeah,
So I did, and I will say this. I somehow found my name on legislation for pro-pedophilia content. I have no idea what that happened. I just like somehow someone's like, dude, pedophiles are bad. I was like, me too. And they were like, but your name's on the registry for the bill. And I was like, I'm not even a legislator, but I got on the bill.
Nice.
What
It just
happened?
says,
I was
yeah,
pro-pedophilia.
it's weird. The new Save Elijah bill is all about protecting child pornography. It's very strange.
Very CP friendly. And look, craziness. My wife called me. She reported missing. I was gone for 12 days. One shot on the elbow grease, right? And like, I took it. And it was like a mixture of like bone marrow, Russian standard, and alcohol poisoning. I swear, we could call her blood alcohol poisoning. Gone for 12 days, an adventure, end up in legislation. It's a story now. And now I'm here on Nick Rakita's live stream to tell you the truth of what happened. No fabrication, no lies, no grandstanding. Just, hey, this is what happened to me, and I'm just here to tell my story. So judge me if you want.
This is great. This explains all the gangbangs. All except for 4 of them. I mean, the other 4 we got to leave out.
We got to talk about this because in the chat tonight, people said, well, if Elijah was not actually gay, Nick mentioned his gay phase and the gangbangs, and he mentioned it seriously. So we got to talk about this.
Can I get your opinion on cuck porn? Is that?
Oh fuck! This is why I'm gonna get fired soon. But tell me, what do you want to know? Because
no, I just like
look. I'll ask him the same way I asked you, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there were censored cuckold pornography, because obviously we're discerning married gentlemen. None of us are engaging in the degenerate practice of watching pornography. So if there were censored cuckold pornography that you're just watching for the plot, would you watch it?
For
the dialogue. It's for the article. Articles. Would you watch it for the articles?
Here's the deal. So I would equate cuckold porn to stepsister porn. It's like if you are trying to fuck your family, you have problems. And if you're trying to someone else fuck your own family, you have problems. So you got a wife. That's your family. And I just found out tonight that do you know about this, by the way? That ebony is the #1 search term in America. So
Ebony is?
So we're racist against blacks.
Finally.
Fuck them. So we're back to slave porn. So ebony and hentai are the top porn search terms in Pornhub for the actual world. So
Ebony and hentai?
Ebony.
Not ebony hentai, because that shit doesn't exist.
Hentai. So it's like blacks, but also blacks with tentacles. You're the person who gets hard by calamari. If your friend has a boner when you order an appetizer, calamari, you know what he's up to. End of story. So he's a calamari bro. This is what we call
all weebs deserve the rope. I mean, to be honest.
So weaves and tentacles. Boom. We're done. But long story short is the third most search term in almost every other country, except for Ukraine, which we have to laugh at this, by the way, was lesbian, which is gay shit. Lesbian, everyone guys are like, well, it's cool, it's still gay, but it's cool, but it's whatever.
Yeah, it's acceptable gay.
It's like cyclically gay, but it's also cool. Guess what Ukraine?
This is fine.
But guess what Ukraine's term was?
What?
Just sex. They were like, bro, that was their top term. Is like they don't even want to have a fetish. They're just like, is anything?
Right. Look, I just want pee to go in.
I just want
vagina.
I just want the punch. I just want the this. I just want to see the sexy, sexy girl, the vagina, the pee, And so you got the fucking shit, So we have this. But I was gonna say, I was laughing because cuckold porn is in line with the homosexual / family shit. Bro, there's like 3 basic standards for sexual.
So wait, you're saying that gay, family, so incest, gay, and cuck is all the same?
No, it's all the same. It is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with you.
There's like 3 basic rules to being a man. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be dude, everyone's got their own fetishes and stuff. But here's the deal. Number 1, we don't fuck kids. So like CP, child molesters, groomers, we should all agree. All men have these bro codes that we should talk about. Just
disgusting.
No, yep, no.
Yeah, those people should be sledgehammered to death.
Mm-hmm.
They should die. Second of all, or should help them. You don't do incest / cuckolding stuff. So no one touches your wife but you. That's different. I know people have touched other people's wives. Okay, that's humiliating for them, but you don't do that. No one touches your family, your sister, your mom, your dad. Your family stays out of the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say 3, sexually, the other third term is you do not get involved in anything that violates 1 or 2. So it's they don't do 1 or 2 and you don't do 1 or 2. You just don't get involved in that. However, we have a insane attraction in our culture that people are into this kind of shit. And my question to them is, why aren't you dead yet? I don't know. Why aren't you dead?
I thought AIDS was there to take care of you people.
God made AIDS. People think they're smarter than God, so God gave them a little mercy, and maybe they just have to kill themselves later.
Elijah, I need to take you to task here.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear in your 3. I didn't hear any mention of pegging, and to me, that's got to be in the 3 also. I'm sorry, that's
that's an interesting question. So pegging would be artificial. We're talking about artificial sex, right? You're talking about an actual
any form.
So let me tell you this. So if someone reaches around, and I'm not gonna kink shame here, but if you don't,
I will.
It's fine. But if you don't clench and at least try to fight, then you're good. I don't know about pegging because I feel like pegging's artificial. I feel like women aren't trying to actually peg men. That's what I mean by it. I don't think it's a real thing. I don't think.
No, it's a shit test.
Are women trying to peg men? Because I've never met one that does.
No, I'm saying it's a shit test. So a woman says to a man, "Hey, you know what? I heard about this thing." And he's like, "What?" Yeah. And she's like,
tell me about your Friday night, Nick. Let's go.
Right. They're like, "Oh, it's super."
Friday. Let's go.
It's super sexy. It's this this thing we can try. And the guy's like, yeah, I'm game. Sexy sounds good. She's like, it involves butt stuff. And he's like, oh, baby, I've been waiting for you to say the magic words. And then she's like, that's where I shove something in your ass. And he's like, well,
Yeah,
you know, I don't know about that.
If there's
Right.
anything other than a hard pass, that's
right. And then,
Well,
but
I
see,
haven't been in
that's
that,
the
I
shit
haven't been
test.
in that position, but I would imagine. I feel like that's more of a movie shit because I feel like
No,
anything,
no,
if anything comes to your ass, you gotta clench and then. But
yes,
so me and Leah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a shit test because.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Thomas and I have something in common. We both like to beat women. Okay, so we're fully in accord with that.
Wait, you and who like to beat women?
Thomas, the swimmer.
Oh yeah, Leah Thompson. Yeah.
Okay, that took a second for that joke to sink in.
That was over your head here.
Yeah, it was.
No, I didn't hear the Leah
The
Thomas
audio-
thing.
your
I thought you
audio
said
cut out.
Clarence Thomas. I was like, Clarence Thomas
is
beating
very
women?
weird.
Yeah,
It's very weird seeing Clarence
Bro,
Thomas.
you're some fat black guy trying to peg you.
That's like
It's always
wrong-
a fat black
the
guy.
wrong
Always a fat
stereotype.
black guy.
Yeah.
There's always drugs involved. I feel like pegging is probably a new thing because, like, I'll be completely honest, in my marriage and like my sex life, that's never come up. Like, no one ever introduces that.
Right.
So pegging's got to be kind of new. And I want to share on this. I feel like pegging is like, and I'm a bit different than you both. Where like I'm not kink shaming. Like I get it, but if you're a guy and you need to be pegged, something is kind of off because
You're beta.
well, like, but yeah, yes, but I meant like just overall, politically aside, in sex interaction, if you can last longer than 9 seconds, then you're doing better than I am. So we're good. So you got 9 seconds in, you're good. What do you need pegged for, bro?
It's like I'm like getting nauseated by the thought of it, and you're getting out the stopwatch here. Elijah's getting out the stopwatch. He's like, well, let's see how long he can hold it. It's like, let's see how far you can walk with that.
Look, no, but
I mean, literally, if you're in monkey mode, and I call that monkey mode, and some people call it dog boy, but my dog's fucking too sophisticated. So like, you're monkey mode, you're having sex, bro. Ain't nothing touching you. You're like, you got to apologize after. Nick knows this. We talk about this. We made a pact. We say you apologize to your wife. You say, hey man, that was the best 19 seconds of my life. We're good.
yeah.
And there's no time to get in there. There's no time to get up in there. 19 seconds, bro, and I'm making a chimichanga from freaking Costco in the fridge. Relax.
Yeah, that's the old Dave Chappelle thing. Like, I didn't finish, bitch. I did, and then you're done and you're out. No, but I'm back to the very important subject of pegging because this is critical for men to understand.
Okay, let's go. Very serious. Hey Nick, stop. I'm a very serious person. Let's go.
Yes, you have not encountered this, nor have I, thank God. But I've read literature about
girls.
this.
Can I ask you a real question? So I know what pegging is. Is there an actual female that's not Leah Thomas that actually instigates this? 'Cause I don't feel like a woman would ever instigate this. Doesn't seem like a real.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
you haven't met any New York liberal women.
Okay,
I'm from LA. I usually just said like, "Hey, do you have herpes?" And if they said yes, I stopped. So I never got involved with pegging. It's like the herpes got me.
Here's
fetishes. The herpes.
So you've been using herpes as a shield, basically. That's like protection.
I was in LA, and I just feel like this wasn't popular until now.
Well, here's how it goes. So this is a critical thing.
Okay.
The women don't want to actually do it, so they introduce it. That's why I said it's a shit test. So they want to check your manhood, your reliability. They want to check all of that. So if you say, yeah, babe, that sounds good. I mean, they will strap on the dildo and they will peg you and they will never respect you ever again. That's what'll happen. But they want you to say no. They want you to say, no, that's fucking ridiculous. I put things in you, not the other way around. That's what they want to happen.
It's a dominance test. It's basically a dominance test.
Okay, so maybe I'm one of the only people out here who thought we were joking. Ask in the chat here in live real time. Is this common to get asked to get pegged? Because I feel like this is not a common thing. I don't feel like you don't get asked this because I don't think this is real. Like I don't.
I don't think it happens in real life either, but I watch too much of Nick
But
Cicada.
I know people who have gone through this.
Dude, I am on nickrecattalaw.com/onlyfans/Nick Recatta. So I've seen what you've seen too, and I know guys enjoy this. Nick,
you've seen the feet. You've seen the.
I've seen the feet, the hand. Nick always told me, don't put your legs above your head unless, of course,
ever.
No heels and chin in the same picture.
You're getting paid for it. So I appreciate his instance, but I will say, the pegging thing, you have to go buy a toy, right? You gotta go buy something for this. And
yeah, I mean,
why? You don't
have a vegetable
drawer? You don't have a vegetable drawer? I don't understand.
We're not talking about a girl flipping her hands around in some sort of a weird encounter. Come on, straight up, a woman has a strap on.
Yeah.
You don't have a 16-ounce bottle of Coke?
It's the domination thing. Look, wait, are you trying to tell me?
I'll be honest. To this day, I feel a little uncomfortable myself going into a sex store. Now, maybe I'm weird like this. Maybe I'm like weird because I'm actually pretty open sexually in the fact of like my wife, like I'm like open and honest about it. Like, yeah, we have sex and stuff, but I don't.
You and your wife have sex? That's really gay.
No, we're not gay. So just don't. We're not faggots. You know this. We don't do that kind of shit. We don't do that. We don't do homosexual stuff. So her and I, we still celibate. But what I mean is like low key. I meant like you go into a sex shop, they're kind of dirty feeling. Every guy knows this or girl. Like you're trying to like, hey, I'll spice up something, but it feels kind of gross.
It's true. Yeah. The first 30, 40 times it feels very, very gross.
The first 65 times in a sex store, it feels kind of gross. You go into the sex store. Where would you find? So I'm asking for investigatory purposes.
Yeah.
Where does one find a pegging strap on? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
where
no, they have
this. Like I've never seen it, so I'm asking.
It's probably
okay. So they have little harnesses that you put on. They don't tend to come with.
Hey, I'm really not into this. By the way, I'm really not into this. But here's where you find the harnesses. Now I'm telling you, I have a coupon code.
Look, aisle 3.
12.
But I don't know where you find them, and they're very gay.
No, I know.
Not what I like, but let me tell you where I find the harness.
Look, I'm pretty sure that Ken's Counseling Couch in the chat has an Adam and Eve partnership. You can just go on there for all of your strap-on needs.
for all of those needs.
Yeah, there's the harness, and then you buy the strap-on like separately because you got to get the right size, right? Like you can't just come out with like a 13-inch around monster.
You got to build up. Obviously. Look, we'll walk you through it, Elijah.
I didn't realize we're alive right now.
Oh yeah, we're super live.
You sent me an invite.
You really didn't realize.
Oh, that's so good. All right.
What did you think?
Hey,
what did you think this is like?
You were in the chat. You were in the chat. You're like,
yeah, you sent me, but I thought I didn't know your chat goes for 40 hours.
No, it doesn't.
My show ends like 90 minutes. We're done. And your show's like, I'm good though. I'm good. Doc, thanks for your credit card. I ordered one. It was the Nick Heated 2.5-inch special. I got it.
Yeah.
Let's see how it feels. Hey,
2.5 inches of fury.
On pegging. Once I try the Free Mind Willie
ribbed
Heated special. Okay, we're good.
Make sure you insist ribbed. That's a very important element there.
It's not ribbed. It's just veiny.
I'm looking right now. I don't think I'm in the video. I'm just on audio in your shit.
No, you're in the video. You're 100% in the video.
You're very much here. I think it's actually.
Oh shit! I'm on the internet.
He took us.
Internet. I'm American.
You're finally famous.
Slightly offensive. Check this out.
This is why I was saying to him. I was saying to Nick. I was like, dude, let the guy on. He's looking. Someone's got to see him eventually. I mean, this poor guy. There you go. What up? 207.
I got two people who get it. I got a shiesty Jewish lawyer and some guy.
That's me, Oy vey.
Around with American flags and me pretending like I have a career. I love this. Let's go.
Wait, so okay, I'm gonna tell you something now, and I'm gonna remind you in chat because this does not absolve you. You are obligated to come on the show, and we're gonna have a guntacular, right? Because we got to talk about what happened. the other day.
Fat shit.
Basically, you're here, but I'm ruining it. So we're
Good.
gonna.
No. He joined way too late for this to be the gun
No,
special.
the point is this.
Good
Seriously,
luck.
he needs to bill Elijah Schaefer. So like that's why he's got to.
No, but
how the grip works.
Elijah, I need you to do something. Can you get the super chats from the show that we weren't really able to get to?
Yeah, 100% I can.
Okay, so when you come on, bring those, because a lot of people, or at least get a good selection of them, because a lot of people wanted them.
I can get every super chat. So here's the deal. So let me explain this in the nicest way possible. So I have a show called Slightly Offensive, which I own. We're doing great in terms of like the SOBs, the Slightly Offensive backers, of course. We're doing fantastic. It's a podcast. It's twice a week. I don't even know why I give you that much content. You don't deserve it. Let's give you 1 week. Why do I even crucify myself? We do really well. And it's too well to the fact that we make a lot of enemies. And we have a lot of allies, but a lot of enemies. Slightly Offensive is amazing. It's pre-taped. 20% of the show never makes it onto the air because it's just, you guys are, all my guests are at a point where you forgot that the world exists. Thank you. Okay? It's pre-taped.
Yeah.
Most of the show. Thank you for coming on my show. Incredible. I'm glad that you want to ruin my entire life because you can't hold your own tongue.
I can't wait to be on it because
Yes,
I've got
you
so
will.
many jokes about
Always
lesbians.
uncensored on audio only. So like you can get it on Apple iTunes if you like subscribe to like Apple iTunes, Spotify, Google Play. You get the full uncensored version. YouTube, Rumble, everyone gets a censored version, but you get the on audio because they just don't delete it. I don't know what's going on. But then you have this show called You Are Here, which I'm hired as what? Just a talking head. I'm just hired as like someone who comes on and talks. I don't have any control. I don't control anything on the show. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I don't book people. I don't do anything. I don't know what's happening. But there was this like fucking, you ever seen, I have Mexican friends, and when they cook with beans, they have lard, which was a fucking a gelatinous fat construct of disgusting shit. Now, what's crazy is that I looked at the lard and I thought it was good in food, but at one time they asked to come on my show. So I had a gelatinous fat lard piece of shit that asked me. I was like, why don't you just be flavoring in beans? But they just wanted to be on the show.
Right.
So I invited them. I was like, yo, okay, fine. You asked to come on.
I'm sorry about that, by the way.
Yeah,
That was my fault.
Dude, I don't know who these child rapists are. I just, I don't know.
I barely met them.
I don't meet you. You're a person. You rape kids. You're a
Wait a minute. I heard, listen, I heard you had DM'd a couple times.
I heard you kissed boys. Bro.
I'm just saying, look, Elijah and I know each other. We go way back.
Are we 9? So you rape kids and you feel like you should talk to me about kissing boys? So not only did I not kiss boys, but also even if I did, it's a really weird position to take. Like, yo, so what? I fucked some children. You kissed some men. And it's like, well, like I know gay people. I know a lot of cool gay people actually that are very cool people. And last time I checked, raping children is not the position you should take to judge people on their sexuality. It's also untrue objectively, but also like if you are microcosmically sheltered, like you're this small frontwise, but sideways you are this large. And then frontways, if you look, you could take this mass here. You have a problem. So you're like, yo, I might be this long. I might have, raped a couple kids and fucking attacked police officers. And, I'm a fat fucking loser who, literally one fucking slice to the gut and the duodenum ileum fucking spill out. But, I have firsthand accounts you kissed men.
Pretty much the same thing right there. He got you. He got you.
It's just, dude, you got me, bro. You got me. In between you raping kids, revenge porn, putting your cock in people's mouths, beating up cops, shit. Hey, Christ is king. Christ is king, bro.
It's getting very specific.
Yeah, I'm on your side. I'm this is hypothetically just people in the public.
Right, yeah.
And theoretically, as we'll talk about in future shows, it's like dude. Elijah Schaefer is gay. Okay, why don't you get in line with Ben Shapiro and create a line of bitching about shit that doesn't matter and just create an empire off of it? Except the fact that at least Ben knows how to make money and you don't because you have child support and kids you abandoned. But
you'd have to put him on like 8x speed to come anywhere close to the content of Ben Shapiro.
I'm just gonna say this as a natural sport, and I'll say this always. When you ever played Angry Birds, the little green pigs, they're just
just
I've met people like this in real life in the last week. There's like little pig heads. They're just gelatinous bodies. They're gyrating and jiggling around the world, and they're just they're mass forms. Like my mom died a couple years ago from cancer, and I'm a biologist, so I've studied cancer under the cell, and I've seen people under the microscope, and I've seen tumors. I've worked in cell technology and in immuno research, and I've seen what cancer looks like. I'll tell you this, I've looked at cancer 1,000 times under a microscope. I met cancer about 5 days ago. It was pretty amazing. Fatter, more disgusting, more pimply, absolutely in a place to where I never thought I would ever see it. And you know what? Let's cure cancer together, because I never seen such an ugly fucking fat gunt in my life. And I'm just gonna leave it there. I never seen that. And I feel really bad. I'm gonna tell you this, Nick. I feel really bad. One time I wanted to meet cancer, hypothetically. I brought a gun with me because I always carry a gun, hollow point. I'm always strapped my life.
Sure.
I regret carrying a gun that day that I met cancer because I was so unimpressed and so sympathetic. I almost apologized because I went, shit, if I looked like you, if I was you, I'd be sad too. Because you have an inflated, infatuated penis that folds over. You have fat that covers you don't have a gun. You have a gun to fupa, a gun fupa, a fucunt that goes over everything. And it folds in. And I'm gonna tell you this: you literally undo circumcision. You could have removed the foreskin, but all the fat in your body enveloped. The fact that you re-circumcise yourself, you've solved anti-Semitism, you've solved circumcision, you've created a world to where you're so fucking ugly and fat. Hypothetically, which we'll talk about later.
Right, this is hypothetical. Clearly,
we're not talking about any specific person now. We're just
in
theory.
I'm talking about what Muslims fear.
This all happened on Blackacre. We're fine.
Yes. You have such an ugly fucking gunt, and it folds back over your dick that you've re-circumcised yourself. And I've never met anyone in my life that could re-circumcise themselves by existing. And I don't know what testosterone really is, but I know whatever it was I met had none of it. And the sad part is I actually feel bad for people sometimes, because I realize, dude, imagine never seeing your dick in 10 years and then abandoning 2 of your kids, being a sexual assault perpetrator, being a pedophile. It probably sucks.
Do you think they abandoned their kids because the dick abandoned them? They're like, where'd you go? I loved you, right? And so then when they create something that they're supposed to love, like they then abandon it, right? Like their penis abandoned them. Well, turns out it was just hiding the whole time. It was actually playing hide and seek,
like a scared little turtle.
Yes. Yeah, so I want to say this: I'm a big grower, gang.
Avalanche.
Big component. Like, look, dude. I'm gonna tell you this. I have a grower. You go work out hard. You do 225, 5x5s, 255, 3x15s, whatever you do.
Is this math hour?
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
Just let him roll with it.
We're talking to lawyers. Do you think we've ever lifted anything in our life?
Jew confirmed. So we got this. All right. So whatever. Fine. You're on the bench, you're a little bit of turtle. No one tell you this. Imagine this humiliating. So hypothetically speaking, listen to this. Imagine this. You are 3 inches taller than being a midget. So you are a fucking disgusting cum bucket. Like on a porn set, you are the cum bucket. You swallow the cum for people. And
I have lifts. I'm taller than you think.
Yeah. Imagine this. Muslims would eat you. Because you're so close to pork, they feel like they're spitting, but yet you're not even big enough to be a pig. So you're just where you're at. So you're not even going to be a pig. And you're such a loser. Now imagine people that follow you, equally losers, worse. Like it's one thing to be a loser, it's one thing to follow one. So they go on this. You just rage pig. You haven't seen your cock in 15 years because your cholesterol is so high. Your literal cholesterol, your BMI is like 37 points bigger than the inches of your cock. Welcome to Rage Pig.
So 38 points.
Yeah, exactly. You go there.
Okay.
There's a live show, which is your own channel, watching you die in real time. It's called Watching Someone Die from Obesity in Real Time. That's the channel.
Yeah,
So
it's like the killed. It's like get killed stream or like the something like that, right?
Yeah, get killed stream for my own obesity. And you're like, I have firsthand accounts of this person kissing men. Dog, what are we, 9? Like, what's going on here? What's happening? But in the end, you're jealous because you'd be happy because most of the women you've ever kissed are uglier than men. In fact, it'd be better if you were gay because the men you would kiss would be more attractive than any woman you've ever been with because you're so fucking ugly and disgusting. You get into fights with other obese people that beat the shit out of you in a doorway. You're a fucking loser. On YouTube, you look up Rage Pig getting the shit beat out of them. And think about this. You call everybody gay because the only thing worse than being gay is the people you have ever hooked up with in your life, which you abandon children with, which is crazy. Imagine abandoning your kids and taking a moral position.
At least he didn't try having sex with them. So.
Well, maybe. We don't know.
True.
I mean, I would say this. If they would. because it's who this person is. And what's really crazy is like, think about this. What if a host of a show, Nick, this is really bad. What if a host of a show knew nothing about this, was nice to you, offered you a show, then you pretended to call out of the show because you had a kid, which you sold tickets to your own wedding. You sold price tickets and like actually try to make profit off your wedding so no one give a fuck about your life. And you knew that you didn't want to go on a show because you said that they trapped me. Think about this. Ready for this? What if someone said they ambushed a pig? It's a pig. They ambushed. Ambushed for what? You know what you have to stand for. What if you're a pedophile, though? A fucking rage porn person. And so you were afraid to go on the internet because you found out that the people you asked to go on their show suddenly found out that you actually are a sex offender. So you call out pretending that you call out for your kid. And then ready for this? What if this would be so crazy. You were so busy with your kid and you called out because your kid, but you still showed up to their work, literally seething from COPD related stress. with a boost smoke you stole from the 2020 riot, trying to get an internet connection to get the whole thing on camera. Show up on a dude pulling up like a boss in his fucking dope car. And you can't even get the thing to render in real time online. Get asked to leave like a fucking moron. Leave and think you won.
Dude,
that's crazy.
Actually, Elijah, I look back at it and I realize that you are the coward. I love that. I love that whole idea. Like he cancels and then he's like, no, let me in now, later. And if you don't let me in, then you're a coward.
So the pig's like, I'm here for an appointment. Okay, first of all, you canceled. So this is like saddest thing. You canceled because after asking to go on a show, the hosts did a little research because we have a thing called a crew because we're career people. We have like crew, we have employees, and we have things called producers that exist to do research on guests. Find out not always very good at their jobs, Jack Murphy, but like we're not always very good at our jobs finding out their dark history. But,
yeah, I was wondering if that was going to come. I thought the pegging would bring that out, but it took a while. It took a while.
We didn't talk about that, but I mean, I'm honest, we didn't know. I didn't know. That was, by the way, Sydney invited Jack Murphy on the show. I didn't know who he like. I knew who he was. I always thought he was pretty cool in terms of Twitter. I'll be honest about that. I just knew people publicly. I don't know anything about their private life. I didn't do the research. I didn't know. I thought he had motivational tweets. I'll never back down on that. People are like, you're his friend. Dude, look, man, I'm friends with a lot of people on Twitter. Like, it's Twitter. Okay, relax.
I was introduced to him through
You're friends
you.
with me in bed. So
I
that's-
joined the order
I'm
because
sorry.
of you. I joined the order because of you. I was like, I gave him $7,500 to have my lifetime membership because of you. You owe me $7,500, dude. Because
What did you pay
introduced
for? What did you pay for?
No,
Did you
like,
buy his membership?
no.
Okay, I was hoping not.
No.
But-
No, I actually first heard of him like the first time, like I think like a week or two before this whole story broke.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it was on your show. I was on your show though. I saw like a stream of him.
But
on your
with
show.
Ethan Ralph, I'll say this because his minions clipped it out, is that I knew nothing. You just said there was a guy with a gun, and I just gave him a chance, and he wrote me on Twitter and was like, hey, I'd like to come on your show and just explain my side. And I've been nothing but nice. I'll be honest. I've been nothing but nice to people. My biggest crime is I'm nice to people. Just said, hey, yeah, you want to come on? Let's go. Come on my show.
Right.
Dude, it took like a couple weeks till I had probation officers, police officers, law enforcement agencies, lawyers writing me like, this guy's a criminal. Like he's America first. I love Christ is king. Do you say that when you rape chicks? You enjoy that, but you put your cock in drunk girls. You get women drunk till they pass out. You put your cock in their mouth and tell them you slap their face, tell Christ is king. I'm just like, well, I'm not even gonna trap him. I'm just gonna ask him what's up. I don't even know Nick's coming on. Apparently Nick was coming. I don't book people for the show. I'm a talking head on the show. I just come and I speak. I don't book the people. He asked publicly. He said he wasn't gonna come on. Then said he's gonna come on, which I've spoken about my show, just like, hey, yeah, we're having people on. We never announce things early. You're ambushing me. Dude, you're a grown-ass man. You don't get ambushed. Do you know what ambushing is? Showing up at someone's work where I could shoot you legally. I could shoot someone on my property if I felt threatened, and I can get away with it. I didn't do this stuff. But, you're a retard for coming up. Texas is not the place to test the stand your ground laws. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah, not a good one. No, so the
property, it's private property, to my car, come up to me. If he was taller than a midget, literally, I would go, bro, I've seen you act. I watched Wizard of Oz. I've seen the Lollipop Kids. I watched you were
Elijah, how many gangbangs have you been in?
Hey, are you having sex with men? Have you had homosexual acts with men?
Hey man, you know what? I'll tell you this. At least, no matter what I've done in my life, at least it was consensual. I didn't rape them like you. So there you go. And it's like, dude, have you heard of consensual sex? Maybe you haven't heard of that. It's like, dude, imagine being a grown man and thinking that like your gay card is owning the noobs. Like,
Yeah, well, I've heard you're gay.
Yeah.
dude, are we 12?
Yeah, you have to say. You have to
What's
say.
going on here? You're a freaking loser. But I'm saying, like, imagine showing someone's work. It's like, and he goes, "Why won't you talk to me, bro? You have 8 people. I have a gun. How do you want this to end?
that was
either
that
A,
was
I
crazy.
Either A, I go inside, or B, one of us ends up in the ground. How do you want this to end? I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like it's Texas. Either A, do you want me to call your bluff? Do you want me to call your bluff? People on your post had death threats before this. Talk about cyaniding me, killing me, and I have these all on receipts, by the way, you fucking loser bitch. So I have this all on receipts. You're calling for death threats. The police had it. Dallas police had it. You come on property. You fucking loser. So a guy who's about 1.5 feet shorter than me. I'm 6'3". Are
you really 6'3"?
Bro, look at this.
I'm sorry.
A fucking door.
Wow.
I
I was sure you were
hilarious.
5'5". I was
That
sure.
was so funny. Like, look at this. Stands up on a live stream.
I know,
as if
seriously.
that-
Yeah, that just proves everything.
Door.
Guys,
don't know.
chat. Don't believe this man's
Maybe
lies.
that's an
He
Ethan
had his
Ralph door.
doors specially engineered.
maybe
Those are
that's-
5'2" doors, and I know it. He's a shyster.
Yeah, like
maybe
I'm
that's
I'm a very tall dude.
I don't know. Maybe that's a door that's built for a Gunta Loompa. I don't know. It's possible. We don't know.
No, but I meant realistically, I'm a tall guy. I look at someone who's the size of a midget. He's like a fucking Filipino male and wife size. You order someone from Manila, they come, they're 500 pounds heavier than you thought. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. I didn't know what to do, Nick, because I always thought pigs were bigger than they were, and then I meet them in person. I'm like, oh, shit.
No,
You're
he's
like
little.
Swart.
I mean, he's fat, but he's short. Wait, but Elijah, have you considered this?
Let's put it out on Twitter. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
Take that. Take that. You know, I think he
threatened?
was talking to me in that clip. I
Was
think he
he?
was talking to me in that clip.
I am so.
I feel bad because I feel, look, Elijah's been working really hard to hold back his anger here. He's been very.
You're right. Like I'm a pretty nice guy in terms of like I'm like this. Like it's like, let's go. See that?
Okay.
See that?
No, very impressed.
I'm saying genuinely, I'm ready to fucking castrate.
Throw down. You're ready to throw down.
I am ready as fuck. And people, often think, oh, Elijah's, chubby or this, that, because they just see me on camera and they think by my face, meaning because I'm fucking bulky as fuck. And I can lift a lot. Here's the problem.
But he has like 130 pounds on you.
Right, but I'm a biologist, master. Fuck, I did nuclear physics. Like, you're talking master ratio. All you have to do is fucking flip that shit, and that shit falls. And I'm like, I'm calling Nagasaki, being like, yo, sorry for the nukes, but yo, there's an entire freaking tsunami coming because somebody with a mass of 72,000 humans just fell on my front of my property. We're in full panic mode. Because I'm losing. I just gotta ask myself, is this a real person? Is this real? Like, we're having fun, but are we dealing with a real human being?
Yeah. What I love about this, I've been trying to tell people because, on one hand, you're at Blaze Studios, right? And
I think that's a public shit. I have a lot of people show up with weird shit. So yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, so Blaze, this guy cancels, right? He cancels on Blaze. And then he shows up, but he shows up after making various intimations towards violence. If we don't call him threats, we call him intimation. Right. And so Blaze says, this guy can't come in. Right? There's no way he can come into the show. So they don't let him in. But then so on one hand, you have this professional operation. They've got employees to consider. They can't let someone like this in the show after he does this. But at the same time, it's still a podcast, and as anybody knows about podcasts, it's still a shit. Like, everything's a shit show on every podcast ever. And so you had no idea until very recently that I'm booked for the show.
Yeah. So like, what people don't realize is like a couple things that are very important is I do not know what is going on with most of this show. Like people don't realize, like, I don't run things. Like
you show up and you say who's here, basically.
Like both times I've been on your show, I have not spoken to you about being on your show at all.
So I didn't speak to you since probably February after the show that we did last time about you coming on. And then you come on and then they're like, this is what's so funny is like, I'm pretty sure Sydney requested you come on the show because I booked Ethan and maybe Sydney booked. I'm assuming Sydney.
Yeah, Sydney booked me.
Right.
Yeah.
So Sydney did. Now Sydney and I don't talk at all. We have no personal relationship outside the show at all. We know each other. We're like, people are like, oh, aren't you guys best friends? Well, what about your people at work? Sydney and I like each other. We're cool. We're friends, but like we don't spend time together like cooking lunch. Like we just see each other every day at work and we go home. So it's like, everyone's like, well, Ethan's coming on. Well, Nick says he's coming on. I'm like, well, it's the first time hearing about it. I don't know what's going on. Half the time I show up, like, even like Ethan's like, oh, yeah,
the freaking hosts come after the guests.
Yeah, dog. It's called getting paid a good amount of money to be fucking legit. So, yeah, it says what I come here and I speak to people about what's going on. I stay true to my contracts. I'm asked. I have my own show. I have my own company. I have employees. I do my own thing. This is a different, thing. And I love it. I love Blaze. Blaze has been very protective, very amazing. But I've always thought it was kind of interesting. So, you know, this whole idea of even like ambush and stuff, it's been very funny to me because quite frankly, I am pretty much as much in the loop as anybody else. There's no sort of like planning that people don't know about. And also, I'm going to ask you this. This is where I come to. So this is very funny. So I don't know about the booking, but I want to ask you this. Like,
Sure.
so I'm on a couple shows coming up. They're flying me out, and Blaze has been curious if they're ambushing me. And here's what I said. I go this. Go. It's possible. I go. I have enemies. I have hot takes. People could invite me on the shows to ask me questions that are controversial, but you can't ambush me. I have answers for all of my opinions. And
Yeah.
if you have accusations, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to do this to your own live here, but I'm like, I could just say 40 different curse words within a row and walk off your set and ruin your whole live stream. There you go. We're good. Like I can just, if you're not in good faith, I could just walk off. I've done it before. I've canceled interviews. Like, this is stupid. This is just dumb. Goodbye.
Elijah,
You
can
know,
you,
you could avoid so an ambush. I mean, I've never felt ambushed in my life. When you think you're being ambushed, you're saying there's something about me people know that I don't want the world to know. Do I not get that same sentiment?
Either that or that you haven't really researched your positions or fleshed them out in ways that you can basically be BTFO'd. So, you know, if you haven't really thought through your position on some of your hot takes, so you can be made to look stupid, which would be embarrassing to Blaze in theory.
but Elijah, I have a question for you. Can you please explain the article you wrote about cuckoldry?
Dude, somebody wrote me like, can you prove you've never been in homosexual acts with men? I go, other than Nick Rakita? Okay, other than that,
lawyer client confidentiality is all I'm saying.
NDA,
F you, hard F you.
NDA, NDA.
What about this? Can you explain this?
Oh, what is that?
You mentioned that the fight between the two fatzos.
Oh my god!
Someone artistically rendered it.
That's great. That's great. I like the proportion on the genitalia in these pictures. Also, that's
oh my
god. This is legitimately my favorite picture on the internet. Like, it's like this and Cindy Crawford naked. I still pick this every time, every single time.
When guns collide, side, cholesterol on high.
I don't know who drew this, but they need a medal. They need Will Smith's Oscar.
Email Josiah@slightlyoffensive.com and I'll send you free merch if you want it. I am at the point to where I do not understand what is going on, but I will say that I feel like I'm back in junior high where it's like, no, but I feel like I'm back in junior high where it's like, you know, prove to me you're not gay, bro. Aren't you a fat ugly shit that shouldn't exist?
Well, it's simple. Prove to me that you're not gay. Like, that's the response.
Ethan Ralph is gay. Do you know that?
Oh, is he?
He's actually homosexual. I have firsthand accounts. He's kissed men. He actually ate my ass out. Ethan Ralph and I hooked up before.
So he ate your ass.
Well, it wasn't gay for me because Ethan Ralph, you know this. So like, it's not.
Yeah, well, you were just being a bro. You're like, he's hungry. You're like, Nick, I got an all-you-can-eat buffet, and so then you pull your legs back, and then he's just going to Chow Town.
Nick, stop pretending you haven't seen the video yet.
Well, it wasn't gay because I didn't take a picture of it.
Joe, this is still television. We have to dramatize.
No,
I don't know what's going on.
My legs back on my head, and it wasn't gay because, as you've said, Nick, you have to take a picture of it for it to be gay. So I didn't. Right. So Ethan Ralph ate my ass out, and like I'll say this, it was interesting because like I had a medical appointment the next day. He had so much butter in his veins, it raised my blood pressure to like 27 points. Just him licking my fucking sphincter. he literally injected so much butter into my ass that it brought me up. That I was like, dude, hey, I'm not actually high blood pressure. Just Ethan Ralph is such an ass eater of men that I had to deal with that. So
only around your sphincter now. It's like you have a high level of cholesterol in that part of your body.
Well, look, I've done the colon butter shots, and they're really potent.
Well, yeah, he deep tongued my ass, and that's what's like. Ethan Ralph's like, I have evidence he's gay. Yeah, dog, you tongued my ass. You ate my ass out. Of course, you know that we've done gay shit, Ethan. You tongued my ass. So Ethan Ralph is homosexual. I'm not gay. I closed my eyes and pictured Madonna doing it, so it's okay, right? Everyone knows that as long as you picture somebody else. You see Madonna recently.
You're like, you close your eyes and then you're like, life is an ass to eat. Everyone must tongue my hole. I hear you lick my ass and it feels like
oh my
home.
God.
So Ethan,
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Ethan Ralph says that I'm gay because he's eating my ass out. Yeah, like it's like, okay, you're so gay, bro. Stop eating my ass out on the weekend. You're drunk. And
You know what's really weird? If you do one citizen's arrest, no one considers you a police officer. If there's a fire that's in your front lawn, you put that out. No one calls you a firefighter. But you stick your tongue in one man's ass.
Ralph puts his tongue in my butthole one time, licks it up, and suddenly I'm gay. I'm sorry. Thank you, buddy. So I'm like trying not to be so crass here. I'm just saying, legitimately, hey, Ethan Ralph, stop licking my asshole if you want to call me out. You want to call me gay? Fine, Ethan. Stop licking my ass.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to be crass on this show. It's very professional, highbrow show.
I'm not crass either. I'm very sensitive. By the way, if people ever, I feel really bad because if people ever see me on other shows than Blaze shows, they're like, who is this person? I'm like, now you see what it. I'm on a network, buddy. I'm on TV. I can't say so much. I was like, bro, you're so uncensored on your show.
Because everybody's allergic to just being.
Hey, Ethan,
like,
stop. Just stop. Hey, stop. I'm sorry. Hold up.
No, that's fine.
Just stop. Just fucking stop, dude. Oh yeah, okay. Just stop.
Because after a while, it just tickles. It's like not even.
By the way, it's not as easy standing up right now. It's just. I have to sit down for the height to stand up.
Right. When you stood up, we were very impressed. By the way, you had the whole muscle thing going on. It was.
Yeah.
I thought I was the only trophy husband on this stream, but apparently you too.
But imagine this, like, dude, like, I'm sorry, I gotta be like really happy about this stuff because it's very fucking hilarious. It's just like, imagine you get to the point, Nick, where you're like, yeah, but you're a faggot, you're gay, and it's like,
I say that to myself every day in the mirror.
Well, you figured that out 3 inches deep into my rectum, so and I'm glad you figured that out. And like, I should say this, I want to say this openly: Ethan Ralph is gay. He's a homosexual. Him and I have had sex. Ethan Ralph and I have had sex multiple times, and Nick knows this. If it's 5'4", it's not actually gay for me.
Look, I hooked you guys up. I mean, I was your dating coach.
You know that under 5'4" is not actually gay. It's just gay. You should practice for women. So if you're under 5'4", not a real man, so you're actually more feminine than most men out there. So you're under 5'4", you're a 5'1" woman, and there you go. So I'd like to say this, Ethan Ralph, you're right. You and are both gay. We've had sex together. I've had sex with you. You're the bottom, I'm the top, and I'm not ashamed of it. So you're kind of, I know people that you're gay. Well, Ethan, we've had sex together. So thank you. I'm glad to know that finally the internet knows you and I have been gay for several years. And Nick called it out. So he called me on on his show, and he said, on my show, someone's like, why don't you call it when Nick said you're in a gay phase? Well, it's not a gay phase. It's active. It's not a phase. Me and Ethan Ralph are having sex on a regular basis, and I'm happy to say that. So submit that here. Ethan Ralph is a bottom. He likes me as a top, which is sad. I'm usually a bottom to most other people. And the fact is that, what does it say to him? Hey, I'm here. What's up, dog?
Elijah, I have to say this to you.
Nigga, you gay.
Oh, Doug, I love your stream. I love your stream. I'm on Reddit. I'm on Reddit right now.
Wait a minute. Unbreaded. You've just said the magic words.
Oh,
Are
here we
you
go.
signing yourself up for an unbreaded reading?
There we go.
Yeah, let's go. I want to hear it.
Let's do it.
I want to hear it.
Well,
Well,
I guess
think
it's
you're going to be delivering it. I think that's what he had in mind.
I guess it's that time. Here we go. Well, I can do this one, and you could do the one on the show we do, if you want. So this is a preview for you.
Unbreaded.
Do you remember the UCLA professor who wrote that manifesto? Matt,
I'm completely sober. I need to go take a shot of something because we're up late.
you are not completely sober.
Yeah,
Yes,
seriously.
I'm
I was
pretty
sure. All right. So
This
is
is me
it
unbreaded.
meth? Is it meth? What?
What are you taking a shot of? What do you got?
Well, let me find something real fast.
Okay.
Dude, I'm drinking Topo Chico. Dude, I wish I was drunk because that would explain a lot. It's just me.
Oh, beautiful.
Dude, do you think I would unsoberly come out and explain my love affair with Ethan Ralph? Dude, isn't that crazy? Ethan comes out of left field and says, oh, he's gay. Yeah, of course, bro. You were sucking my balls last night. So, of course,
every other person on earth who's had a sexual encounter with Ethan Ralph needs liquor to describe it. So
Nick,
you got to forgive the chat on this.
You know, you only talk shit because you had the same experience. It was like that, and it was like the same thing. It was like it's like being molested, but you're an adult. And the sad part is you're only 23 years older than what Ethan prefers.
Oh shit. Okay, what are you getting a shot of?
You see, actually, so I wish I could say I was intoxicated. I'm not, and this is actually the shameful part of the show where people realize sober Elijah is not that he's retarded. So,
by the way, that looks like something you could have picked up in aisle 3 of that sex shop, and you would basically be good on the whole pegging thing.
So we have a few people who got this.
We're getting the ass shot here.
This stream is so far off of every rail. It's beautiful.
It got so lit. He basically took what we had and went to like level 14.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad for it, frankly.
Hmm.
Look, you were doing fine, but I was very disappointed with my own performance during the stream. I'm glad Elijah's coming to correct it.
Well, like that's always a sad part of me in all my shows is I always wished I could explain my problems by alcohol, but I can't.
Right.
So here's what happened. Let's bring this up. So number one,
what are you doing a shot of?
I have no soda in my fridge, so I'm gonna take Red Dye 40 and Blue 1 and the G2 Gatorade, I guess, as a chaser because this is one of the viewers of You Are Here sent this in. This was
it's so bad.
It was Knob Creek Single Barrel Bourbon, Kentucky.
Yes.
120 proof.
Oh my god.
Straight liquid poison.
Wait, you think you're gonna outdo me here? I'm drinking Booker's bourbon.
That's trailer. Dude, that's
125.3 proof.
Oh my god, Booker's is like seriously what they serve in like these old little Jewish steebles. I don't understand you two. How do you not have, if you're going to go with bourbon, how do you not go with like a high class bourbon? Go with
Booker's.
I don't know what this is.
Bottle.
Send me shit, and I'm surprised I'm not getting. I give this to guests. So what happens is people send me cask reserves. I give it to my guests, and the guests, and
you give them the good stuff.
Show, and I'm like, they're always like, "Hey Elijah, why are your guests wasted?" I'm like, I don't know. And I look at it, oh shit, the 120 proof. I'm like, oh my gosh, they told me to take 5 shots before the show, and we end up confused. But in reality, it's there you go.
Well, when I come on, it's gonna have to be like single malt Scotch. I don't go with the whole.
And anyone tell me drinks without a chaser, I don't give a fuck. Like, if you haven't been able to tell, if you've been watching this for more than 10 minutes, I don't give a fuck. I don't know what would explain it to you. I'm like at the point where I want. Do you know this, Nick? I'm considering long term. I'm not going to explain any of my other things. I like to take Slightly Offensive, which is a very vulgar show, live 5 days a week, 9 to 11 p.m. Central. I think it would crush. I do. I think it would crush. 9 to 11, uncensored.
Joe's like, fuck.
No, but I meant, but having people on the same time just meant it's 5 days a week. It doesn't matter who's on. I just meant just bringing it on the show and just regularly tuning with other people like yourself. Maybe just one night be like, hey, I'm not on my channel, I'm on Nick's. Let's go. It's just like
that's what I do this 5 days a week, basically 11 to 2.
You're richer than me. I get it. You're more successful. We're the only two people that are not balding but have hairlines like we are. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. No, I get it. Everybody tells me I'm going bald, and I'm like, hey, fuck you. That's what I say.
Well, I wish I was balding, but I will say this. I'm going to take a swig of this with this, and I'm going to be a bitch. So if anyone would like to screenshot this, if anyone would like to record this, I don't think I've ever taken a shot of vodka on air since I've been on with Alex Jones, to where we got insanely drunk, and I should apologize to the public for that episode. And I get pulled off the internet because even YouTube is mad about it. We ended up causing sexual assault problems and ended up blaming 9/11 on whores. That was with Alex Jones, and we got that episode got pulled from the internet forever. It's never, you can never find it. But
Nice.
so what is this?
Now you have nothing to worry about as far as what they're going to write on your epitaph, because you have the Alex Jones story, so you're good to go. It's like you got pulled from the internet.
Well, let's pour your drink.
What?
Nice.
Now I feel
good.
guilty that I'm not drinking. Now I feel guilty.
Well, I'm going to start drinking now. It's never too early to start. It's 2:57.
It's 3 a.m. It's everything good happens at 3 a.m. That's the saying.
My wife's asleep. My employees are in bed, and I only have a job to do tomorrow. Here we go.
You got to take the cap off.
Hold up. Do I take a
L'chaim. Since we're Jewish now. L'chaim.
big or a little swig?
I'm going to drink this shot right here.
Okay, then I'm taking a big swig. Here we go.
Well, here we go. Delicious.
Nice.
Well, that tasted like 120 proof alcohol.
Yeah.
God, I'm going to have to teach you how to be a man someday.
Oh my God.
Dude, I don't give a I'm already exposed. I'm a gay.
Okay, so here we go. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's true.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Nick,
Okay.
come across.
Oh
So
my God.
I actually
Why you find this stuff.
I feel like as now that I'm confirmed gay, so like it's
Right.
like, can we just have a come to Jesus moment? Because
Wait, whoa. Did you just say gay and come to Jesus moment? This is very offensive.
No.
Christ is king. You don't come and Christ don't belong in the same sentence.
Oh my
I
God.
don't know who's been. I think your last person to drink this. Just
You didn't, I can't believe you didn't finish it. I was disappointed. I thought you were just going to.
I would like to say this. So basically, what happened when you are here is I should have. So next Monday, I'm going to Candace Owens and a bunch of other shows, and I don't know why they're having me on their shows because that makes no sense. But on the side note is that I am so tamed on my own shows, no one even understands. There are such big blocks on my own shows, and this is why Slightly Offensive is not live, not because I want it not to be live. In fact, I'm trying to work on getting it there. It is so unpalpable that I can't say anything else beyond what I'm saying, but it's taking lawyers to keep that channel on the internet. It's taking lawyers, literal lawyers, like actual litigation. I'm not joking, to keep that channel on the internet because I say things that are not appropriate to the point where it's all just been cut out. But also, dude, I hate that we can't just talk about what we want to talk about in terms of what's true, what's real, what's going on. And I'm not getting your channel canceled, but I come out here and I'll be completely straight with you here. This is the first time I'm being straight in my entire life, by the way, as a confirmed homosexual.
Right, you're a giant fag.
We got that.
I'm a fan. Bro. No, the only person who loves cocks more than me is probably Leah Thomas. So we're here, and that's just their own. But while I look at Leah Thomas, the great person in the world, like, I just sit back, and we had some security questions, and I'm going to be very careful as I speak about this. I've noticed a common similarity, Nick, about people who hate me.
What's that?
They're also gay.
They're almost always sex offenders, like Ethan Ralph. And on top of that, what? No, I'm sorry, I messed up. Rage bait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's be very ambiguous about who we're talking about.
Yeah,
No one. We're not talking about any. This is a hypothetical person.
Ethan Ralph is actually 12 guys. But more importantly, on all of this is that my enemies are usually fake, cringe, and gay. In terms of the fact that, like I was hanging out with some Syrian immigrants tonight talking about this. I'm trying to get into the UK. I'm having trouble a little bit right now. UK, it's not wanting me to come in the country because I dressed up in a burqa, a niqab on my show and beheaded a mannequin. I think it's just...
You cucks don't want to let you... Wait, I thought they loved people who dressed in burqas and beheaded people.
Only if you mean it in for real. So UK likes it if you want to... So if you want to behead white women, then you're cool. But if you mean it as a joke, it's not cool. They like... The UK is a terrorist nation.
Yeah.
Tell them that. What about if you convert to Islam? Will they then accept you and say, like, look, I was doing a parody of my own faith, and now I'm like part of the religion of peace, so I'm like actually like one of the good guys, and you're being Islamophobic by rejecting me from coming?
Well, I'm switching.
Could you?
Is because like that was a very powerful swig, so I'm going back to water.
Mm-hmm.
Could you renounce your jokes about Islam, convert to Islam, and throw a gay man off of a roof, like to show that you really mean it?
If you call for the stoning of yourself.
Are you facing east right now?
Wait, I'm stuck on a very expensive Persian rug.
Durka.
I miss the internet because here's the deal. So, I'll be honest. So I'm married to a white woman, and I want to. Can you give me like 2 minutes on a white woman rage?
Please.
So,
that white woman rage takes 5 minutes. So
Yeah,
go
so
for the 5.
Yeah, but you're black, so you only get 3 out of the 5 minutes.
I'm a wigger. What's up, dog? Chugga, no wiggle. Okay, so here you go. So, dude, live stream Elijah. No one gets this. This is actually the first time I've done this in like 4 years. So you're getting it fully. This is me. This is fully Elijah. So, and you know what? No one deserves it but Nick, Rakita, and I'm gonna get in trouble for this for sure. I'm gonna get clips. I'm gonna get probably fired, but who cares? So here we go. So here's what's up. So women. So I love. In fact, I love women so much. I will pay for this. Women come up with this. Men in the chat, I want to hear you. So I'm in my wife's study. Behind me is our storage, and it's a bathroom. We live in a nice house. We're doing good. Because
Yeah,
why?
it's a nice place.
I'm not a fucking loser. And I fucking pay for shit. And I have like 10 businesses. Because fuck all these losers. Well, you should be poor and a YouTuber. Fuck you, you bitch. So here you go. I give my wife a good life. My wife spent $70, I think, on this. What is this? Nope. No, maybe less.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. It's never had a thing.
Are those beads?
You thought this was important? It's my wife's, I'm discovering this as we go. I'm in my wife's study. I bought her a nice computer, and I bought her an iMac. I use PCs for editing and stuff. Like,
did you finally, like, did she discover Pier 1 imports? Like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Here we go. 2. Tit shit. I don't even know what these are. They're in here. All right, ready for this? All of these.
Drunk.
No, I'm not even. I took one swig.
Okay.
It's only had one shot, Joe. You bigot.
I actually wish I was drunk because I could explain my behavior. This is just, it's called being retarded.
Yeah. No, that's good.
So,
I
dude,
love retarded people. Wait, I love retarded people.
I go to bed at 7 a.m. every night. I'm not joking. Someone drew this on my dog.
That's nice.
It's very nice.
Oh, that's well done.
Okay, but it gets worse. Gets worse. My wife.
Did someone draw the other end of your dog? Because that person might need the gas.
Yes, and she's now into botanicals because she doesn't work. So we're good. Now here's the deal. I'm gonna show you this. Hold up. Make this. Wait, can we get into this? So my wife is an avid reader. She's read all these books. Mostly they're signed by the authors, so we're pretty cool in terms of the fact that our people who rent wombs are better than your people who rent wombs. So we're cooler than you. But we get signed by like womb renters. But also, like we met in Australia and she pictures.
Australia's not real though.
No, it's not even real. I can confirm that.
Does she have an Aussie accent?
Yes.
Oh, very, very. Well, let me tell you this real fast. So very British in terms of even taking this audience kind of rare. People asked earlier. So here's the deal. This is very shallow, but the boys will get the chat. I thought my wife was American. And no, I thought she was. And honestly, I was very promiscuous. I was fucking chicks. I was around. I was having a good time in LA. And dude, I don't give a dude, you conservatives come in here. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't give a fuck. I honestly don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You're mad? I interview all of your people more than anyone would. Just don't complain. Just stop. Stop now. I will talk to anyone and everyone. No, just don't even try about the fact that you're not conservative for me. I'll never be conservative for you because I'm not conservative. So welcome to my life. I wanted to have a good life. I talked to some chick. Dude, the minute 1 week I ignored her, by the way, she had to do with women. She ended up telling me, like, low-key, I am a virgin. I shipped that shit over to America. I'm like, we're getting married. Like, whores beware. You have to marry a virgin if you can. And I did. And I shipped her from another country. I love her. She's a gem. And I brought her in. People are like, why don't you have kids? Are you a faggot? You don't like women? Dude, sure. Okay. I don't care. Yes, I'm a faggot. I don't. I fucking paid $37,000 to get her over here because I need a beard. Fucking losers.
Finally, it's true. It's out here.
It's out.
It's a very expensive beer.
Ralph is a good ass eater, but it's not that good. No, but on the real note, on a real Christian sense, it's like American girls weren't doing it for me. I was in a relationship with a girl for 4.5 years, and we were really good, and I was like, she didn't want to get married. She didn't want to get married. And I used to be a youth pastor, went to seminary. I know this is very shocking.
This explains the whole Ethan Ralph story a lot more.
Oh my God, this just became so much funnier.
No, but I didn't drink, smoke, didn't go with those who didn't curse. I just was a very good guy. I just didn't do anything. And I was a loser. I'm being honest, I was a loser. It was a loser. I'd rather be a dude like David who ran a kingdom, had adultery, killed people, fucking.
All youth pastors immediately on life support right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying like it's like, dude, David was the man who ran God's kingdom. He had consequences. There was consequences, sure, but he ran God's kingdom. I'd rather be a cool person than like a fucking loser. So I was a loser, and I ran God's kingdom as a loser, and God honored me for it, and it was cool. But I was a loser. I was a fucking loser. Long story short is like I have found being a part of what is good to be different. And I'm not saying we should, commit adultery or murder or do these things that David did, but just I create a different world for myself that is real and honorable and what matters. And I've created an empire and I live on that. So, I look at all these people who are stupid and some people who are 240 pounds overweight front wise, just gunned. What's going on? And it's like, well, I took one shot and I'm honest. What are you doing? Where are you? Nick?
Where am I?
Nick Gurr. Nick Gurr.
I'm waiting for your therapy session to end so I can introduce you to Unbreaded.
We didn't want to interrupt. I was waiting for the whole white women thing because it didn't seem as if there was a full 2 minutes even in there, and I thought that there was some more to it. That's why we were both sitting here being good little students. I was taking notes. I can repeat back to you everything you said.
I'm laughing at the person in the chat who said
this, and I'm good. This was actually I kind of buzzed from one shot of this. This is very.
We can tell.
No.
The funny thing is, I've had like 6 shots of liquor. You need that old man muscle.
I never realized that with Nick's first initial of his last name, that his name is Nick
Yeah,
that was a new one for me. Good, that was a good find by you, Elijah.
Here, let's.
Yeah, what? And people are like, "Oh, I'm judging you, dude. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck." I'm like, dude. My dad, when I was 14, I smoked weed, and my dad walked in. I was smoking weed in my bathroom. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I went, just relaxing. Yes, I was on like 4 ecstasy pills. Sure.
Yeah, but you're in LA. That doesn't even count. Like,
LA doesn't matter. I took a swig. Fuck you, everyone. Like, when people are like writing in the chat, it's like, fuck you. It's 3 I've never done a chat at this time ever before. And you know what? Nick, I'm telling you this. That's why we're friends. I could live my whole life in protected fucking network shit. The whole life. I have PR teams. I have fucking booking teams. I have people that create my public persona. And I ruin all their jobs. I ruin all their jobs. Jobs.
I do too. It's literally just me.
I get emails the next morning. It's like, dude, stop fucking ruining your life. I'm like, you know what? Nick told me I'm gay, so I had to tell him not. But
let me help ruin your life. We're gonna read the Daily Unbreaded. So this is
oh fuck! What the
this
fuck?
is
I never. By the way, you're the first, but I'm not joking, Nick. I'm not joking.
Yeah,
you're the first live stream-ish shtick I've ever done in 4 years.
Perfect. I'm honored.
I'm flattered that I was here.
Okay, so here,
and I know why now because I'm about to get fired tomorrow. So
that's okay. Look, I do this every night. You can't be fired for this. We're picking a page from the manifesto of Matthew Harris. Page 87 is the page. So this is Matthew Harris's manifesto called Death Sentences. And I'm going to say, Elijah, you are not allowed to read the page tonight because there's some etiquette you need to learn for YouTube purposes before I allow you to do this.
Taking one shot.
No, I think you need a shot. I think you're overdue for a shot.
Am I supposed to do another shot with you?
I can take a shot if you want with you.
I feel like my dad's going to be very mad that I did this. Okay.
I'm switching to Yellow Rose Outlaw Bourbon, which is terrible. And when you're just drinking from the bottle, I can do that.
Yes.
This bourbon is really fucking bad, by the way. Oh.
This is good. This is actually very good. Thank you to whoever sent this to my lab. And I got...
Okay, here we go. So,
this is fuck.
Real
what
quick,
what are the rules? Tell us the rules.
Let me just preface what this is. So this is a manifesto that was written by a UCLA philosophy professor, and he posted it to the UCLA philosophy board, along with sending all of the staff emails about how he was going to murder all of them. And then he got arrested. So this is his 800-page manifesto. And what I do is I use a random number generator on my phone to pick out one page every day to read. So here's the page, and I have to censor some of the words because some of the words are not okay for polite society. So I'm just gonna go ahead and read this. There's nothing you guys need to do. You can just sit back, and I'm gonna read this. And I tend to pick a different style each day. So today I'll probably pick like beat poetry, or I could do Rage Pig. Should I do Rage Pig style on this?
Please.
All right. Here we go. You to pretend that jazz, blues, hip hop, rap, and anything Binger made is universal, that it belongs to the world. Toms in Binger community are really spiritual traitors disguised as Binger men. It isn't the actions that make a Tom a Tom. You might do something and not be a Tom about it. The Tom is really trying to sell his people. Tom is the African that sold us to lesser invaders. His loyalty is to somebody else's money. His loyalty is to himself. He does not lead. He opposed the tribe. He is not even really in the tribe or of the tribe. He is weak soul that uses the tribe and is never down to fight for it. He would rather have the other members starve and stay low rather than go to war and raise 100 others higher. He would rather suck the dick of the lesser man or the yellow man or the dishonest man in exchange for money than be the man. He would rather accept permission from the other tribes to let his own people take arms against the tribes that seek to invade, poison, and distract us. The Tom is an idiot. He doesn't believe in our tribe or our tribe. He is the girlfriend of a different tribe. He wants to convert to those other tribes. It ain't about fucking women or taking their resources either. The Tom is spiritually obsessed with belonging to and with them. The Tom wants to uphold their rules and laws even against our tribe. The Tom wants the enemy to win. The Tom wants to convert our music to their music. The Tom wants to advance us by changing us to them. The Tom wants to eat at their tables and memorize their history. The Tom wants to be. Some shit ain't nobody's business, but the Tom wants to convert you all to a lesser man. He doesn't want you to maximize your power as yourself. The Tom doesn't you to be about your proven and your own. The Tom wants you to give that up. The Tom wants you to apologize for it and say it's no longer needed. The Tom wants you to bow your head and stay low, saying, sorry, boss, to the other tribes with your dick tucked in and your tail between your legs. The Tom wants you to be like, oh no, I wasn't tapping into Binger power. Hand it over and apologize, saying this here is universal. Fuck that. The Tom wants you to hold down the lesser man's base and the lesser man's world. Fuck that. The Tom wants you to pretend that jazz, blues, hip hop, rap, and anything Binger made is universal, that it belongs to the world. The Tom lies. I don't care if he believes his own lies because he is already dead and waiting to be killed. Dead spiritually already and waiting for you to extinguish the traitorous body. The Tom wants you to hand over our souls and lie that all tribes are the same. The Tom seeks to erase us every chance he gets. The Tom thinks we smell bad. The Tom thinks we are vile. The Tom wants to kill us spiritually and literally. The Tom wants to say sorry with every ounce of his soul. The Tom is a feather that needs to be plucked before flight. Binger men must constantly de-Tom themselves. Binger men got to make sure they aren't using words they don't believe in or buying into metaphors that make them feel weak. The word friend is overused by lesser people. Lesser people means white people. There's a lot of people Binger has to deal with, temporary or otherwise. There's a lot of words used by lesser people that mean different shit for us. Friend, history, trust, sex, party, vacation, money, wealth, power, forgiveness, time, freedom, luxury, business. These words don't mean the same thing because our lives and cultures are different. If those words don't serve me, don't use them. The lesser man uses war all across the planet. Plan it, overthrow it, end it. Maybe Binger should call Earth the end it. The lesser man tries to tax Binger spiritually and literally. Fuck you and your taxes. Where does the money come from? Lesser men and dishonest men control banks. There's no secret or conspiracy. Even if there is a Binger person as the mascot for a bank, he ain't controlling it because he answers to a board room of lesser dishonest men. Until Binger ends that system and no longer plays the fake game of honoring lesser money, shit will not change or improve. Binger must not give his honor to dishonest and lesser systems. By playing along with it, Binger gives his spiritual power and supremacy over all. There you go. There you go.
That was
Oh,
very.
hi. My name is Elijah Schaefer. I'm a Jew, and I don't grift. And I make money based on things that are not Jewish or grifting.
Mhm.
Why don't you grift? I am the grifting champion of 2020.
Okay, so let me explain something to you, Jew. Okay, this man over here is the grift king. Okay, he's proudly the king of grift.
Yeah, Jew.
Now, you have to recognize that bringing in the grift, whatever it is that you're doing, I know you're doing well, but bringing in the grift is part of the heritage. I mean, and it's sort of almost embarrassing that this guy, you know, we just heard a whole page from the Unbreaded Manifesto, which was talking about how the heritage of Binger is being stolen by the other man. And I submit to you that allowing this guy to basically have his far Jewish nose and now become the king of grift, it's almost as if you are allowing him to supplant your own heritage.
You're supposed to be a better grifter than me, Jew.
Well, it's kind of gross on both ends. First of all, elitists running the world, old fucking argument. Stop. Nick Rikita, I am calling you out right now. Do not come. You told me, you wrote me like, what, 2 hours ago? You go, Netanyahu's son text me and said, can you please represent the whole Jewish media and fucking represent me? And I'm like, you shit. You go, yeah, I have a Jewish fucking media fucking and I'm trying to control the whole world. And I was like, Nick, Nick, stop. Let's combine the N-word and Jewish control. I'll never let you do that. Stop. You have a problem. You need to repent. You need to get Christ going. You have to stop.
Very Jewish of you to invoke Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop. I was saying,
This is deja vu, except like I'm like up here, not down there, and he's not in blue.
I'm
So
thinking
otherwise,
at the end of law, you gotta stop. You couldn't stop because it was so bad that your tendril freaking controlled everything. Was stopping everything I know. And we had to stop it. Nick, you know it. I had to stop my phrase because Nikita law, we had to stop it.
Yeah. Elijah, you're the cheapest date I've ever met in my entire life. You've had 2 drinks.
yeah, 2 drinks.
A bitch.
No,
It's
you're not a
okay.
bitch. You're just
No. Look,
very
you just
effective. This is very effective. Now I see why you're gay, right? Because guys can easily
it's
just
so easy. It's like so they
gay
fly
is
him.
easy, dog. I'm gay because just stop. Don't get on my grift, please.
Mhm.
I'm gay because it's cheap.
Right.
Access.
Wait, I have to read the super chat from.
Did you polish off that knob yet? Did you polish it
No,
off?
it's all here.
Oh, all right.
Don't do it.
No, you do not
Look,
want
I
to
fear
polish.
for your safety.
Don't polish the knob. Never polish the
How,
knob.
Elijah, how old are you?
28.
28?
28?
Okay. I was just making sure it didn't cut off 20 because it sounded kind of like 20. It was like, okay, so 28. Got it.
I'm 12.
Oh, that makes Ralph not only gay but a pedophile. Oh shit!
12 is about 2 years older than he prefers.
Oh my god!
All right.
That's a pedophile. Whatever.
I gotta quickly read the super chat from Tom Grawl. He says, "How was the unwrapping of the Kentucky Owl?" Tom, all I have to say is "fuck you, buddy." This guy, he mails me 2 bottles of whiskey, which I think I owe you money for, Tom. So let me know how to send that to you. Send me an email on that. But he lines the box with spray foam insulation, which is like trying to carve through fucking granite to get to these bottles of liquor. It was insane. Oh, okay. Well, hey, guys, I need to read the super chats and then wrap up the show
No.
because it's way late. So you're welcome to stay, but if you have to go at any time, feel free. Just let me know. But again, Elijah, let me know what day works because we have to do the full on. This does not absolve you of your sins, my son.
Nothing is absolved. Nothing. This doesn't abrogate anything.
Yes. So here's the thing. So everybody watching this right now in the chat is a man has looked at porn. Yes. They have at least one time. Yes.
Yeah, everybody has looked at porn. Yes. Okay. Joe all the time, but everybody else just once.
Imagine you are the porn, but you don't have any you have no fucking progress. You're fat, you're ugly, you're disgusting. We're going to expose you. We have you fully on video, and we're very happy to talk to you specifically. But that's all I'm going to say.
Sounds good.
So you're basically the porn star who can't write the script?
My dick's not that impressive.
No, Joe, he's saying I am the porn.
I'm porn. I don't have an impressive dick, but I want to say what's out there is very bad. And if you're a gun, you should be kind of scared because we know your whole criminal history. You have your reports, even video reports from the dads. It was a woman you raped. You're a fucking loser. You bitch. You fucking gun bitch motherfucker. You be surprised. You know what? I wasn't gonna do anything to you. You come to my work. You challenge me.
Mm-hmm.
I have every resource available to show you. You fucking cunt. I will fucking ruin you. Enjoy.
Well, the crazy thing is, this is the mental retardation thing coming through. Is me being on the show isn't at all damaging or dangerous for him. It's entirely me, right? Like, because this is his chance to call me out publicly, something that he's never been able, like, to confront me face to face, something he's never been able to do. And like, I can't say anything to him that hasn't already been said. So he's like, this is an ambush. He's like, why is it an ambush? What am I going to come on the show? Remember that, like, you don't know this, but I do. I was booked before the mouth rape allegations came out.
Really?
So, like, yeah. I was, Sydney booked me back on February 21st.
I didn't even know there was mouth rape allegations until you just said it right now.
Yeah. So, like, I'm not going to the show planning to sit down and drop the new hot dosh on Ethan Ralph. It was entirely for him to be able to confront me, and of course be good television for the show, right? But that was the whole thing. And so he's like, they were going to ambush me. It's like, no, it was literally a planned ambush of me. Very silly.
That's the point. So I'm fully the ambush of me. It's like, first of all, like, I don't even talk about my car or things. It's like, you ambush me. I have an M550. I'm good at a BMW. I'm buying a nice car. I bought a nice car. Well, less what I could buy. I'm being a nice guy. I'm not being rude. I just bought a car. Everyone's talking shit. Oh, yeah, he got out of his BMW M550. How's it an own? How's it an own?
Because it wasn't an M650. Do they make those? I don't know what that is.
Bro, I got the highest luxury car I wanted. Plus a nice thing. So it's like,
why didn't you get a Bugatti Veyron, pussy?
Because I'm not a fat gun. So that's why.
Why didn't you get a Jaguar? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's like, bro, you're so cocky. I've never put my car on the internet. I think that's actually kind of an asshole thing. I think putting your car on the internet is kind of asshole, and promoting what you have is kind of an asshole thing. I don't know if you guys get that too, but like,
Yeah, no,
here's an asshole.
I don't do that
You
either.
big asshole. You big asshole.
But they recorded my car. Like, you have an M550. You're gay. Dude, what? I got a car. I wanted an M550. I don't have to explain myself. I wanted a nice car. Oh, you're gay.
I'll be right back.
So, like, men,
You guys go ahead.
because I like a nice car. Okay, cool. And they basically make a whole move on this. And like, oh, we got you. We got you. You drive an M550. I do drive an M550. I have a lot of businesses. I can afford a $120,000 car. It's not a big deal. I do. It's not a big deal. Whatever. I just run businesses, but they thought it was a big deal to me. And they talk shit for like a year. Literally, all they do is talk shit. Like, yo, you had a BMW. I like German cars. Why do I have to apologize? Fuck you.
You don't. You don't have to apologize to anyone. I do have a vision test for you though, to test your sobriety here. Can you tell who?
3 shots, so we're good.
You see Nick's picture that he has up there now?
Yeah, I'm very sober actually. I actually wish I was not.
All right. Can you tell who that picture is originally before he edited it?
So I see in the turban, the beard. I'm not very big. It could be anywhere from Leah Thomas. It could be impulsive. It could be a lot of people. Why?
He actually drew that on a drinking stream with me where we basically went shot for shot on like super chats. That's Anna Kasparian. He went off on a whole rant, I think, about Muslims, and we had been talking about Anna Kasparian, and basically he was determined to draw a picture of Muhammad. But originally, underneath all that drawing there, it was so long ago. It was like 8 months ago, 9 months ago. I can't believe he still has that picture. But he was drunk out of his mind when he drew Anna Kasparian into Muhammad. So, if you ever wondered what she would look like,
I don't do live streams like this ever. Literally,
you need to. This should be like a monthly thing of like the three of us.
Elijah, I am judging you. I am Muhammad. I'm judging you. I'm the prophet.
We could call it, Nick you can even call it.
Muhammad, you need to take me. I'm a Japanese and I want you to make it a brigade.
What model BMW would Muhammad drive?
Like
Probably the youngest one, right? Like the like a 6-year-old model of BMW.
I don't
be
know.
the one Muhammad would drive.
It would have to be an animal of some kind, cougar or something like, I don't know,
goat,
cheetah.
I thought it was dumb.
He would drive like
he was like,
BMW goat.
Wait, ready for this? Ready for this?
What's up?
Yo, you guys ready for this? Yo, Elijah is such a faggot. Check this out. He drives a BMW M550. What a gay. And here I'm recording him. No picture of the fact I'm a fat cunt. But, yo, he's gay. Dude, okay, so you want to make fun of the fact I'm like $100,000 and millions of dollars a year off my business adventures, and I have a car that's worth more than your gun? Which, by the way, I will say this gun is worth a lot of money. It's like you're making fun of me. I'm not a boaster. I don't post shit online. I don't post images of my life. So I can afford it. I bought a car cash that you couldn't afford, and you're making fun of me. That's not funny because like I actually think it's kind of gay to like post your car and shit. And he was posting on Reddit and shit like, yo, this guy drives a car. It's like, dude, fuck you, dog. Be careful with my words. Just fuck you. Like it's like you heard me almost go. You heard me almost go. I did not do that. But it's just like, dude, I'm making good living. Like I make good living. Like I'm making for my family. I make a good life.
Well, you were until this live stream. Now
right. This live stream Now you're basically your new show is gonna be called Sage Wisdom from Pastor Elijah.
Yeah, no one cares. Honestly, no one cares because I make good money for the network. I just do. I make a lot of money for the network. So
You put the numbers up.
yeah, the numbers are up. I make good numbers. I'm not boasting. I'm saying like I make good numbers. I make good ad revenue. I'm not getting canceled tomorrow. Like we're a good show. I mean that as a joke, but as a real thing. Like we're making good numbers. I'm not boasting. Dude, oh, I'm so cool. Look at me, you fucking pig. And like, look at this guy who has better life than I do.
Don't you feel owned? Don't you feel owned? Look at this dude with the luxury $120,000 car. In your face.
This boy's like, oh, I'm so owned. I have a way better life than you. I feel owned.
Let me read these super chats. We will never finish if I don't read these. But I had to pee because I've had like 9 sweet teas and like 7 shots of liquor. So don't answer the phone. It's Quarter Black Garrett. Don't do it.
Oh, it's Quarter Black. He's fucking, he wants to start shit with me. He's going to my show tomorrow. Just tell him to like find a career.
Okay, here we go. Eddie Oliver says, Joe, if someone forcibly removes you from your property, including your porch, you can shoot them for that too in Texas. We don't play, Joe. You play. We don't play. Keep your fancy New York values to yourself. Yeah, Joe. Mike Sullivan says, Oy vey. Hello, Elijah. Welcome to the show. I hope you get to stay for Unbreaded. He did. Evil Dead Ed El Jefe says, Elijah, we want Gunt super chats. Yeah, we're going to do that when Elijah comes on for a pre-planned show sometime soon, right? Pretty soon?
Well, very soon. So like
make a date of it.
Nick, I'm crying in terms of the fact that like I am censored beyond, no one knows who I am, and you'll get it from Rikita's channel. So if you want to hear who Elijah is, stay subscribed. Go fucking hit the subscribe button.
Because people think that we're just going to talk about Ralph, but I was actually going to ambush you with a real interview. Like we'll talk about Ralph, we'll do that, but I want to know you, right?
I would love to go into our deep homosexual interest Nick and I have. Ass eating history I don't want to talk about right now, but we'll get into it later.
That'll be great. Gotcha Son says, can you please make a toast to my abs? They passed away from laughing. Yes, Gotcha Son. R.I.P. to your abs, buddy. May they never return. Because when you get old, they don't come back. Eddie Oliver says, for everyone, but mostly Elijah, did you hear the first January 6th defendant was found not guilty? That's not true. Several January 6th defendants have been found guilty prior to this. So
yeah,
not guilty.
Also, I was found not guilty. So,
were you there,
bro? I can't say much on here. Yeah, dog. I was in the midst of that shit. I was in Nancy Pelosi's office. All the pictures are mine. But I will say this: that so I got assaulted by officers. I got beaten up, and I got arrested. But I will say this: I have a federal credential, which is pretty cool. And on top of that, you're not the first person. I've had we'll talk about this on the show. Hey, I've had the charges dropped for wiretapping, and I'm in fucking deep shit with fucking Biden. Let's go, dog. Let's go. I'm in deep shit with him. Let's go. Let's go. I have just best lawyers in America. Let's go, dog. You want to fight me? Let's fucking go. He hasn't fought me because fuck you.
I'm just mad that I wasn't able to buy Nancy Pelosi's podium on eBay because I would have definitely done it.
Yeah, I would have too. Like $42. Pretty cool. And you outbid me 43, and some guy named Trust or Fusk got outbid us for like $47. But like we don't make the most money on YouTube, so whatever.
I would probably pay $50,000 for that podium. Like unironically.
Yeah, like I mean, look at this. It's like, dude, look, I have ATP here. That's a camera. I got ATP here. I have this whole my whole body's tattooed up the side of my body. I have my legs, everything's tattooed.
What is happening?
80% of my body's tattooed, fuck you. Let's go on.
Sounds good. Gotcha Son says you get 2 rounds of shekels tonight, Nick.
By the way, until now.
Wait, what?
I've never showed those tattoos on stuff. I've never showed people.
What is that?
This is an exclusive.
What is that?
So it says
Show the one on your ass.
So it says it is better to obey God rather than listen to man. It's swastika cross.
There you go.
Swastika cross?
So they stripped God, Christ, 39 times. And it's the 40th. So 40 crosses was guilt. And 39 they gave him. So I took the 40th stripe on me. It's the 40th cross. I was young. But this means that like they said God was innocent. So they would not fulfill it. But then they gave it to me. Your 40th cross.
Wow.
So I took the 40th cross to show that God is not guilty, but I'm the guilt that God brings.
Okay, Gotcha Son says you get 2 rounds of shekels tonight, Nick, as autocorrect got me on my last one. R.I.P. Aiden Bergen says, hey guys, thanks for making my job good tonight. The You Are Here podcast and this show helped. You had a good show with Eric July tonight.
Dude, Eric's great. I love black people.
Wait.
Do you love black people?
I do.
Me too. I think they're phenomenal.
Yeah.
Mike Sullivan says, Elijah, the Alex Jones show was epic. Love your shows. There you go. That was nice. Evil Dead Ed El Jefe says, as a former youth pastor, Elijah has a point. I lost the faith, never lost the values. Never let anyone judge you.
Email me.
Dylan Lawrence says, Elijah is really polishing the knob tonight. Very nice. Jackson Kai says, this show is truly blessed. In the words of the author of the good book, touchdown. On paper, unbreaded.
Unbreaded.
Doobie McNasty says, fat people are just as fit as healthy as superior people. No cap, bruh.
No.
Are fat people as healthy as fit people?
No, they're not humans.
Fat people aren't humans?
Nope.
Because like when you get to plural humans, then you can't be human anymore, right? Like that's
No, they're just duplicity. It's like, dude, if your BMI is over 35, you should die. There you go.
when you probably will soon.
Yeah, that's natural selection right there.
Abe Eckstein says, end the stream, Joe. It's not going to end. Okay, Kyan Rennell says, Joe got mad because I told him to not slur and enunciate. Yeah, Joe. Don't slur, enunciate. Eric Weinberg says, I follow Nick's liquor store. When they have an overstock sale, I know he's out of town. It's happening with Harper. Says, love you both individually. This is before Elijah came on. And love it when you're on together.
Oh, my God.
Keep up the good work, guys. Thanks for the humor, thoughts, and information. Cheers.
So sad. Here's the thing. Look, man, I get no Elijah disrespecters here. So here's the deal. If you do not like me, number one, that's okay.
You weren't on the show yet.
Everyone likes you. Everyone loves you.
But if you don't like my two,
You're like the most loved person I've ever met. It's like disgusting.
You're like a fucking gay teddy bear. Everybody loves you.
Yeah, seriously.
Dude, here's what's
Even
crazy.
rage pigs love you. They just don't. They don't show love the same way others would. It's really love, though.
Well, that's encouraging because honestly, everyone hates me, and the fact that someone could possibly love me after taking a shot at this. The problem is, I have a problem with even work, like HR complaints. Where people are like, Elijah said this to me. He must have been drunk. And I go, look, man, you can drug test me. I have no drugs in me. I'm just fucking retarded. Like, I'm sorry.
I wasn't drunk. He's just really fucking fat.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I'm really sorry in place. It's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to walk into the office and say everyone here is a fucking retard that hates Western society. Well, it was 9 a.m. You addressed the whole office. Well, yeah. I mean, I walked in and said, I was a fucking retard here. Fuck the fucking Zionist movement. Let's go. Fuck you. I hate all of you. And it's like, Well, that's not a really good statement. It's like, well,
Yes, I got on the PA system and made an announcement in the
so
whole
sorry.
building.
He's
But I
so
was
serious.
about it.
Oh my gosh.
it was not a nice statement. I didn't mean it. It was a joke. It was a fucking joke. Okay. Joke.
Slowpoke one.
My bad.
Slowpoke 159 says, heard you say you like the music in Halo. Do a YouTube search for voice play Halo, then voice play Skyrim. Then if you like The Hobbit, Castellucci Misty. Enjoy. Rumble username sucks says, so Nick, which is more breaded, letting your wife give you a prostate massage or letting another man medically fist your wife? What if the prostate massage is medically prescribed? What is your wife your doctor? And if your wife's your doctor, why are you going to a woman doctor? SC Medic 71 says, having worked EMS in rural communities for years, I think that Ruben's kids will be far better off than countless kids in this county. That's the one hope that I have. Like you know, if any gays are going to raise kids, I guess Dave Rubin's the one I would pick. SC Medic 71 says, famous last words, you better shoot me or I'm going to take that gun and shoot you with it. Yeah, that's Chad Reed. He also says, Gunt's Audi became an innie. It inverted. Disgusting. Absolutely horrible. The Gunt is an embarrassment to all sentient life forms.
Great pig.
Yeah, Elijah, give me your best. Suey. There you go. Perfect. Old Germanstein says, hey, Nick, thanks for the content. I'm going to start my own channel where I show people how to cook. I'll be back to grift when I get my first 5 vids up. Awesome. Do it, brother. Lajimon, thank you for the donation. No chat attached. Wolfgang Deo, the only 2 messages I've ever received from Nick have been masterclass electronic communication. Framed the first one, ignored the second. The second one was fuck off faggot, I think is what I said to him. So that was nice. It's happening with Harper says to get in touch with Nick, super chat him. Lol, love the show. That's a nice dog you got there.
I've seen a picture. I saw a painting of a dog that looked like that recently.
Nice boy. Little bestiality.
Does he talk ever?
Nah, he just fucking ruins my life. Like every dog I owned in my life. Hey, go away. Go get out of here. Fucking loser. Go.
All dogs go to heaven. They also ruin men financially.
They really do. Literally, my wife was at a dog park yesterday. Fucking goes to the dog park. No joke. Ends up in a position where she has her purse stolen out of the car because she leaves the purse in the car because it's just women and they don't think, so they do this thing. I did buy her a very freaking nice purse replacement because bitch. It's just like I know how to master women. It's just if they're a non-issue, there's no issue.
Did you perhaps buy the purse from a Portuguese eBay reseller?
Bought it from your co-host today. He sold me up. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, your bag got stolen." So whatever it was.
Did you hear about that? You don't know this story, I don't think.
I took 2 swigs from this, and I'm like buzzed from this. I took 2 swigs. I'm buzzed.
I know it's embarrassing, but it's great. I'm going to
when you're because I don't care because I could sign up anytime because I have.
No, it's embarrassing for me.
Oh, I don't fucking care. I don't care what you think.
Yeah. No, I care, so therefore I am embarrassed. No, I'll tell you about it when you're on the show next because it pertains to our subject. It's I think you'll find it very funny. Doctor Cuts Your Tits and Cock Off says quitting soda was so much easier than quitting anything else, and I've been smoking cigarettes since I was 11, and I'm now 33. I've tried many times to quit, always unsuccessfully, but I do enjoy it also. Wolfgang Deo says, hey, Nick, did Joe just admit to being Faye on air? Yes. Kalinka Pavlova, can't stay for the stream, but I sent you a link. I don't know. But I sent you a link in Twitter DMs to a video completely unrelated to the show topic that you must watch. It's not long. Okay, bye. I'll check it out, Kalinka. Eric Winberg says, paging Blue Man Group to the lobby. That's you, Joe. That's you, Blue Man Group.
I don't even know what that means.
Dietor says, Nick, can I get a toast from my man Kurt? He's an inspiration to people everywhere, like Nico Kato Avocado, knowing that if they die, Kurt has outlived them. Son of a glitch says, remember they said the slippery slope was a fallacy. They want to eliminate the idea of pattern recognition to cover for their predation of children. Walker Voss says, you law dogs are my favorite my favorite legal amigos. Thank you, Trace Hombres, for all the work you do for truth, justice, and the American way. Wrestler Town says, Ohio is teetering on the edge of seriously fucking ruling for the next few years, depending on this upcoming election. Well, if the Ohio election goes like the Kenosha County election, Republicans fucking swept Kenosha County. I wonder what happened. That would make Kenosha County turn from blue to fucking red immediately. I'm not sure what it would be.
I'm not sure. I don't know enough about what's happening in Kenosha to really weigh in on that. But
yeah, very weird. Random county in Wisconsin that just suddenly goes based and red pilled. Random username says, Ricada, you see the LP for the state is trying to get you to run on Twitter. Wait, what? The LP for state is trying to get you to run on Twitter. What the fuck are you talking about? Some trying to get me to run what?
I don't know. I'm saying genuinely, like, well, they want you to run for an office, maybe?
God, what a disaster that would be. I'll do it. Like, I will go into government and ruin it. I'm happy to do so, but I don't know what office they want me to run for.
You should definitely run on Twitter.
Oh, the Libertarian Party.
I wouldn't run for an office, particularly if you're in like a state, but I would go into a particular state if you're like, oh yeah, well, you know.
The Libertarian Party, they're saying.
Oh, that's always a winner. The Libertarian Party
I don't
says
feel like
2
you're
points
very
off.
libertarian in the fact I don't feel like you're very much on that side.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% libertarian, but I'm not really.
I'm gay. I'm gay for Ethan Ralph, but here's the deal. So I don't feel like there's much of a room. Like, I feel like libertarian is a nice cop out where you start to say like, well, yeah, like I'm not for the regulation of people, but I think that we can admit if you have an obesity problem and you're raping kids, we should draw the line.
Yeah, well, under the Libertarian Ricada Party, kid rapers get the rope, except the rope might not be enough to support some people, so it's a rope over a pit of spikes. That's all I'm saying.
Anyone in particular?
No, just hypothetically
he actually
speaking.
He's referring to every kid lover, actually.
Yeah, all of them. All of them. Wait, so someone is saying the Libertarian Party of Minnesota is trying to get me to run on Twitter? That'd be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Do
it.
I will do it. That would be funny. Donald Gooch says, so I had Ty to speak to my pre-law kids. He ignored your advice. He actually encouraged them. Toast Ty and our future lawyers. I knew he would. Ty encouraged me to be a lawyer. Ty encourages everybody. He's like, oh yeah, law is great. Make sure you're getting in for the right reasons. Marcel DeFore says, getting some models based with my new airbrush and the gang is together tonight. This evening just got more interesting. Alien Baby says, don't give them any ideas. They'll go to 2 years. Andrew Clark says, Highlander law is based on the quickening. True Nana Shambada Bad Pressure Bad Cafeteria says, have my money to Kurt tonight. Transcript. Ryuzan says, abortion is a malignancy crime. Okay. Trevor R says the only logical line is when they have a birth certificate. Anytime before that, they're just sovereign citizens and don't have protection. Pastafarius, from conception, a DNA sequence that is unique from the mother and the father exists. This biological individuality we use for every species on the planet. Katrina Dancer says embryos aren't sentient. Animals slaughtered are. The guy from that thing says, Coat Hanger Mulligan, it's your right. Yeah, Slay Queen. Me04120 says, Joe, that's rough, but you did the right thing, bro. Bob Johnson, my son needed a C-section. Spinal block didn't take, so the wife needed general anesthesia. They got the baby out in 35 seconds before the anesthesia could reach him.
Oh, my God. We're all the way back there.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm burning through them.
All right.
Arayuzan says, this California bill proves that adrenochrome farming is real. It's happening with Harper. My oldest daughter was tangled in her cord 3 times, one being around her neck, and my OB saved her life. I pushed her out, and he untangled her. Mike Hunt What's up?
But also, to like on the live stream, the questions is like, well, there's a bit of like an actual like redemption arc here too, because people are asking, hey, are you okay, Nikita? By the way, you're never okay. That's like kind of cool. At the same time, it's like, yeah, I mean, like, this was going on. Like, I genuinely think that what's going on in the world right now is that we have a common enemy and a common ally. I have to go to bed right now because I have to go to bed because I'm just tired.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I will sign out and talk to you soon. But I
Yeah,
really
DM me what day works. DM me
I
what day
will
works.
DM you. We'll go back live. I appreciate it. And I think you've been very absolutely amazing.
Elijah, you're gonna add. Are you gonna add me
very,
up?
it's like 4-8. I am so thankful to you guys who can do a late live stream like this, because it is 4 a.m. Central Time. Are you in?
I'm Central. Joe's Eastern. It's 5
Eastern.
a.m. for this weirdo.
5 a.m.
Yeah.
Love you.
It's 5 a.m. The wife left the room ages ago. She was like, I can't. And
yeah, I love it. No, I
yeah.
love it.
So yeah, hey, can you like add me up so I can actually like schedule something with you, Elijah?
Yeah,
On
100%.
Twitter.
Let's make it
Just
happen.
add me up on Twitter, right?
I'm really happy to have you here and make it happen. And I feel like in many cases that my wife is sleeping and I'll go to bed too. But thank you so much for coming on, and I really appreciate it. And I'm so happy to have you be a guest and what's happening. But I'll see you later.
Catch you later, buddy. Have a good night.
brother.
How do I exit out of this, by the way?
You press the X that says leave
The
studio
very
at
bottom.
the bottom.
Yeah, there you go.
You got it.
There you go.
Woo! Oh
Wow.
man.
right.
Okay. I'm still burning through super chats. We're burning through super chats.
Do it.
Okay. Mike Hunt says, here is a modest proposal for you. Outlaw abortion and force pro-lifers to raise the kid if the biological parents still don't want it after birth. There's a million parents out there who would love a baby. Millions of parents. They would love babies. They'll take so many babies that it's pathetic. If they could adopt babies rather than adopt kids, like rather than being forced to either adopt kids through the foster system or pay tens of thousands of dollars to like find and adopt a baby that some mom doesn't want, and you're going to pay her to carry it to term. Oh, and by the way, after you pay for her and her attorney and pay for all of her care, she can just change her mind after she gives birth within 72 hours. She could just go ahead and say, actually, you know what? I know you paid for literally all of my medical care. You paid for lawyers. You paid for all of the stuff. You're now down $40,000. I'm going to keep the baby though. And you don't get a refund. Yeah. People will take those babies, by the way. They will take those babies in droves. There are tons of parents who will provide wonderful homes for children that can't afford to provide a home for a baby under the current system. They killed the adoption industry in America and they sacrificed it on the altar of abortion. So everybody who says that stuff was like, oh, well, conservatives will take babies. Trust me, they would love to. They love babies. They'll take them all.
Yeah. Who wouldn't?
Gundam Touch Kevin says, me make a love to you long time like Gundam did to Flash. Drew M, welcome to paralegal status. Michael Payne says, family friend loves telling the story of their child's birth. Doctor nicked the umbilical cord and sprayed blood on his face. Without batting an eye, he says, now I know how Jackie Kennedy felt. Holy shit. Isaac Bowles says, why are Jews overrepresented in the banking industry? Because they're good at it.
Yeah.
Mike Hunt says, PSA, there's a manga about Vladimir Putin trying to conquer the world using martial arts. It's called Colosseum. Buy it before it's outlawed. I've seen that manga. It's hilarious. Me04120 says, Nick, I have a jury duty summons for the 11th. Well, go tell him that everybody who's ever been charged with any crime is guilty and you hate them and you masturbate to the ideas of them dying. So that'll get you out of jury duty, no problem. Daniel Erler says, Joe, You were very tolerable tonight. I'd almost consider forgiving you for what your people did to Jesus. Almost.
it was really, it was at my behest. So don't forgive me. Don't forgive me. I'm the one who caused it. It was all me.
Uriah Wright says Joe watches hentai for the plot. Very true. Wolfgang says, seeing as
Who
how we
doesn't?
still have laws on the books for a national militia, I fail to see how we can legalize all drugs and ruin government property. I don't know what those two have to do with each other. CBDX.com sent a chat, says, we love you and we love providing your viewers with legal THC products. A quick reminder that nose at checkout is 20% off all orders. That's at CBDX.com. You guys can check that out on your own. YouTube will not allow me to accept a sponsorship from them and to encourage the purchasing of their products. So you have to go on their website all by yourself if you're into legal THC products and make your own decisions. Ken's Counseling Couch says, a toast, please, for my stepfather-in-law who passed today, a man with flaws, but whom my wife had an amazing relationship with in her adulthood. R.I.P. Buddy. Ken, I'm already sloshed, but I will toss out a little bit more liquor, just a little bit more, because you asked nice. To Ken's stepfather-in-law, I've said this many times. Our in-laws are the families that we sometimes reluctantly choose, but we choose to incorporate into our own families. And step parents are always an interesting gambit. You never know what you're going to get. There's a whole bunch of baggage that has to be overcome. But to stepfathers, in-laws who are parts of their children's lives and who become an integral and important part in those children's lives, who choose to take on the burdens and to do it well, despite their flaws, I raise a glass to them. And to lose one is to lose a surrogate parent. So cheers to him.
Genuine condolences. And what he said, that was really beautiful.
Thank you. Ann B. Feinstein says, Oscar Schindler, a German industrialist who saved more than 1,300 Jews from the Nazis. He was a member of the Nazi Party and recognized by Israel. Wolfgang Day, I watched that movie. Liam Neeson was a saint. Wolfgang Deo says, be careful, kids. If you become orphan, then Joe thinks you have no right to life anymore. Plenty of families are not ideal, Joe. Sheesh. Damn, Joe.
I was the one who presented the other side of the argument. Jeez.
Nope, not anymore. Internet has the facts. Mike Hunt says, win the culture war with more masculine role models in music, like a policeman, a cowboy, a construction worker, an Indian chief, a biker, or a soldier. Yes, absolutely. It's almost like a village of people. Slightly Offensive says, you aunt poo-poo my first. I don't know what that even means. Mike Hunt says, life begins at entry. Is pulling out an abortion? Yes. Nico says, whoever changed the NV Funny channel location in Discord is unbreaded. Thought my depression medication was gone. Shout out to Fams who posts almost daily. I only go to the Not Safe for People channel and see and look for the redheads. That's all I do. Come on. That's who uses Discord for anything other than softcore pornography. Kyan Rennell says, I'm first generation American. How much reparations do I owe? All of them. Carmelo Giovanni says, new to watching, laughing so hard, sharding like Ralph. Well, I'm hoping that means you're enjoying it. Maybe you're laughing at us. It was a good show. Matthew Harder says, Nick, would you ever cover the indictment of Army Sergeant Daniel Perry? That is a case that smells of Soros paid off DA. Maybe email me something about it. I've never heard of it, but email me. I'd be interested to cover it. Maybe. Joel Reese says Pelosi can cosplay as the finger reading crone. Carmelo Giovanni says Elijah's pronouns are na, cur. Wolfgang Deo says, why not watch Prawn with your wife? I watched it with fellow sailors. Wait, does that mean I'm gay? Yes. You were in the Navy. You were already gay. You didn't need help. Eric Winberg says, production note, send Elijah a headset. Mexican and Cheese says, fun fact, Tupac is actually still alive. He faked Minecrafted to get away from Jada. Random commenter says, pegging strap-ons, don't tell him about Bad Dragon. Carmelo Giovanni says, M now less F with unit. Can I only scissor now? Yes. Yeah, you can only scissor. If you're a man who becomes a lesbian but still has a penis, you still can only censor. That means you have to rub your balls on the labia. That's how that works. Mike Sullivan says, SOB crew in the house, put the uncensored version on the Blaze. Well, the uncensored version of this show will just remain on my channel.
Right here. No.
I'm not planning on censoring shit. S. Asp says, let Ralph in. Orange Red says, what the fuck? When did Elijah get buff? He's been buff. It's camera angles are weird. It's why people think I'm short because of how the camera angle is. Like people think that you're towering over me.
Yeah. Yeah, but
massively masculine.
In reality, I literally like him like this to him. He's crazy tall. So.
Carmelo Giovanni says, you think Ethan uses his dub belly to masturbate? Yes. Oh. Orange Red says, Beanie Man was swatted again tonight. The violence is real. Elijah, be safe.
Oh, wow.
He's been swatted like 19,000 times now. It's I said Tim Pool's got to stop getting swatted because people are going to think it's not serious because they're like, oh, Tim Pool's been swatted a million times. Who even cares?
Right.
Hunter Biden's crack pipe. We're almost done. Hunter Biden's crack pipe says Ethan Ralph is the kind of guy that takes your booty virginity and never calls. Jack Murphy says Ralph and I are dating now.
You're the kind of guy who just bang a man in the ass and not even giving the common courtesy of a reach around. You know what that's
Jack
from?
Murphy also says, nah, Ralph prefers being the top, especially me. And Jack Murphy says, love the feeling of his gunt rubbing me. Ew. Kevin Speaks on it says, SOBs, SO, Elijah, and Joe. Root Beer Buzz says Elijah Schaefer is base AF. Sleuths, welcome to paralegal status. And B. Feinstein says, since Elijah came on, super lost, but loving it. Yeah, well, this train left the tracks and went to fucking orbit. That's what
this was. This was insane. Have you ever seen him like this?
No, it was great.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. I was scared. I was scared to cut him off. I just dude, just go.
It's like a man liberated, right?
Yeah, I felt you almost feel as if like he spends all this time on camera and can't say what he wants to say. Like I actually took his whole thing, like he was saying he's the porn star who's given a script. He's supposed to go out there and perform and has no control over who he has to bang. That's basically how I took it.
It's like when you get a splinter and then it gets infected and you pop the infection like a pimple and the splinter comes out too. And you're like, oh, that's what I felt like Elijah was doing tonight.
Yeah. This was totally raw Elijah. So
no, it was good. It was great.
It's therapeutic for him, I hope.
RC Bandit says, can't wait for the E main show appearance. Doobie McNasty says, I love all non-fat people. Cornelius Buttknuckle says the only thing that can make this stream better would be Alex Jones popping in. Somehow I'm going to wrangle that man onto a show someday. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what. Look, I'm going to have to force him into depositions or whatever. I'm going to get a court order. Globalism and lizard people aren't real. I'm going to do something to get Alex Jones on this show because I don't know. I think that might be the show I retire on, right? Just masculine energy exuding out of the chat in impossible ways.
He's a phenomenal entertainer. This guy understands how to just unleash in a way that is what we all aspire to unleash. He's remarkable at what he does. He really is.
He's phenomenal. Colonel Panic says, hey, Nick, can I get a toast for my grandfather who we buried yesterday? 79 years old, dad of 2, grandfather of 3, great-grandfather of 3, a man who was as important and loving as my parents, but without ever getting mad at me. Yes, Colonel Panic, to your grandfather, a man blessed as many men are not, to see 4 generations, his own, his children, his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren, a man unburdened by the shackles of parenthood, right? He had gone through that and progressed to grandparent and great-grandparenthood, which is this magical place where you get to love unconditionally without the burden of discipline, where you get to teach and pass down long lost arts, long lost secrets of generations past, of a time many people perceive to be better, of a time when men were different, women were different, entertainment was different, and the world was sane. Always in the past. To a man who got almost done. To a man who got to see that, to a man who got to instill that in grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and to a man whose legacy will clearly extend long beyond the years he leased from God. Cheers as he returned home.
Cheers. And if I may add, that he has a grandson who feels the sadness of the loss after his passing and is seeking consolation, is a reflection on the relationships he was able to form with his children, grandchildren. Many grandchildren don't give the slightest damn about, once a grandparent is gone. And I just want to express that that's a reflection of who your grandfather was as a person, as an inspiration for you, which is a reflection on him as a person that you should always treasure.
It's really great when people actually care about the legacy that their grandparents leave behind.
Sure.
It's amazing to see.
Well, it's a reflection of good parenting. It's a reflection that when you have grandkids who actually care about you, it's a reflection that they were good parents, good grandparents, and that they were an important factor in your life, as opposed to many families which grow very distant for unfortunate reasons. So God bless his soul, and God bless you.
Jack Sparrow says, do him a favor and end the stream. It was funny at first, but now it's getting kind of sad. I disagree. I thought it was great. Everybody needs to go on and blow off some steam in an environment that is not controlled and wrangled. That's one thing with media. And, you and I know this a little bit because of YouTube's rules, but for the most part, we're able to navigate relatively freely.
There's no boss.
Imagine having, YouTube's rules plus handlers. And handlers are always way oversensitive about everything. Like, people don't actually care about anything Elijah said tonight. Nothing Elijah said tonight is going to somehow ruin him, because I've watched Slightly Offensive. There's no way that what he said tonight is going to be particularly damaging. But there will be people like, because it's their job to do that, and they need to justify their existence. So those people will kvetch about it. But literally, like, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll feel better.
Yeah, there was really. I thought it was going to get worse than it did, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it was fine. That was not a problem. Not a problem for him at all. Rumble username Sucks says prostate massage equals pegging, in case that wasn't obvious. No, I agree. I agree. Not sure if you remember the context around when that was sent, but it was when you were telling a story about your kid's C-section. Oh, the doctor wasn't, his hand wasn't in my wife's vagina. The baby's arm was out of my wife's vagina.
Yeah.
That was the thing. He's sitting there trying to like hold it in. It's crazy town. But no, getting pegged is always worse. Period. The reason getting pegged is so bad, because like you can get a prostate exam or whatever. That's not getting pegged. That's this little like camera tube that goes in your ass. Getting pegged is like a full-on penis-sized thing being thrust in over and over. And the purpose of pegging, this is the important part. The purpose of pegging is having the female partner dominate the male in a way that is not natural. It is not in the normal order of things.
Right.
It is to reverse the roles intentionally to humiliate the male. That's why it's a shit.
It's the expression of subjugation. That's what it is. It is a manifestation of subjugation. I am subjugated to you. You own me. That's essentially, and that's
yes.
and that is against the natural order, and it's intentionally designed to be against the natural order.
Right. And the reason it's like, look, having something shoved in your ass is always a little bit weird. Like whether it's a doctor or whatever. But it's the domination aspect of it is why the woman will never respect you again.
Right.
She
Because
won't.
every woman in her core is seeking a protector. Every
Yes.
woman in her core is seeking a protector. That's why they seek strong men. That's why they seek rich men, because that's why the alpha male who's able to control situations is so alluring to women. That is in the inner core of every XX chromosome female. That's why I say there's no such thing as a lesbian, because they ultimately come to feel a need and a hunger for that type of protection. And if a man is willing to reverse that order and show that subjugation and express to his woman, I'm totally comfortable in that role, they no longer can provide that dominance and that feeling to that woman that they have the capacity of providing that protector, because they're willing to be subjugated. You can't be a protector if you're being subjugated.
Yeah, and it's a critical thing. And it's not the only shit test that women do, by the way. They do all sorts of stuff. This is part of the man's role in a family, in my opinion, is to stop fuck shit that women will propose. Pegging is on the menu, I guess. Not everybody like my wife's never asked me to get pegged, and she knows the answer. No. But also some women will do like temptation things, right? Oh, you want to do a threesome like me and a girlfriend? The answer, literally, like the answer if you're married is no. Do not do it. It's a shit test. You are setting yourself up for fucking failure. And look, it's
By the way, a woman who does
oh,
a test like
chance.
that, a woman who does a test, that gives a test like that, is a bitch.
Yeah, don't do it.
No, I'm saying, the woman doing it is a wrong thing to do.
Right.
To like try to set your man up like that. What's wrong with
That's
you?
what I'm saying. Like to women, don't do that. Don't shit test your man. You don't need to shit test them. Just be honest with them.
Yeah.
But don't do that. Okay. Doobie McNasty says, Elijah, where on the doll did you touch Sydney? Why is she still gone? I mean, she was there on the show with me. So I don't know, still gone. She was gone tonight. I think Eric July stepped in. Next us says, can you play an old video of Ralph from the Gunt versus Danish police arc? Dust in the Wind cover, Ethanol Ralph featuring Maker's Mark, Dispatch Mirror. It's funny as hell. No, I'm not going to play that tonight. I gotta review it. That might trigger a bunch of copyright shit, and I don't want to. I'm tired of fucking counteracting copyright stuff due to super chats, because it fucks with a whole lot of stuff. But I'll check it out and see. Maybe I'll air it when Elijah comes back on. Let's see. John Dre says, how many closets can one fit in the background? Always one more. Orange Red says, don't post this show. Oh, all the shows are posted. I don't know what you're talking about. Corpus Delecti says, no one knows Elijah. I've been subbed to his shit for almost 5 years now. I knew you, Elijah, before I knew Rackets. Damn. I think he was saying no one knows the true Elijah. Like, because he's not allowed. He's not allowed to talk. Got to get unshackled. Solvis says, I want Elijah and Camelot to make a shirtless show. Raishi. No, you don't. No, don't do that. Raishi says, Elijah should meet Drexel, Nick. Also, the Gunt impression got me dying. Great show. Ann B. Feinstein says, slightly offensive, just earned a new fan. Thanks. It's a very good show. You should check it out. T. Felicia says, I literally just calculated my BMI. I needed to know if I was worthy of life. Woohoo! I'm 34.5. I'm barely hanging on, but worthy nonetheless. T. Felicious, fix it. Get better. We all need to, like I need to too. I'm not telling you from a position of superiority, but rather camaraderie. Jesus Davila says, for Nick's beverage fund, thank you. Pastor Flash, Elijah is better at delaying super chats than Cecil on Flashcast. Also, at the same time, having them both drunk on stream would be amazing. No, that'd be a career ender. Cynthia says, Joe was a better drunk than Eli. Full stop. Damn.
Full stop.
High praise.
Indeed.
Colonel.
Although the yardstick is not that high.
Colonel Panic says, P.S. his name was George. Oh, that was his grandfather. Sorry, I missed that. But to George, we gave a nice toast. Cornelius Buttknuckles says, dude, Elijah knows Alex Jones. Have them both on. Matthew Harder says, hey, Nick, get Frisbee hat to go to Matsuri with you. And Raishi says, Ethan Ralph de-radicalized more white men from being white nationalists than any argument or discussion ever will. Ethan Ralph isn't a white nationalist, though, right? He married a Paki.
Really? I don't know.
Well, the
I don't
first
know enough
time.
about-
His wife Nora's Pakistani British.
Really, literally everything I know about Ethan Ralph is from what I've heard you say. So I've never listened to the dude. I didn't know that he had white nationalism in him. But
I mean, I don't know that I don't know if he claims to be, but people like put that on him because he hangs out in those alt-right circles like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, of course, being like the Hispanic white nationalist, very strange. But like that, I almost remember a stream with him and Medicare before he and Medicare were at odds, where Medicare was like talking about how he's a bad white nationalist because he married an Asian, and Ralph's like, yeah, me too. I married a Pakistani. So he's also a wigger, which makes him a bad white nationalist. Herman Arminius says, anyone want to point out the guy that sniffed kids nominates a judge soft on pedos? He also says, Azrael, quote, Lord, there's millions of souls we've sent down that are just coming back up. And Gabriel says, Lord, the American school system is grooming kids into child abuse. Jesus, sharpen sword, gather the host. Tonight we ride. Herman Arminius says, the objective ranking of countries, Americans greater than Japanese, greater than Truckistanis, greater than / Truck Canucks, greater than Slavs generally, greater than literally every other nationality, greater than Cuck Canucks, greater than Turks, greater than Californians, which are super greater than Frenchmen. At least Cali commies are ashamed of their smell. Damn.
okay.
The French BTFO. Zalcor says, remove all the romance from it and you'll realize sex is just a gross practice all around. Tato Chip says, an anime girl voice, Gunt Oni-chan Yamate. Zalcor07 says, try tongue butthole. And Jay Winkler says, we were all very gay tonight. And Herman Armenia says, shot for my friend, Mr. Gers. He's the same first name as Rackets. Also, back Roach Balls on Indiegogo. I don't know Rich or anything. It just looks like a fun book. And then finally, two more. Carmelo Giovanni says, E started fast. 2 drinks turned into Mountain Man DD. Hallucinosis says, all genders have 2 types of elation. The first one is external, which for men has a refractory period. The other one is G-spot / P-spot. Live and learn. And then I guess finally, Rumble username sucks says, so Eve pegged Adam. Yes. Roy Rat says, waking up in the middle of the night and finding Ricade on live is akin to going into the bar and being surprised to find a couple friends there. Hey, I'm not alone. All right. There we go.
All right.
That's the show. Don't send any more super chats. I'm not reading them.
All right.
Joe, thank you for coming on, hanging out for literally
my privilege. Yeah, like was kind of forever, but it was fun.
Get up and go to work or whatever. All right, guys. Make sure you go check out Joe's channel. Again, it's the gray link that says Good Logic in the description. You click on it, it'll take you there. You can hit subscribe. You can watch his videos. You can go pre-game my show over on his show 9 to 11 p.m. Central Time every weeknight, except Fridays because he is a good boy. But you also stream on Saturdays and Sundays, right?
Yep. And that's what I do 6 days a week. We work 6 days a week, and 7th day we rest. So, but for me, 7th day starts Friday night. So
if you need that sweet content injected into your veins, check out Good Logic. Check me out. Otherwise, I'm playing the outro. I'm going to bed, buddy. I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure, always. Anytime.
Yeah, and let me know when I can grace your wonderful show with my presence as well.
Will do. All right.
All right. Peace, guys.
Godspeed.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that It just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side, if his kid's asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lodbrok. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.